Chapter 677. Brando swore that if he had known what it felt like to be buried under sand, he would have surrendered rather than run away. At first, he felt his body falling rapidly in the darkness. Countless objects fell around him, accompanied by the sound of the wind. There was only a faint light above his head, which should be the direction of the collapsing underground hull. About a second or two later, he felt a violent impact. A normal person would have been smashed to pieces under such an impact, but it was nothing to a peak gold-tier physical strength. Brando only felt that he had hit a slope, and then rolled down along the sharp rocks. He tried to grab onto something, but it was futile in the darkness. A large amount of sand rolled him down until he hit a flat rock. Brando felt the first impact, and then the second impact was a soft body hitting him. He immediately realized that it was Scarlet. More rocks and sand were falling from above. Brando hurriedly pulled the girl down, and then turned around to block in front of her. In just a split second, there was a loud rumble as several huge rocks smashed heavily onto his body. Of course, this was nothing to Brando. It felt like he was hit by a few sticks, but the large amount of sand made him suffer. He coughed, and his mouth was full of sand. But this was not the most tragic experience. The key point was that when he lowered his head and subconsciously wanted to spit out the sand in his mouth, he met a pair of bright eyes. It was a pair of quiet, curious, and shy eyes. Obviously, it belonged to a mountain girl who liked to keep her hair in a long ponytail. Scarlet was under Brando's protection, and she obediently looked at her lord without moving. For both Brando and Scarlet, it was not difficult to see in the dark. Both of them could clearly see each other's state. But fortunately, it was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. The last time they were chased by the misty nightmare in the loop of trade winds, they had experienced almost the same situation. After the first experience, at least the second time was not as awkward. "My lord," Scarlet whispered and blinked, "thank you." Woo-woo. Brando's mouth was full of sand, and he was unable to speak. His face was almost touching Scarlet's. He couldn't spit sand on her face, could he? Rumbling sounds were still coming from outside. It was clear that the collapse would not end anytime soon. But Brando did not answer, and the mountain girl looked at him carefully. After a while, Brando suddenly felt Scarlet move, and then gently leaned her forehead against his chest. This seemingly unintentional action made Brando's heart skip a beat. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw Scarlet curled up in his arms like a child. "Wah. Chien. I'm sorry." Scarlet seemed to have been awakened by his voice. She was startled and quickly let go of his hand. Brando looked at her carefully shrinking back and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Actually, it's okay. Are you scared?" Scarlet frowned and shook her head slightly. Brando was silent for a moment. To be honest, he could not tell what this girl was thinking. Since the Battle of Ampere Seal, Makarov had come to see her a few times, but she had rejected him. Scarlet was usually quiet and only occasionally accompanied the Roman, but according to the other members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries, she was not like this in the past. He thought for a moment and felt that he was not suited to guess a girl's thoughts. After all, he was a complete loser when it came to that in his last life. He shook his head and decided to change the topic. "Scarlet, how did you break through Ovina's element?" The mountain girl paused and looked up at him curiously. "You don't know?" Brando was stunned. Of course, he could see that Scarlet's expression was genuine. Scarlet shook her head in confusion. "That's strange." Brando was even more confused than Scarlet. He knew the power of Ovina's element of fate. Ovina's element of fate was similar to a speech spirit, but it was much more powerful. If you could not break through your own fate, then you would never be able to defeat her. You might not even be able to attack her. But the problem was, as a gold-level being, it was an impossible task to break free from the element of a legendary hero who had mastered the power of existence. Even the Silver Storm, Master William, would not be able to do it, much less him or Scarlet. Could it be because of the dragon bloodline? But he had never heard of a gold person being able to challenge someone of a higher level. It could only be said that they were more talented. Brando frowned and couldn't figure it out. But at that moment, he suddenly felt something. He looked up and realized that the sound of the falling rocks had quieted down. This was undoubtedly the best news for him at the moment. He hurriedly threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. He stretched out his hand and easily lifted the rock that was pressing down on him. With another push, the gravel rolled down into the darkness along with the sand. Brando climbed out of the rubble in no time and then rescued Scarlet from the rubble. The two of them finally reached a flat rock. They looked around and realized that the collapsed hull had formed a giant hole. They were in the middle of this hole. Above their heads, any signs of human activity had long disappeared. Brando looked around. In theory, when the hull collapsed, besides him and Scarlet, William and Ovina should have been caught in the mud and sand. The others were bound to the wall by the lightning cage and shouldn't have been in too much danger. But Brendel strained his eyes to find William and Ovina's silhouettes in the darkness, but he couldn't find any of them. That's strange. He paused slightly. According to Ovina and William's powers, they should have been able to escape earlier than he was. The collapse from before looked dangerous, but for beings of their level, it shouldn't have been much trouble at all. My lord, look over there. Scarlet stood beside Brando without saying a word after being dragged out of the rubble. But as a half-dragon, her eyesight was obviously much better than Brando's. Brando looked in the direction she pointed. After a while, he saw a dot of light flying out of the darkness. But when the light came closer, he realized that it wasn't a dot of light at all. It was William flying in midair, holding a glowing staff in his hand. And when he got closer, Brando suddenly saw that the old magician was carrying a person in his hand, from the platinum body made of lightning. Who else could it be but Ovina? William's flying spell was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Brando. He descended, his long robe fluttering in the air, and then landed firmly in front of Brando. He reached out and threw Ovina in front of Brendel. She's unconscious? Brendel's jaw dropped as he stared at Ovina, whose eyes were tightly shut. He couldn't believe that this was the mighty Lord heroic spirit from before. Normally, as long as one's body was complete, even if one fell from a height of several thousand feet, one shouldn't have fainted. This was too degrading. You guessed right, little one. After leaving that hall, her power weakened rapidly, the old magician replied. When I found her, she was at most an upper silver level. And her magic was still draining away. I can foresee that if this continues, she won't even be able to maintain her original form. I see. Brando paused, but then he felt a little troubled. He couldn't help but look at the lightning girl on the ground and say, so what's the situation now? Did we win or lose? This girl isn't going to go back on her word, is she? Ahem. What do you take me for? Brando had just finished speaking when the unconscious Ovina on the ground suddenly woke up. Although she still looked a little weak, she still glared at Brando and said, although I hate opportunistic people the most, a win is a win. I won't deny it. The girl panted, and then her face became much rosier. Brando and William both frowned slightly, because at the same time, they realized that Ovina's power seemed to have increased. You can still recover your power? Brando couldn't help but ask, wasn't that hall destroyed? Wait, you. He narrowed his eyes, as if he realized something. But the silver magician leader was one step ahead of him, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Humph, at least you have some smarts, Ovina snapped. Ovina replied in annoyance, it's just as you guessed. My power doesn't increase the closer I get to the hall. Instead, the closer I got to the holy lance of heaven, the closer my power was to its peak. I'm sure you've guessed it, I'm not some azure knight, I'm the heaven. Ha! Brando felt as if he had been punched in the face. So you're saying that everything that happened before was a self-directed act? Not entirely. As a divine artifact, of course I have the right to choose my owner. Ovina lifted her chin and answered proudly. All right, that has nothing to do with us anyway. Brando shrugged. It wasn't the first time he had seen a magical equipment with a soul. The ring of the Wind Empress on his hand had a heroic spirit sealed in it during the War of the Holy Saints, not to mention that many famous magical equipment in the Amber Sword had similar mechanisms. However, it was the first time he had seen a heroic spirit sealed in a ring that was so powerful. But the more it was like this, the more it proved the value of the heaven. He thought for a moment and continued, "No matter what, you admit that we won before, right? So now you can choose who your owner will be, right?" "Yes," Ovina answered through gritted teeth. "But before that, I have a question." I want to know how she was able to pierce through my elemental power." The girl in lightning form looked at Scarlet on the side, her face once again filled with disbelief. Like Brando, she couldn't figure out how a gold rank could ignore the influence of her elemental power of fate. Brando glanced at Scarlet and thought for a moment. Maybe it's because of her dragon bloodline? Impossible. Ovina denied without hesitation. She's just a gold person. Since when did their bloodline have such power? Unless some genetic mutation happened in the past 10,000 years, but the chances of that are too small. Genetic mutation? Brando chewed on this word by word. Did the Amber Sword have such a setting? But the girl in lightning form only snorted coldly and didn't answer him. The darkness seemed to fall silent again until the Archmage William thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I know why." Everyone turned to look at him. In our history, there are some things that can allow people to change their fate and break free from the shackles of fate. The Archmage answered slowly. "Brando, you know that little girl Alaz, right?" "Ah." Brendel suddenly exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. "So that's how it is, I got it. P.S. The mighty baboon is at it again." Please don't mind the wrong title of the second chapter. Anyone who cares about details is an idiot. Keep following me on Weibo. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 678. So, what's going on? Ovina asked with a frown, still half kneeling on the ground. She rubbed her arm with one hand and frowned. The girl's energy body looked like it was made of platinum. The white irises in her eyes were like translucent rings. Only when they contracted slightly could one guess what she was thinking. She was obviously very angry right now. The reason is actually very simple. Brando grinned. His voice echoed in the darkness with a hint of playfulness. He suddenly raised his hand and placed it behind Scarlet, pushing the girl who had been standing in the shadows with her head lowered in front of him. "Lady Ovina, you must have heard of the legend of the fairy's golden apple, right?" Scarlet seemed a little nervous. She turned to look at her lord in surprise. But Brando shook his head at her, indicating that she need not be nervous. He did this in hopes that Scarlet would leave a deeper impression on Ovina, because Ovina would definitely choose the successor of the Holy Lance of Heaven from the three of them. He himself was more accomplished in swordsmanship, and William's identity and profession were not suitable to be the successor of the Azure Lance. Therefore, he hoped that Ovina would choose Scarlet as the successor of the Azure Lance. Most importantly, he hoped to give Scarlet courage and confidence, so that this Highlander girl would understand that no one's existence in this world had to rely on others. He hoped that Scarlet would have her own thoughts and destiny, to pursue her own dreams. A Scarlet who would always stand behind him, like a silent shadow. This Scarlet made his heart soften. But it was also because of this that he hoped the girl would understand that there was no such thing as a lowly background in this world. A girl from the countryside of Bucci could also become the hope and protector of many people in a certain era. Only confidence and hard work were the driving forces of every individual's progress in civilization and order. Ovina took a closer look at Scarlet. Her pupils were like burning platinum flames, and her eyebrows were like extended flames. She frowned slightly. Is this the reality of longing? She closed her eyes and sniffed. So that's how it is. She does have the unique scent of the fairies. The residents of Valenia's home of the fairies have been researching ways to change fate for a long time. I didn't expect them to succeed, but it's only breaking the laws. It's still useless to advance in chaos. I was too careless. Then she opened her eyes again. She looked at Scarlet and then at Brando. I heard her call you Lord. Is she your subordinate? Oh no. Brando thought Ovina was going to hold a grudge against him and hurriedly explained, I guess you could say that. Barely? Ovina stared at Brando suspiciously and dragged out her words. Brando pondered for a moment and quickly organized his words. It's probably because I helped Scarlet when she was in trouble, so nominally, Scarlet is now by my side as my guard. Of course, you can also think that I'm forcing her to return the favor, but no matter what, the contract between us will continue until she feels that she has repaid the favor, Lord. Scarlet turned around and called out softly. Brando's self-deprecation obviously made her nervous. Brando hurriedly gave her a look. Ovina looked at the two of them with slight disdain. How clumsy. But I didn't know you had some kindness in you. But don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for me to acknowledge her? It's not just that she's weak, because that's not the point. The point is that she doesn't have the heart to become strong. Without confidence, she can't look at herself. How can she realize her beliefs? Maybe she's even confused about her beliefs. The azure lance in her hands will only bury me. She stared at Scarlet, who lowered her head in silence. Then Ovina turned around and looked at Brando with some admiration. You, on the other hand, although you're still weak, you already have some potential. That's true. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have chosen you, right? Haven't you noticed that you have a temperament that doesn't fit in with this world? And it's because of this temperament that you have the possibility of changing history. What do you think? Do you want to consider making a pact with me and becoming the new master of the Azure Lance, human? Brando was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ovina to acknowledge him. But he sighed and shook his head. You're wrong, Lady Ovina. No one is born strong, and no one is born to change the world. But at every moment, everyone will change themselves for some reason. As long as there's something important in your heart that needs to be protected, anyone can become strong. In this world, strength and weakness have never been a constant factor. I've seen Scarlet's anger over her dead companions. It's because of that anger that I believe she can do it. Scarlet, raise your head. You've defeated Lady Ovina, so you also have the right to be acknowledged by the Azure Lance. Brando ordered firmly and sternly. Scarlet trembled. She bit her lip and raised her head to look at Brando. She knew that it was the Azure Lance, the most dazzling existence in the legends. Her Highness the Princess, His Lordship, and even Count Yenbao. There were many people here who were more qualified than her to pick up the holy lance that had once shattered the Azure Lance. Her Highness the Princess was brave, His Lordship was righteous, and Miss Dilfery was determined and full of ideals. Everyone here seemed to be better than her. The Azure Lance could belong to any one of them, but how could it belong to her? But even so, there was still a trace of indescribable gratitude in the depths of her eyes. That gratitude was because she was touched by the acknowledgement. The darkness was controlled by solitude for a moment, and it silently spread out. William stood beside the three of them. Under his silver eyebrows, his wise eyes revealed a look of interest. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. He only occasionally used his fingers to sweep the dust off his long sleeves. As a wizard, he had no interest in the ownership of the Azure Lance to begin with. Ovina couldn't help but groan. She was probably grumbling about the fact that she had been defeated by a little girl like this. She couldn't help but look at Brando with some annoyance. You really want her to pick up the Azure Lance? Can't she? There are many others in the Great Hall. They are even more suitable than her. That half-elf girl, she is calm and collected. And that little woman dressed like a merchant who came with you, she has a noble bloodline. There are a few others. Although they aren't as good as these two, at least they are much better than her. Ovina frowned. I really don't understand your thinking. I know that, but I still think Scarlet is better. You. The girl of lightning stammered. Why? Because she is ordinary. That's why she can turn from a cocoon into something magical. In a time in the past, the Knight of the Azure Lance once used the Holy Lance to shatter the Azure Lance, causing the stars to fall to the ground. In the end, it brought about the Age of Mortals. Lady Ovina, in Kurlut's history, the Azure Lance represents an endless struggle. Even the lowliest of existences can stand at the pinnacle of glory. Because of this, the Age of Mortals is filled with color. Brando answered slowly. Ovina was speechless for a moment. She glared at Brando. The sound of clapping finally rang out. William clapped his hands lightly and answered, "Well said. The age of silver and gold has long passed. Mortals have to control their own destinies. Lady Ovina, honestly speaking, none of us here have the right to inherit the Azure Lance. But in comparison, sometimes a coincidence might be Martha's will." This, all right, I understand. Ovina sighed and stood up from the ground. She looked at Scarlet and extended her hand. "You are very lucky, little girl. Come, extend your hand. Let me see what you are thinking." Scarlet hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Brando. But Brando only nodded slightly at her. "Okay." The Highlander girl seemed to have finally gathered all her courage. She bit her lip, then extended her hand and placed it in Ovina's palm. Ovina closed her eyes and her sword-like brows finally relaxed. For the first time, a peaceful expression appeared on her face. "So this is your past. It is better than I imagined. But it is only a temporary setback. It is not an excuse for people to be weak. The Azure Lance is a sharp blade that protects the mortal world. Scarlet, the shattering of the heavens and the falling of stars. This is the history of mortals conquering their destinies. Can you feel the courage contained in all this? Yes, you want to protect?" Ovina suddenly asked. Then there was a short silence. Scarlet did not answer. But after a while, Ovina suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to look at Brando in confusion. The strange meaning in those platinum eyes made even Brando pause. But when he looked again, Ovina had closed her eyes again. "Open your heart and accept me, Scarlet," Ovina chanted. "From this day onwards, until the final day comes," Scarlet repeated. "The contract is established." A pillar of white light and a green halo spread out from the darkness. Like an invisible wind, it lifted the Highlander girl's long hair. Scarlet suddenly screamed, because she saw Ovina turn into the purest white light in front of her and merge into her chest. Everyone saw this scene. Out of all of them, only Makarov, who was bound to the wall by lightning, had the most complicated expression. He probably could not understand why Brendel would give up the opportunity to sign a contract with the Azure Lance, and give this unprecedented divine weapon to his adopted daughter who was not particularly outstanding. The princess frowned slightly, but quickly understood. Dilfari was curious. Among everyone, the only one she liked was the merchant girl, who was bound tightly by lightning. It wasn't that Ovina was giving her special treatment. It was just that the merchant girl was too dishonest. Plus, the Witch Queen's inheritance in her bag was not to be underestimated. But even so, Roman said happily to the white mist on his shoulder, "I knew Scarlet would be the most suitable. Last night I even made a bet with Brando. Because among us, only Scarlet uses a gun, right? That me is so stubborn, unlike me who guessed the result right away. Scarlet and that gun are so compatible, so beautiful. When I have time, I must borrow it from her and play with it." White Mist yawned. She was too lazy to answer her, and too lazy to remind the merchant girl that Medisha also used a gun. Even though Medisha was a heroic spirit, Roman probably didn't think that far ahead. On the other side, in the darkness, after the seemingly endless light dissipated, Ovina had turned into thousands of lightning bolts. The platinum lightning gathered into a bundle in Scarlet's hand. When the light faded, all that was left was a shining spear. Upon closer inspection, it was the Holy Lance of Heaven. Scarlet stared blankly at the pale green holy spear that was like jade. She couldn't react in time. "Lady Ovina?" The holy lance in her hand buzzed. This is her. Brando walked forward and stared closely at the legendary Holy Lance. Ovina is the will of the Holy Lance. But your power is still too weak, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sense her presence for the time being. As he spoke, he lifted his head. Without Ovina's power restraining them, the lightning cages in the hall dissipated. The remaining magic brought everyone down slowly, landing not far from Brando and the others. The merchant girl, who was the first to land, immediately shouted in surprise, "Brando!" Then she hurried over. "My lord. Brando. Mr. Brando." After that, Medisha, the Shire, Freya, and Princess Griffin all gathered around the three of them. Of course, without exception, everyone's eyes fell on the Holy Lance of Heaven in Scarlet's hand. This was the weapon that pierced through the heavens in the ancient legends. The Roman couldn't help but blink and asked curiously, "Brando, is this lance really as powerful as the legends say? Is this lance really as powerful as the legends say?" This was undoubtedly the question in everyone's mind, including Brando. He thought for a moment, then walked forward and placed his hand on the blade of the Holy Lance of Heaven in Scarlet's hand. Scarlet paused and looked up at him in confusion. "My lord." Brando didn't answer immediately. He had already seen a pale green screen of light extend from the tip of the lance. Holy Lance, Divine Weapon, Attack, 112-147 plus 45 Strength, plus 45 Dexterity, plus 45 Vitality, plus 45 Bloodline, plus 45 Senses. Additional skills. Fate, a legend that has accumulated over time on the spear. It is like an eternal fate that curses its enemies. Any target hit by the Holy Lance will continuously bleed from the wound due to the curse, dealing 11 points of damage per second. This damage can be stacked repeatedly. Holy Lance, pure wind elements surround the blade of the lance. The wielder can summon the power of lightning. Every time the wielder attacks, they can copy the power of lightning to deal the same amount of damage to enemies in any direction. The amount of lightning depends on the magic of the wielder. Divine Weapon Domain, Undefeatable Fate, an invisible force protects the Holy Lance. Any attack that is lower in power than the wielder will be weakened by 90%. The ability to change fate is immune to this effect. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw these rows of attributes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 679. The changing of the seasons went on unhurriedly around the port of Ampere Seal. The increasingly dense forest began to cover the green hills, and the excavation work outside the port could not completely cover up the news. Since the Buga craftsman left, the rumors about the Azure Lance still spread. What an eventful time. Wood rubbed his eyebrows and stared at a page of letter on the mahogany table. The paper was snow white and came from the eastern part of Cruz, adjacent to the forest border of the four-leaf clover. There was still a faint burnt smell in the corner of the letter, which was the unique trace of the magic imprint left by the flame magic. Before this imprint was erased, it should have been 4 pairs of eagles with their wings spread, representing the Holy Cathedral of Fire, or rather, the highest level of confidential documents in the Cruz Empire. He looked up and sat at the mahogany table for a while, staring at the opposite wall under his thick eyebrows. For a moment, his eyes seemed a little illusory. Then the former Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral suddenly ignited a golden flame in his hand. He shook his hand gently, and the charred letter suddenly turned into ashes. Wood carefully tidied up the embers on the table, then straightened up and tidied up his golden priest robe. The news in the secret letter confirmed the news that had been circulating in the port in recent days, but in fact, he had already learned all the relevant information from the young Count Tonajul. The people of Erewhon did not intend to hide it from him, or at least did not intend to cover up the apparent fact. The Azure Lance did exist in Ampere Seal. But it was meaningless because the Buga people had already taken it away. Wood's expression was uncertain, and his mind was repeatedly trying to figure out the information contained in this incident. He didn't know if it was the decisiveness of the little princess of Erewhon, or the shrewdness of the young count, but the benefits they had exchanged with the Azure Lance from the Buga people were very obvious. He couldn't help but look back and cast his gaze out of the window. Outside the window was the light red undulating roof of the port of Ampere Seal. Emerald green vines hung down from the glass, splitting the sunlight sprinkled on the mahogany table into strange shapes. This was really a vibrant city, but now it no longer belonged to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Wood did not feel anything about this matter. The temple had made a mistake and should pay the price for it. The key was that at least this kingdom still believed in the way of the golden flames, and their people did not deviate from their reverence for the Holy Cathedral of Fire. As for secular interests, Wood had never been too concerned. However, what really worried him was the inner circle of the Holy Sanctum. No, it should be said that the upper echelons of the empire coveted the azure lance. Greed could blind a person's heart, and this was especially true for the nobles. Even he himself had suffered greatly from it. However, judging from the words in the letter, His Majesty the Emperor himself should also be interested. After all, it was the azure lance, the most famous weapon in the Pale poem. At this level, it was no longer something he could change. In the past, he might have been able to come up with some solutions when he was the archbishop, but now it was not something he could worry about. He could only hope that the people in power within the Holy Cathedral of Fire could be more rational and see the true teachings of the Flame King. He sighed, took off the archbishop's square hat and put it on his head, then opened the door. The knight loyal to the Holy Sanctum had already been waiting outside. His deputy was no longer the former Friar Get. Since he became the liaison between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Erewhon royal family, his deputy had been replaced by a more shrewd officer. That person must have come from the core diplomatic agency of the empire. Wood only had to look at his clothes and habits to know the details at a glance. This person was called Peter, and he was extremely tactful. When he saw Wood, he immediately bowed his head deeply, revealing his shiny bald head, and respectfully asked, "Lord Archbishop, is it about the holy sword Oderfice?" Wood glanced at him, as if he wanted to see through this guy, and then replied lightly, "This is a secret of the Holy Sanctum. If necessary, I will tell you." "I understand," Peter replied with a smile. Wood looked back. The fragment of the holy sword Oderfice that Williams lost in the Battle of Ampere Seal was not important. The Holy Sanctum had also agreed to exchange a new frigate with Brando for the fragment of the holy sword, but the key was the will and soul of the holy sword. The identity of Count Tonagel was very special. He even had the shadow of the silver elves and the dragons behind him, which made the Holy Sanctum's higher-ups feel very troubled. What's more, the other party did not seem to have any intention of joining the empire, so the opinions of the higher-ups were not unified. On one hand, they believed that they should follow the choice of the Flame King, while on the other hand, their opinions were much stronger. This was another troublesome matter. Too many years of being high and mighty had made the Holy Sanctum of Fire somewhat arrogant and even indifferent to things outside. Some of the elders even had thoughts of assassination. Not to mention how ridiculous it was to assassinate a noble under the rule of the Holy Sanctum of Fire. What really made Wood angry was that these people seemed to have forgotten the teachings of the sages. Whether it was the empire or the truth, it would not have been a problem for the Holy Sanctum of Fire 100 years ago. Since Cruz's reform, although the unity of the empire had strengthened day by day, the weight of the royal power had increased day by day, and it had begun to threaten the foundation of Cruz's existence. The funny thing was that some people had not realized this problem at all. Wood was still going to meet the representatives of the northern nobles who were still in the port of Ampere Seal today. Although the things under the table were getting more and more onerous, the war was still the top priority for the affairs left in Erewhon. The war against the Golden Mane Toquinen. Wood did not know if the eldest son of the king was fully prepared. Although he made a solemn vow when he made the promise, the Cipher family had already suffered a great loss in this war. What's more, as a puppet, it was still unknown how much prestige he could have. The Holy Sanctum would never invest much energy in a bet that was bound to fail. In this regard, Wood could only hope that the eldest son of the king would also understand this point. Fortunately, he was a smart guy, and presumably would not be too naive. He walked out of the door with his deputy, but it was at this time that a servant came to him and bowed, saying, "Lord Archbishop, there are special visitors." Special visitors? Wood stopped. The bald Peter had already stepped forward and wanted to drive them away. Can't you see that the Lord Archbishop has something important to do? If there are any visitors, as long as they are not from the Empire, just let them wait a moment. Wood interrupted him and reached out to stop the guy. Are they guests from the Empire? Peter froze for a moment. Yes, the servant replied deferentially. Let them wait a moment, I'll be right there. Wood thought for a moment and replied with a frown. But before he could finish his words, a serious woman's voice rang out. There's no need, Archbishop Wood. You know my habits. We are already here. Wood heard this voice and was slightly startled. He raised his head. Sure enough, he saw the woman with a prominent reputation in the Empire. She actually came. Unlike the sunny area of Ampere Seal, after crossing the vast Frata forest in the north and entering Petal Sun, the weather in the countryside became rainy and rainy. The heavy rain in the past few days had caused the Maj River to surge, and the roads around Mageddon had become muddy and difficult to walk on. In the torrential rain, a black, ghost-like carriage jolted through the woods. A corner of the window curtain was lifted, and in the pitch-black carriage, an eye that was faintly white like a dead fish's eye stared motionlessly at the shadowy scenery outside the window. The gloomy clouds twisted into a ball over the forest like a shroud. Although it was only noon, the sky was dim. What is the commander of the Azure Skies doing in Ampere Seal? Declaring war on the Erewhon people? A hoarse voice asked, and then he sneered, as if he thought this joke was very funny. The sneer in the carriage was chilling. After a while, another voice said, I'm afraid it's for the war in the north. If that's what you think, you're not far from the gallows. The crew's people don't need to be distracted by a small Toquinen. They suffered a great loss in the Battle of Ampere Seal, and they don't want to give the Bugas any more leverage. The third person to speak had a calm, serious, and dignified voice. As soon as he spoke, the others fell silent. The Holy Cathedral of Fire lost both face and power in Ampere Seal. On the surface, they didn't gain anything from us, but in fact, the final winner was neither us nor them. The voice paused for a moment. Erewhon has a wise princess. Duke, someone finally dared to speak up. Are you saying that we have attracted the attention of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? Very likely. It's impossible that the crew's people didn't notice anything wrong. Do you really think you can do it flawlessly? The dignified voice replied. Then what should we do? No one answered. The carriage was silent for a moment, and only the creaking of the carriage could be heard. After a while, the hoarse voice said, as long as we find a way to delay, so that's why we're here. The dignified voice replied. At this time, the carriage finally stopped in the middle of its journey, and a dark green castle appeared in front of them in the rain. The soldiers on the battlements shouted, but it was difficult for their voices to pass through the rain. At this time, the door of the carriage finally opened, and a swordsman in a cloak jumped down. The swordsman looked up, and the unshaven face under the hood looked like a wreck or a wandering knight from the north, but if Brando was here, he would have recognized his name. The Eagle Swordsman, Devard. Hurry up and open the city gates, this is your count's most distinguished guest, he shouted. Who are you? The soldiers on the battlements questioned. We are the allies he wants to see the most. Go tell him, if he doesn't want to be hanged by the princess, immediately open the gate and let us in. Devard replied arrogantly. This question and answer was extremely rude, but just as the soldiers were about to flare up, the Eagle Swordsman threw an item far away on the battlements. He watched as the item drew a beautiful parabola in the rain and fell into the city, then shouted, Take this to Count Radner, he will understand. Go, idiot. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 680. Brando, do you want me to ask the Roman to? No need, Freya. I'm used to it. Let her be, she knows what she's doing. By the way, help me keep an eye on her and don't let her come crying to me with a red forehead. The background of this conversation was the verdant path of the Gross Forest. A long line of carriages passed through the scattered spots of light. The knight in gold and red battle robes moved in an orderly manner, except for one. The merchant lady was wearing a shiny armor and holding the azure lance. She yelled and ran around the carriages without a care for her image. This was the second time she had done this week. Fortunately, the knight was already familiar with this cute countess. Anyway, as long as they stayed far away, at least they would not be knocked over. No matter how muddle-headed the merchant lady was, she would not hit the carriage, right? Freya looked back and could not help but sigh slightly. She originally thought that after she went to the Royal Knight Academy, Brando could at least restrain the Roman a little. But obviously, it was just wishful thinking. At least until now, no one had succeeded in restraining this young lady. She looked at Brando and nodded to him. Then, she let down the curtain and rode her horse to Scarlet's side. The mercenary lady looked at the scenery around her with some familiarity. Unlike Freya, the south was as close to her as home. Scarlet. Miss Freya. Scarlet looked back and answered with some respect. Scarlet, I've told you many times, you can just call me Freya. I'm not a noble. Before I became a knight, I was just like you, from the countryside in the south. Freya frowned. Scarlet was a little embarrassed. Freya, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have given the azure lance to the Roman lady. I didn't expect her to be so. She suddenly felt a little rude, but she couldn't find a better adjective to describe the Roman's current state. Freya saw her embarrassment and comforted her. All right, she's not a rich girl. Forget it. She's just like that. She sighed weakly. When I was with her when I was young, I really admire myself for being able to live until now. But she's actually a very good Roman person. She's just a little childish. Scarlet looked over and couldn't help but deeply agree. However, when she turned her head back, her gaze couldn't help but fall in the direction of the carriage. Brando put down the curtains. After nearly a month of observation, he could basically confirm the state of the Holy Lance of Heaven. The firmament in Scarlet's hand was clearly not the complete form of the legendary Holy Spear that could strike down stars. There were multiple seals on the Holy Spear, and this was one of the possibilities that he had long thought of. What Brando didn't know was that Ovina had purposely placed these seals so that Scarlet could successfully control the firmament, or that someone had left these seals on the Holy Spear in the first place. But there was no doubt that even under the heavy seals, the Holy Lance of Heaven lived up to its name as a divine artifact. Its attack power was more than twice that of Halran Gaia, and its accompanying skills were even more terrifying. Most importantly, as a divine artifact, the firmament also had a special divine realm. The terrifying, invincible fate was so powerful that even Brando had never seen it before. However, Brando did not reveal this secret. For one thing, he really couldn't find a good way to explain the fact that he could directly see the attributes of the equipment. In Wond, this was the job of high-level astrologers and alchemists, and they also had to go through many experiments before they could finally determine the purpose and usage of a magical equipment. On the other hand, for the current Erewhon, the weaker the azure lance, the better, and the lower the profile of its existence, the better. The merchant lady was messing around with the azure lance, and that was actually what he wanted. Anyway, everyone knew her temperament. If she took it out so blatantly, it would make people less suspicious that it was the real thing. Who would use the azure lance as a toy? Perhaps even William wouldn't dare to do so. However, Brando had been feeling a little uneasy recently. He had a faint suspicion that Ovina would kill him directly when she reappeared in the future. He turned his head anxiously and his gaze fell on the siblings opposite him. To be exact, it was the first in line to the throne of the Kingdom of Erewhon and his sister, the half-elf Princess Royal. It had been almost a month since the Holy Lance of Heaven recognized Scarlet as its master. The weather south of Ampere Seal was in fact getting hotter by the day. Since the Battle of Ampere Seal, every overt and covert activity carried out by the princess forces in the port had gone smoothly. However, the final destination of the Azure Lance was somewhat unexpected. The Bugaz suddenly decided not to take the Azure Lance away. According to William's original words, they thought that this legendary holy relic might be more suitable to stay in Erewhon. However, Tanya also mentioned that the Bugas would probably send 1 or 2 wizards to the kingdom to study the power of the azure lance. Although he did not understand the Bugas' thoughts, these were afterthoughts for Brando. Time was tight, and he was unlikely to have new envoys from Ampere Seal and other wizards arrive. After seeing William off, he left the port directly with the princess, passing by the Royal Knight Academy, and went straight to Tonajul. The princess was eager to see her best friend, Magadal, and he himself had to start preparing for the future of Erewhon. After a week of travel, the carriage finally approached the Glass River. Here, for Brando, it was basically the same as returning home. During this half a day, he had met several old members of the Red Bronze Dragon mercenary group, and Sue was finally able to meet her father, the Red Bronze Dragon Redo. It was the first time Brando saw the strong bar owner's daughter cry. The meeting between Carglass and his father was naturally a different scene. Since Brando was officially recognized, Sir Maxon was naturally exempted from the embarrassment of being imprisoned. However, this old-fashioned noble obviously did not necessarily agree with his precious son's approach, and scolded the first commander of the White Lion Legion under Brando. This naturally became the joke of the group of young people from Tonajul. But in any case, being able to return home was still a matter of excitement for everyone. However, no one would forget those heroic souls that would forever stay in Ampere Seal. Brando silently thought about these trivial matters until the princess in front of him softly opened her mouth. The half-elf girl raised her head and looked at the young man opposite her. The mottled sunlight outside the curtains fell on her face, and that beautiful face of hers was divided into different shades of shadow. It was as if she was wearing a layer of natural veil, adding a sense of mystery out of nowhere. However, Princess Griffin's expression was very calm. She thought for a moment before quietly asking, "Mr. Brando, the royal spies have news that Count Randner seems to have met with a wreck, just as you guessed. In order to fight against us, they will form an alliance. Although Duke Anthony and the Highland Knight have agreed to send troops to fight, I'm still a little worried." "Worried about what?" "I'm worried about a wreck, Mr. Brando. My father is very familiar with him. The Erech family has been operating in the Highlands for generations under their rule for the sake of overthrowing the kingdom. And today's Grand Duke Erech is undoubtedly the most cunning of all the heirs of their family." Her Royal Highness replied softly, "Archbishop Wood told me that he has evidence to prove that Erech also colluded with All for One, but in the entire war, he only sent the eagle swordsman Devard to show his face at the end. As soon as the war ended, he hurriedly left Ampere Seal before the Holy Cathedral caught him, but he did not return to his own territory. Instead, he went to Magadan and formed an alliance with Count Randner. He never fights a battle that he is not sure of, so I suspect that he must have some conspiracy." Brando nodded. In fact, this was also something that bothered him. In fact, before the princess received the news, Wood had already sent a letter to tell Erech the cause and effect of the day of his escape, but he keenly felt that the Holy Cathedral seemed to have concealed some key information. The most important point was that Brando knew that a knight regiment from Cruz had secretly entered Erewhon, but he didn't know which regiment it belonged to. This knight regiment was obviously not here to deal with him, and naturally, it would not deal with the eldest son of the king in the north. So the remaining possibility could only be pointed to Erech. But what did Erech do to deserve such attention from the Holy Cathedral? Even if he colluded with the cultists, it was just a joke. To be honest, how many nobles in Erewhon did not collude with the cultists? Although Grand Duke Erech's direct collusion with All for One was a minority, the great nobles more or less raised some shady thieves. If the Holy Cathedral wanted to use this excuse to dodge, Brando really didn't even have the mood to listen. Erech must have some conspiracy, but the question was what the conspiracy was. Radner's primary target was definitely him and the princess, and a war between the two sides was inevitable. Although the Holy Cathedral of Fire was looking for trouble with Erech, it didn't necessarily mean that he and the princess would do the same. Cruz's people suffered a big loss in Ampere Seal, and they might take the opportunity to retaliate. And the core of the problem was that the situation in the north and south had stabilized, so the Holy Cathedral of Fire might not be happy to see the princess quickly unify the south. Besides, Erewhon's letter also mentioned that the upper echelons of the empire coveted the azure lance. Once it was confirmed that this holy relic was still in Erewhon, it could be a huge problem. This was the real problem. He thought about it and felt that the most important thing now was to get rid of the alliance between Enrich and Radnor. However, it was obviously not realistic to remove the power of the Enrich family in the Enrich Highlands in a short time. On the contrary, Count Radnor himself was the weak link in this evil alliance. However, he and the princess alone were not enough. P.S. The warlord is here again. It's the third night watch again, you know. Finally, Nico-chan, I like you too. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 681. The sound of the brass doorknob turning seemed to pierce through the dark emptiness and solitude. Princess Griffin opened the wooden door with a creak and walked out of the room. Her silver curly hair set off her elf-like slender face. Her eyes were still a little red, but she had already regained her usual cold expression. Magadal, she, has been sleeping all this time? Yes, it's no different from being dead. Although her basic physiological functions are still maintained, that's just on the surface. A self-conscious girl's voice answered before Brando could reply. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Princess Allah's curly hair shone like gold in the dark. She held a red wild fruit and took a bite. The juice flowed down the corner of her mouth and the curve of her chin. But the little female dragon did not care. Instead, she stared at Brando and Princess Griffin with her golden cat eyes. In fact, you can say that the one lying on the bed is just a shell that has lost its soul. According to the words of you humans, this description is very apartment. If she was a human, she would have died long ago. Her Royal Highness is asking me, Allah's. Brando replied with a straight face. Ever since this little female dragon came to his territory alone, she had been using his name and the deterrence of the dragon clan to eat and drink until today. The only praiseworthy thing she did was to check on Magadal's condition. But that was also driven by her curiosity. And it was obvious that even though she had been traveling in human society for a long time, she had not learned how to be tactful when talking to people. If she's asking me, I won't answer. What do you take me for, Brando? Allah's narrowed her eyes dangerously. But with the height of a 13-year-old girl, she was hardly intimidating. Stop arguing, it's nothing. The princess interrupted them. She did not want Brando to provoke the dragon clan because of her. She walked forward and asked quietly, My lord, about the alliance between Enrich and Radnor, do you have any thoughts? Allah snorted coldly. Brando was startled. He thought that Princess Griffin would ask him about the nun princess, but she brought it up again. He had already thought about this problem on the carriage. The most suitable way to deal with Count Radnor was to kill him. After all, things were different now. Unlike when he first came to Tonajul, Count Radnor had overwhelming power. In terms of high-end combat power, even Duke Enrich and Count Radnor together might not be his match. Duke Enrich had the Eagle Swordsman and Silver Knight, as well as a few famous swordsmen and some retainers, while Radnor only had 7 or 8 gold-ranked lackeys. Even if Radnor did not die in Ampere Seal, Brando could easily take care of them. After all, this was Wound, and personal strength accounted for a considerable proportion of the war. In the history of Wound, most of the higher-ups of the several legions were outstanding people, and there was no lack of outstanding people like his grandfather, Darius. The only problem was that the calculations in war were always mutual. If he schemed against the other party here, Duke Enrich might beat him at his own game. The strength he showed in the Battle of Ampere Seal was already shocking. Although most people thought that Williams died under the gunfire of Erewhon's First Fleet, just the battle with Eagle Devard and the battle against the Titans was enough to make people pay attention to him, the rising star of Erewhon. The name of Count Tonajul had long been spread throughout Erewhon, and even among the higher-ups of crews, he was familiar with it. Whether it was in the tundra of the north or the countryside of the south, everyone knew that Erewhon had another sword saint. He was even the descendant of Darius. Such news naturally could not escape Duke Enrich's eyes and ears, not to mention that the old fox had personally experienced the war that day. Since he dared to show up in public despite knowing the disparity in strength, he was either too arrogant, or he had other plans. Brando would rather believe that it was the latter. Therefore, it was best to prepare for a conventional war in addition to the strategy of beheading the leader. However, the territory of Enrich was vast, and there were many mountains in Ranner's territory. Without considering the participation of crews, it would take a lot of time to fight in both places. Count Ranner had been at war with Duke Vero for many years, and maintained a large number of private soldiers in his territory. As for Duke Enrich, he had been planning for a long time, and most of his subordinates were elite soldiers. On the other hand, other than the First Royal Fleet that was still resting in Ampere-Seal, the princess could only rely on Frada's army and the Southern Legion. In addition, she also had the support promised by Duke Anthony and the Highland Knight. However, the Southern Legion had not received any supplies for a long time, and most of their structures were incomplete. Duke Anthony's army had also suffered heavy losses in the war in Ampere-Seal, so the only ones that could participate in the war were Frada's nobles' army and the Highland Knights' reinforcements. In addition, Tanagel's pitiful little military strength. These miscellaneous troops together could not form an absolute advantage over Duke Enrich and Count Ranner's forces. Even if they did not consider Enrich's schemes, it would probably be a long and arduous task to conquer Ranner and Count Ranner. The problem was that Brando was very clear that Erwin did not have the time to engage in such a long and drawn-out war. He could only look for other reinforcements. The best choice was naturally Duke Vero, who had a feud with Count Ranner for generations. Princess Griffin silently listened to Brando's thoughts. When the sunlight from outside the courtyard shone on her face through the arched door, the half-elf girl stopped and turned around. I understand. The war with Count Ranner will be handed over to you, Mr. Brando. Frada's army will also be under Tanagel's command. Brando suddenly froze. Your Highness? Of course, he understood the meaning behind this sentence, but he did not seem to react for a moment. He subconsciously stopped and looked at the princess. The sun afternoon seemed to have just flooded the wild grape shelves in the courtyard, and the lush green color passed through the last section of the corridor before the arched door and imprinted on the princess' long dress. There seemed to be a moment of silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Princess Griffin looked at him, and there was only a very calm color in her silver eyes. There's no need to say any more. I believe in you, Mr. Brando. But Brando's mouth was a little dry. Although Princess Griffin had handed over the keystone to him that day in Ampere-Seal, it was different from before. Now that Princess Griffin had handed over almost all of her forces to him, it seemed a little indulgent. This did not seem like the behavior of a clear-headed politician. However, Princess Griffin did not seem to want to give him a chance to speak. She lowered her eyelids, blinked her thick eyelashes slightly, and continued quietly. There's one more thing. Brendel heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Alaz, the little female dragon, had already walked away in boredom. Otherwise, she would have laughed at him for making a fool of himself. Magadal, she, is my dear friend. I understand, she became like this because of me. No matter what, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I hope you can save her. You're the only one by my side who has such an ability. So, can you promise me that? Brando did not look at the expression on Princess Griffin's face, but he could hear the rare weakness in her voice. He did not say much, and only nodded. In fact, even if Princess Griffin did not mention it, he would have thought of a way to save Magadal. After fighting side by side, they were considered companions. This was what Senior Griffin had said. I understand. He replied. Princess Griffin raised her head, looked at him carefully, and then took 2 steps forward. She reached out a hand and pressed on his nobleman's scarf, and smiled with some relief. Thank you, my knight. You have never disappointed me. Then she stepped back, took one last look at him, and walked down the stairs. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the courtyard, leaving Brando standing alone in a daze under the arched door. Princess Griffin seems to have a good impression of you, Brando. Until a crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. Brando's eyebrows twitched slightly. He turned around and saw a familiar face. Roman was wearing her thick merchant's clothes. She crossed her arms and stood a little behind him, curiously looking at the direction Griffin disappeared in. He didn't know when this guy had arrived. Brando looked at her face full of question marks, and could not help but ask a little unhappily, "So, you don't know how to be jealous at all?" "A little." Brando stared at her. Is my answer wrong, Brando?" Roman looked at him and shrunk her neck. Brando sighed and reached out his hand. "Give me your hand." "Why?" "This is an order." "Oh," Romaine thought for a moment, and wiped her hand on her coat, and then put her hand in his palm. Brando felt the slightly cold temperature, and could not help but look at the young lady, and his heart softened. "Have you been out on the streets?" "Not yet, fella did not let me go out. If I knew this would happen, would not have asked Scarlett to borrow that gun. It's too much, I already returned it to her." Roman was unhappy. "I'll accompany you for a walk." "Really?" Romaine asked in surprise. "Of course." "Then. Brendel, can you really wake up that Princess Highness? It sounds like a night story, a prince and a princess. When she wakes up, will she marry you, Brando? This is not something you need to worry about." Brando replied unhappily. "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 682. Once the war was put on the agenda, the preparations were like a wild horse that had escaped its reins and galloped forward. Tonajel had entered a state of readiness early on, and the White Lion infantry had begun to fill up the ranks. Ever since Medisha returned to her territory, the training of the wind archers had also been scheduled. Under the princess' instructions, the nobles that bordered Tonajel also began to expand their private armies. Most of these nobles were originally enemies of Abes. But ever since Count Ranner became the enemy of the kingdom, the number of people who wanted to curry favor with him increased day by day. Although Brando did not like these people, he did not reject them at the door. The moon of hazy summer passed by in a flash. Before the moon of scrolls arrived, the land was already filled with the scent of fire. The rising temperature burned the leaves of the trees, and the scorching sun licked the ground of the southern border day after day. Frada and the Southern Legion's army finally arrived. But before the last festival of summer, I still have to calm my citizens down from their nervousness. Before the last few weeks, he had ordered Abes to hold the Festival of Fire's championship as scheduled. This kind of competition corresponded with the Festival of the Winter Hunt. It was less formal, but because of the open availability of alcohol, it attracted the nobles and knights in the vicinity. The competition venue was set up outside Castle Abes, and the clamor of the competition had almost ignited the entire territory. However, for some quiet places, they still maintained their relative independence. A thin wooden wall separated the sea of noise and the silence of the bar, and only the mercenaries' whistles would occasionally invade this relatively independent space. The hall was filled with the unique smell of cooked meat and spices. Although it was pungent, it gave a strong feeling of home. There were a few tables with unique names written on them, such as Brendel, Romaine, Amandina, etc. They were reserved for the owner or his close friends. The signboard outside the hotel looked brand new. There was a three-masted ship on it, and the words Lord Romaine's smuggling anchorage were written on it. Such a vulgar name naturally belonged to someone. But the decorations in the bar were relatively warm. Scarlett sat at a wooden table in the southwest corner and saw more and more people gathering outside. Most of them were youths of the White Lion Legion, local citizens, and farmers. Ever since the refugees began to flood into Tonajel, the White Lion Legion had expanded beyond the 30 to 40 people that Carglass had when he first joined. Other than that, as more and more people settled in the territory, farmers, merchants, and craftsmen began to fill the countryside of Abes. At this moment, the championship of the summer festival was being held in the open space outside the bar. Now, it was the turn of the archery competition. There were many beautiful tree elves on the field, and the crowd was unprecedentedly large. Scarlet turned around and saw a girl in silver armor placing a bouquet of daisies beside a wooden plate. She then put her hands together and closed her eyes to pray silently. Such a scene was reflected in Scarlet's eyes. She watched quietly and then asked, "Is her name Bess?" Freya opened her eyes, and there was sadness in her brown pupils. She nodded silently and said, "Bess loves crowds. This archery competition must be her favorite. To be able to compete with the legendary tree elves, please don't be sad, Miss Freya. The living have to move on." In the past, the veterans often told us that death is just a nameless monument, and the living have to cross it and carry more things on their backs. That's why we have to be strong. Scarlet comforted her. "I'm sorry, I understand. But I can't help but think of the past, especially at times like this." The girl from Butchie blinked her eyes and sighed, "Sometimes I really want to go back to that time. How good would it be if there were no wars?" I can understand." Scarlet answered carefully. Scarlet looked at Freya and thought for a moment. Then she said, "It's because I've been through many battles since I was young. In every battle, there would be a comrade dying. Some of them were newbies that I had just met, while others were close friends that I had spent a lot of time with. When I was still a child, I would cry loudly every time because of this, causing many people to laugh at me. But gradually, I became familiar with the parting of life and death." "How?" Freya was slightly stunned. She turned around and looked at the girl beside her in disbelief. Scarlet looked slightly younger than her, but her experience showed that she was much more mature. "I'm a mercenary. I work for money and survival. People like us will die in the next battle sooner or later. It's a natural ending for us. I've never been dissatisfied." Scarlet seemed to have recalled her past as well. She held the wooden cup in her hand and swirled the golden liquid inside, then quietly said, "But because of an accident, my lord changed me from this life, and let me know that there is another kind of life. I don't know if I should thank Sir Lord. I can more or less understand Sir Lord's thoughts and what he wants me to pursue. But, other than fighting, what else can I do? So compared to him, I'd rather be myself and not others. I can die with a clear conscience." "I'm sorry," Freya suddenly said. Scarlet was stunned. "I'm sorry, Scarlet. I never knew about your life. I think I'm too selfish to want to go back to the past. Brando is right. If we don't fight for it, no one can give us the peaceful life we want." Freya replied quietly. "Erwin is far from being able to covet comfort." The mercenary girl looked at her blankly. Some things that Freya had gradually begun to understand were still in a fog in front of her. At this time, there was a burst of cheers outside the bar. The door of the bar was slammed open. Roman rushed in with a big basin and shouted, "Medisha took first place again. The ale is sold out. Come and help. Be careful." Freya quickly reminded him. I know. Then there was a scream from the kitchen, "Ah, my barbecue." Brando helplessly shook his head as he walked in, but he seemed to be in a good mood. He looked at Freya and Scarlet and smiled, "Two beautiful ladies, don't you want to go out and celebrate with everyone? Our little princess took first place in archery." The future Valkyrie stared at him with wide eyes. "Brando, what are you wearing?" "It's a military uniform. Erwin's cavalry uniform." "How is it? Doesn't it look like it?" Brando raised his hand that was holding the barbecue. There were a few obvious oil stains on the dark blue uniform. It was obvious that someone had wiped his hand on it. How can you wipe your hand on the uniform? The uniform represents the dignity of the kingdom. It's the greatest glory of a soldier. Brando, you're too much." Freya was so angry that she forgot about the previous sad incident. "Oh, this. It was just convenient." Brando replied innocently. It was convenient." "Freya, you go ahead. I'll go out and take a look." Brando saw that the future Valkyrie was about to lose her temper. Obviously, the things she learned in the Royal Knight Academy had made her feel a little too proud. He quickly laughed and prepared to leave. "Stop right there, Brando." At this time, whoever stood still would be an idiot. Brando deeply understood this point. He originally came to show off the cavalry uniform to Freya and Scarlet, but he did not expect that the end result was a little out of his expectations. Fortunately, this small matter could not ruin his good mood at the moment. The cavalry uniform he was wearing came from AB's own cotton and dye workshop. Except for the cotton which was shipped through Ampere Seal, the uniform was almost entirely from Tonagel. This was once a barren land that produced almost nothing other than silver. The reason for the change was the increase in population. Due to the preparations made during the previous war, a large number of refugees were sent to Tonagel. The food reserves from Ampere Seal quickly converted the increased population into usable labor. 2 months ago, under Bosley's leadership, a cotton workshop, a dye workshop, a blacksmith workshop, a copper workshop, a clay and pottery workshop, and even a weapons and armor department were established. After half a year of careful management, Tonagel was no longer a barren land. On the contrary, it was gradually becoming self-sufficient to produce some necessary products. The first was food, weapons, and a small number of luxury goods. After the stormy season, business with the north gradually became more frequent. Sailboats with snow-white sails from Grey Harbor and Ampere Seal anchored at the newly built Deepwater Pier in Port Gris. Merchants with a keen sense of smell also began to discover the potential of this place. Ever since the month of the new moon, the number of merchants living in the port increased day by day. At the same time, there was also a large number of craftsmen. Just a few days ago, Brando met with a group of dwarven enchanters from the Black Mountains. These people were mostly refugees from the war. It was said that the war between the North and the Golden Mane Toquinen had begun to affect normal business. Under the pressure of the Holy Cathedral, the king's eldest son had no choice but to go to war with the Lion Beast men. This was a good opportunity for the South to develop and strengthen. As far as the eye could see, the carriages carrying goods were passing through the main road near Ferber Castle. The fields at the border of the forest were no longer barren, and there were farmers working everywhere. A year ago, or even half a year ago, this would have been a scene that would have been impossible to see in Tonagel. And all of this was brought about by the combined efforts of him and everyone else. He raised his head and looked at the tall riders in the distance, holding high the winner's pennant and galloping around the crowd. The silver flag with the lily embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. 1,000 years ago, it fluttered like this, and 1,000 years later, it fluttered above the earth once more. The crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Brendel saw the silver elf princess being lifted up high by the tree elves. She was also looking at the flag from afar, and there seemed to be something shining in her eyes. Medisha! Medisha! The citizens shouted as they raised their wine glasses high in the air. The straw huts from Grodin's era could no longer be seen on both sides of the streets. With the help of the Red Bronze Dragon mercenaries and Odam's workers, they had built a flat street along Castle Abes. There were neat wooden huts on both sides of the street. The adults and children standing by the huts all had satisfied smiles on their faces. When he passed by the street, someone recognized him, and a large group of people bowed to him sincerely. Brando also returned the greeting. In truth, he was already used to such a life, and no longer felt uneasy when people bowed to him. The knowledge that came from the modern era was slowly fading away. But in the depths of his soul, the pride of an advanced civilization still supported his every word and action. At least, he did not think that this respect and pride was innate. He placed a copper coin in the hands of a little girl beside him. This copper coin represented the blessing from the Lord before midsummer. The little girl was so excited that her face turned red. She held the coin with both hands and ran to the side of a woman. Perhaps it was her mother. The woman took the coin from the little girl's hands and bowed to him. "My lord! My lord!" The shouts quickly changed to a different kind of voice. The people of Abes were expressing their respect for their new lord from the bottom of their hearts. Brando narrowed his eyes. He knew that this feeling of satisfaction was illusory and temporary. Even earlier, the people were still anxiously asking about the upcoming war. In this turbulent era, everyone was trying their best to protect the temporary stability around them. There was nothing wrong with this, but Erwin was far from being safe. Some people were bound to bleed and even give up their lives to protect others. But at least, he wanted to protect Erwin. He walked through the crowd and walked to the side of Her Royal Highness. Griffin was silently watching all of this. The female knight was next to her, one hand on her sword. But Brendel could feel that Maynard was looking at him. In fact, the feeling Maynard gave him was far less intense than when he was in Ampere Seal, which made every nerve in his body tense up. Under such an atmosphere, how could anyone be nervous? They like you very much, Mr. Brando. If there is anyone in Erewhon who can be called the model of the ancient nobles, then I can definitely find such qualities in you. Princess Griffin's eyes sparkled as she said with slight emotion. This is the dream of Her Royal Highness. The whole of Erewhon, everyone can no longer be trapped by poverty, war, and disaster. The tragedy of Butchie will not happen again. Brando replied. Princess Griffin blinked. Mr. Brando, I understand that this is a little too ideal, but I at least hope to change the kingdom's current situation. In the north, even in Ranner, Viro, and many other places, the war and disasters caused by the nobles themselves are still ongoing, and the descendants of King Eric have done nothing. Yes, so Tonajol will not be peaceful for long. Everyone must fight and sacrifice for their own future. Is Mr. Brando ready? We only need to convince Duke Viro. Medisha was tossed around by the enthusiastic elven girls for a while before being put down. The silver elf princess probably had never experienced such a scene in her life, and her clothes were messed up. Her little face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. The moment she landed on the ground, the tree elves whistled and scattered, probably because they were afraid of retaliation. The winner of our archery competition almost fell to the ground on her butt. Fortunately, Amandina was quick and hurriedly supported her. Those damned girls. Amandina shook her head and handed over Medisha's silver bow. Thank you, Sister Amandina. Medisha said with lingering fear. But when she raised her head and looked at the flag that belonged to the silver elf royal family flying high in the distance, her eyes shone with satisfaction. She did not know how many years it had been since this flag appeared in front of people's eyes so brilliantly. The moment she held the bow, her body and mind seemed to have returned to a time in the past. In the wilderness, silver warhorses galloped, and the horns sounded for a long time, as if resonating with the vast earth. Amandina saw that the silver elf princess was a little absent-minded for a moment, and guessed in her heart what she was thinking. She sighed and gently put a cloak on her. Although it was the middle of summer, it was easy to fall sick after sweating and the cold wind blowing. She had long been used to doing these things for Brando, and for a moment she forgot that Medisha was just a heroic spirit. Medisha was slightly startled, and looked at Amandina with some gratitude. Thank you very much, Sister Amandina. This is the second time. Amandina shook her head, not taking it seriously. No, because I thought of my sister. Medisha replied seriously. Is that so? Well, it's probably more gentle. Just like how I imagined my sister, yes, that's it. The silver elf princess smiled sweetly. Amandina looked at Medisa carefully. She had heard some of Medissa's stories and knew that her relationship with her sister was not as harmonious as it seemed. She reached out and smoothed the hair in front of the girl's forehead, and replied, probably between the royal family, it's like this, royal family? Medisha thought for a moment and looked at Amandina. By the way, Sister Amandina, has the Lord still not found the reason? Yes. Amandina also thought of this matter and couldn't help but shake her head. Miss Allah's also checked for me, but I'm not of the Golden Folk bloodline. That time, it was probably the blessing of Lady Martha. The blessing of Lady Martha? Medisha looked at Amandina and suddenly asked, Sister Amandina, where's your necklace? Necklace. Amandina was slightly startled, and subconsciously pressed on her chest. Necklace? Yes, the necklace that I've been wearing before. Before going to Ampere Seal, didn't I always have it with me? I remember seeing it once in the shining sea. Medisha replied softly. That. I lost it before, what's wrong? It's nothing. The silver fairy princess smiled slightly. I didn't expect the meticulous sister Amandina to lose something. If I tell the Lord, he definitely won't believe me. No need, Amandina hurriedly replied. The Lord is busy preparing for the war with Count Randner. It's better not to disturb him with these trivial matters. Is that so? Amandina nodded slightly. Medisha thought for a moment, as if she wanted to say something else. But it was at this moment that a commotion suddenly came from a corner of the arena. The crowd over there seemed to be a commotion, and the attention of the two was attracted for a moment. But compared to Medisha, Amandina was after all just an ordinary person. The silver fairy princess quickly discerned what was happening over there. Huh? She said softly. What's wrong? Amandina looked in that direction in vain as she turned back and asked. Some strange guys have come. Medisha murmured. For Tosancade Forest, the rainy weather that had lasted for many days seemed to have begun to patronize Magi Tan and the nearby areas after a short period of sunny weather. For the residents of the Misty Forest, it seemed that there were not many good days since Duke Arek's visit. The gloomy sky that brought the rain always hovered above their heads, although the beginning of the rainy season in the Tosancade region was 4 or 5 months. But this year, it was a little too ridiculous. The wooden fence gate creaked and swayed in the torrential rain as it was lifted up. In the curtain of rain, a pair of cold eyes silently watched the rain slide down the fence gate, falling from the tip like a pillar with a broken string, and then mixed into the muddy water. 2 attendants held up a cloak for Count Randner to block the continuous rain. The Count, who had the privilege of the kingdom, silently watched the carriage on the drawbridge drive out of the outer city under the guidance of the guards. Then he turned back and quickly disappeared above the city walls. Duke Arek held up the curtain of the carriage with one hand, withdrew his gaze from that direction, and sneered softly. The carriage fell into darkness again. This old fox is really careful and greedy. Indecisiveness and stubbornness are his biggest weaknesses. I'm afraid this is a typical weakness of the nobles, Your Grace. A woman's voice replied, but at least we managed to convince this guy. So this trip was not in vain. He will regret it. The hoarse voice laughed coldly. It's just that he doesn't have a choice, but he might not be sincere about joining us. Come to think of it, how could such a mediocre noble understand such profound principles? Duke Arek shook his head. But Duke Cohen, this guy is indeed not trustworthy. You'd better make plans. He reminded again. We're already prepared. The hoarse voice replied gloomily, he's just a scapegoat. Arek nodded and looked in that direction with an inexplicable gaze. The towering walls of Magi Tan had long become a faint shadow in the curtain of rain. Then he put down the curtain, and the carriage returned to darkness again. In a direction that he could not see, Count Randner was accompanied by a knight as he walked down the spiral staircase of the castle. The dim light in the corridor shone on his face. The once arrogant Count of the kingdom was now filled with cold doubts. Father, do you really intend to form an alliance with those things? A figure was already waiting below. The noble youth looked up and asked impatiently, once we agree, we will have no way out. Count Randner looked at his second son, do we have a way out now? It seems like you still don't understand your situation. No, I mean, enough. Count Randner interrupted him impatiently. I know what you want to say, and of course I will make preparations. Madara. At least Madara sighed. He sighed, forget it, you go and contact Cruz's people. Cruz's people? There are always some things that they need to know. The Count was silent for a moment, and replied faintly. P.S. The 3rd day. I went out to do something today, so I'm much later. Sob sob sob, so be it, if you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 683. In Medisha's line of sight, a group of strangely dressed knights had already caught her attention. The knights stopped by the side of the road and all stopped to watch on their horses. They had different expressions on their faces, but most of them were a little curious. In the countryside of Tonajul, apart from the White Lion Guards and Brando's subordinates, it was rare to see such a knight in bright armor. However, even the White Lion Guards would not embellish their breastplates with a flame emblem. Moreover, their armor was not made in the style of Aween's locals. On the contrary, the armor on their bodies was dark red in color and was decorated with more fur and keratin elements. This was the typical style of armor of the people of Cruz. The color of the armor was also due to the fact that the local steel produced in Cruz was mixed with more fire elements. Some strange visitors have come. Medisha pondered for a moment and understood the other party's identity. But why would Cruz's envoys appear in Tonajul at this time of year? Lorena put down the iron handguard that blocked the sun and looked at the windmill and large tracts of farmland in the distance. But her gaze swept over the lax defense of Abi's castle, and a slight look of contempt appeared on her face. Castle Abi's had lacked repairs since Grodin's time, and Brando only used it as a temporary residence with no intention of repainting it. So the female knight from Cruz could easily see the holes in the dilapidated castle. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the countryside of Erewhon the further south we go. In comparison, we've been to some places in the north of the kingdom, and the current scene is far less prosperous than here. Isn't it said that there's only a barren wilderness left in the south of Yusong? She muttered to herself, but her attention was attracted by the championship tournament that was being held nearby. The crowd outside Abi's castle made her turn her head and carefully observe the knight who was on the field. The records you've seen are from a few years ago. It's not surprising that there might be some changes, a female voice replied. Lorena did not have to turn her head to know whose voice it was. No doubt it was a very distinctive voice, for it was impressionable in every way. The unhurried tone was quiet and elegant, and unforgettable. It was as if the owner of the voice had already thought it through before saying such words. If Brando were here, he would definitely recognize the owner of the voice. The lady who was protected in the middle by many Kurlutz knights looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old, but she had a kind of mystery and sexiness that did not match her age. She was the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Kurlutz Empire, Delphine, whom he had met once in the Black Forest. The Prime Minister's daughter quietly observed everything here. Her long black hair hung down like silk, and her eyes seemed to contain a natural mystery, giving people an unfathomable quiet aura. She obviously attracted the most attention on horseback. After all, such beauty was rare even in the most prosperous areas of Erewhon and Cruz, let alone in Tonajul. So much so that the local people couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Their curiosity stemmed from the fact that there was a woman in the world more beautiful than the Lord's fiancée and Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, Delphine was wearing the robe of a Cruz noble civil official, more like a diplomatic envoy. Her robe was dyed dark purple, rather than the gold or red commonly seen in areas where people believed in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This outfit further explained her identity. Miss Delphine, do you know anything? Lorena turned and asked. Delphine nodded. As far as I know, the Count only became the lord of this place not long ago. So the changes here are likely to be related to him. She answered calmly, only pausing slightly when she mentioned Brando. Lorena glanced at the Prime Minister's daughter and thought for a moment without saying anything. She knew that the man Delphine liked in the Black Forest had died indirectly because of the lord they were about to meet. She took the initiative to go this time, probably not just to deliver a letter. The female knight changed the subject and pretended to ask, "It's him? I didn't expect the Lord to have such outstanding political talent. I heard he's still very young, isn't he?" "Yes, very young. I've met the Count once before," Delphine said lightly, but to say that he's talented in politics is an exaggeration. The Count has control of Tonajul's silver mines, and I heard that he has recently excavated a crystal mine. Everything at present is just a temporary illusion built by piling up wealth. I think so too. This is just a third-rate competition. But it's okay, at least it's quite lively. The young knight sitting behind Lorena yawned and even looked at the scene in front of him disinterestedly. However, he forced himself to perk up. But it seems like we're quite lucky to have bumped into these country bumpkins' celebration. Maybe the local lord will be tactful enough to treat us to a sumptuous banquet. Ever since we left Ampere Seal, the taste in my mouth has almost become a companion of weeds. What weeds? Those are wild vegetables. Lorena glared at the guy. If it were any other knight in the team, naturally they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of her, the knight captain. But the man in front of her was His Majesty the Emperor's younger brother, the eldest son of Prince Burano, and her fiancé. Originally, he wasn't on the list for this operation, but this guy still followed them all the way on the pretext of protecting her. Martha above, God knew she didn't need this guy's protection at all. As an official knight captain of the Azure Skies Legion, she was more than capable of fighting two of this guy. But Lorena sighed in the end. As a political marriage, she didn't have much of a good impression of the other party, but she didn't have much of a bad impression either. Although this guy's nature was a bit nasty, compared to some of the nobles in the capital, he was still barely acceptable. The young knight shrugged. Well, you have the final say. He looked around and said, but I don't know if there will be a legendary bonfire party tonight. Think about it, maybe there will be a passionate mountain girl who will take a fancy to me. I'm really looking forward to it. He turned his head and raised his voice. Don't you think so, Lorena? The female knight replied coldly, enough, Philas, don't cause trouble. No one here cares whose heir you are. You'd better know who the lord here is. Her tone was unfriendly, and it was obvious that this guy had caused her a lot of trouble along the way. But Lorena also knew that her words might not have any binding force on the other party. Fortunately, this was only Erewhon, not Cruz. In such a small kingdom, the local lords would at most express their dissatisfaction verbally. Of course I know. That count is famous in Ampere Seal this time and made us suffer a big loss. Didn't the Duke of Flower Leaf and the Grand Duke of Noshk both say that we Cruz people haven't lost so much face in the last 100 years? The Cruz people will naturally remember such a great kindness. Philas was talking nonsense when he suddenly saw Lorena staring at him coldly. He quickly shuddered. Well, I understand. For Lady Veronica's sake, I won't trouble him. Although I also promised that little girl Vahina. Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you, dear Miss Lorena. Philas, if it weren't for your father's sake, I really wouldn't want to marry you. The female knight replied coldly. I know. I won't say it anymore, okay? The young knight hurriedly calmed his fiancée's anger. At least he knew that it was his honor to marry the genius of the capital and the daughter of the duke. The female knight thought that the source of trouble in the group had finally calmed down for a while, and she turned back to find the local lord. But she didn't expect to hear a long whistle behind her before she could breathe a sigh of relief. Lorena, look over there. Philas whistled and suddenly shouted excitedly. Usually, when this young master was in high spirits, nothing good would happen. Sure enough, when Lorena turned back, she saw, but Lorena had just turned back, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she immediately heard Philas whistle a long whistle. A large group of people was coming down the road, clustered around a little girl. But she had to admire her fiancé's taste, because it was indeed a rare beauty. The girl was no more than 16 or 17 years old, and like many girls in the countryside, she had her hair pulled up to show a forehead as smooth as jade for ease of work. But she was wearing a thick, traveler's leather outfit, which was very common in the southern part of Erewhon. Standing in the crowd, she looked very unique and eye-catching. Philas, don't mess with others. Lorena knew that her fiancé actually cared a lot about her, but his active nature made this guy always unable to resist flirting, but only verbally. This guy had suffered a lot at the hands of some rich young lady, but he didn't look like he was going to learn his lesson. Her words obviously didn't have any effect, because Philas was completely energized. He whistled as loud as he could. Since leaving the Empire and passing through so many areas, he had never seen such an outstanding girl somewhere, except, of course, his own fiancée and the daughter of the Empire's Prime Minister, whom he couldn't touch. We, the young prince's son from the Cruz Empire, naturally saw the Roman. After the merchant lady managed to save a few pieces of roast meat from the kitchen, she ran out and found that Brando was nowhere to be seen, so she simply continued to peddle ale alone along the street. Since she was out in the open all year round, almost all the people of Abes knew the fiancé of their very kind lord. But no one dared to take advantage of her, and instead bought the ale from her with a smile. It was also an honor to be able to drink ale sold by the lord's wife herself. But the Roman was holding an empty basin in one hand and the banner of the silver fairy princess, which she had swindled out of God knows where, talking happily with the people around her, apparently oblivious to the Cruz knights on this side. Of course, she couldn't be blamed. After all, in this lively season, there were horsemen and guards in festive costumes everywhere. For the average citizen, not many people could tell the difference between the armor of the Kurlutz people and Aween's own standard armor. For our merchant lady, of course, it was even harder to tell. Anyway, they were all dressed like tin cans, and they didn't have the pointed ears of elves, so they all looked the same, didn't they? Besides, who would have thought that a Cruz knight would appear in such a remote place? It wasn't until a shadow appeared in front of her, as if blocking the sun, that the Roman looked up slightly and saw the tall Cruz knight in front of her. Philas urged his horse in front of the Roman, and with one hand on the reins, he turned the horse around. Because this move was played so beautifully, a few knights from other areas around them cheered, and Philas himself was very satisfied. In his impression, this move was more than enough to intimidate a few Erewhon country bumpkins. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" He looked up, wanting to see the look of worship he imagined. He had often played this trick in the alfalfa wilderness, and along the way, so he was already familiar with it, and every time he did it, he would win a lot of cheers and eyeballs. But this time, Philas found that he was destined to be disappointed. Because he narrowed his eyes and found that the Erewhon country bumpkins in front of him were not looking at him with worship, but rather, they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. That look seemed to say, "Where did this country bumpkin come from?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 684. The young knight could not help but widen his eyes, almost suspecting that he was hallucinating. He had seen peasants and travelers in many parts of the country, and even some of the bolder merchants, but none of them did not tremble in the presence of a nobleman such as himself, and had never seen such an insolent look on his face. In fact, Roman's mouth was also agape as she stared at this guy in a daze. Because the merchant lady's reaction was a beat slower than the others, she was still trying to think, and had no idea how the person in front of her appeared. If it were not for her basic common sense, she would have thought that the other party had fallen from the sky. It had to be said that after such a ridiculous idea ran through her mind, she asked seriously, "Who are you? Are you looking for Brando?" Brando? Philas finally reacted, but unfortunately, as a noble, he had obviously only heard of the title of Count of Tonagel, and had never heard of the existence of Brando. He thought for a moment, and felt that the country girl in front of him was probably scared silly by him, so he changed to a gentle smile and continued, "No, I'm here for you, beautiful lady. My name is Philas, the future heir of the Barano family." Roman thought for a moment, "You know me?" No. Philas heard his fiancée giggle behind him, and could not help but feel a little annoyed. He had been successful since he left the Empire, but today he seemed to have hit a snag. "This should be the first time we've met, beautiful lady." "Ah, I see," the merchant lady seemed to have finally reacted. "You want to buy my wine, right? You know your stuff. Roman has the best ale in all of Tonagel, no, all of Erewhon." For the first time, she realized that the tall knight in front of her might be a potential customer, so she began to introduce him without stopping. "No, stop." Although Philas finally knew the name of the girl in front of him, he could not help but say hurriedly, "I don't want to buy your ale." "You're not buying wine?" "I'm not buying." Roman narrowed her eyes slightly. She finally understood that the other party wasn't trying to bargain with her. Thus, she thought for a moment and decided to show the ruthless side of a merchant. She didn't even say a word and directly walked around this guy. Faraz immediately heard a roar of laughter. Not only the country bumpkins, but even the cruise knight and Lorena behind him couldn't help but laugh. Our young knight could not hold on any longer. He instinctively reached out to grab the Roman flag. I say, wait a minute. Unfortunately, before he could touch the flagpole in his opponent's hand, a silver light suddenly shot out from the crowd. Filas was still an official knight, and he reacted in the nick of time, immediately pulling out the long sword at his waist in an instant. With a crisp sound, the two shining swords clashed together. The huge force caused Filas' body to lean back slightly, and then he realized that the person who blocked his sword was an equally outstanding female knight. Freya was wearing a silver white lion armor and holding the Lionheart sword high in her hand. She looked coldly at the cruise knight on horseback. She did not move, but firmly blocked Filas' attack with one hand on the ground. Upper silver level. Filas stared at the female knight in front of him and could not help but be slightly surprised. With just one exchange of blows, he estimated that the other party's strength was about the same as his, but it seemed that the other party was much younger than him. Freya was now only in her early 20s, but he knew very well that he had probably been practicing swordsmanship for more than 20 years. There was such a genius in this remote countryside. Filas frowned slightly and estimated that the other party's talent might be similar to his fiancée's. Of course, he did not know that Freya's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after the Battle of Ampere Seal. Before going to the port city, the progress of her strength was probably far inferior to his. But combined with the previous rumors, it was enough to make him frown. He knew that the local lord was a famous genius among Erewhon's people, but he did not expect that the other party also had such a capable subordinate. Filas was frivolous, but he was not a fool. Who are you? Who are you? Filas and Freya asked at the same time. We are a delegation of Cruz's people. At this moment, a voice came from behind and ordered, Filas, surrender her sword. Filas was stunned and turned his head, only to find that the person who gave the order was the Prime Minister's daughter, Delphian. He saw the woman looking coldly at him and ordered mercilessly, Filas, now you represent the face of the Empire. If she dares to resist, kill her. Miss Delphian? Lorena, of course, heard Delphian's order clearly. She was shocked. She had thought that Delphian would come to trouble the Lord, but she did not expect the other party to be so decisive and kill as soon as she opened her mouth. Of course, whether to kill or not was not her concern. The point was, if it was Filas who did it, she knew very well that her fiancé would definitely get into big trouble here. But unexpectedly, Delphian seemed to have made up her mind. She looked coldly at the female knight and said, Lorena, you should know that the dignity of the Empire is not to be blasphemed. Showing your sword to an envoy of the Empire for no reason is tantamount to a declaration of war. But she didn't do it on purpose. We can ask the local lord to apologize for it. Lorena was also panicking. She never dreamed that Delphian would just throw such a big hat at her. No need. No need. Before the female knight finished speaking, Delphian and Freya replied in unison. Freya separated the Roman with one hand and stared coldly at these people. If it weren't for you Cruz people, Beth wouldn't have died. But you have never learned from the tragedies of others, and I will never apologize to people like you. Maybe you think you're born to be better than others, but one day you'll understand the price of making the right and wrong choices. Erewhon's future Valkyrie scolded angrily. The Valkyrie emblem on her forehead suddenly became dazzling. A pair of wings of light spread out from her back in an instant, and a bright white flame burned from the palm of her right hand, turning the Lionheart sword in her hand into a sword burning with holy flames. Ah! Lorena had wanted to dissuade Delphian, but suddenly felt the female knight in front of Filas's aura skyrocketing. In an instant, she broke through the limits between the upper silver and the peak silver, and was even faintly approaching the realm of gold. Another 20-year-old gold rank existence. Her expression changed, and she immediately warned, Filas, be careful. But it was still a little too late. Freya, who was completely enraged by the Prime Minister's daughter, slashed her sword upwards. The terrifying power was so terrifying that Philas could not resist at all, and he was directly swept off the back of his horse. Then the Valkyrie took a step forward, and the wings of light behind her flapped gently. She was already off the ground, and as if flying, she flew straight towards Delphian. "Oh my God, Seraph!" Cruz's knight couldn't help but exclaim. However, their exclamations apparently didn't attract the attention of the onlookers around them. The people probably didn't expect the two sides to fight just like that, and immediately scattered in an uproar. Some people fled in the direction of the arena, while the more rational ones went straight in the direction of the Lord. "Damn it, Philas!" Lorena saw her fiancé being sent flying and finally couldn't care less. She immediately unsheathed her long sword and faced Freya head-on. As soon as she made her move, the faces of the knight from all over Tonagel, who was rushing over from the arena in the distance, immediately changed. If Freya was only close to the gold rank, then the terrifying aura of the female knight was the true pinnacle of the gold rank. Delphian, who was behind all the crew's knight, couldn't help but sneer when she saw this scene. Philas didn't recognize the Roman and Freya, but it didn't mean that she knew nothing about the Count of Tonagel. Now Freya couldn't help but make a move, but how much chance did the other party have of surviving in front of the #1 genius girl of the city of Rusta? She probably already had the answer in her heart. Even in Kurlutz, only a few people knew about this secret. The seemingly docile female knight in front of him was, in fact, the next successor of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights. The reason was actually very simple. Lorena was the only person in Cruz who could learn the entire set of flash strike sword technique in 400 years. Freya quickly realized this as well. Although she said that she wanted to teach these Cruz people a lesson, it didn't mean that the future Valkyrie of Erewhon had completely lost her mind. Her first target was actually Delphian, who was protected by the Cruz knight, after she sent Philas flying in front of her. Freya, of course, had already seen that it was the inhumanly beautiful woman who was behind the scenes instigating the relationship between the Erewhon people and the Cruz people. Although she didn't understand why the other party was doing this, subduing the other party first was undoubtedly the most direct way. But she was right about one thing, but she didn't expect the development after that. As soon as she drew her sword, she only saw the female knight, whom she hadn't paid much attention to before, flash slightly on horseback, and then a sharp sword appeared in front of her. Flash strike sword technique. Because Brando was also good at the same swordsmanship, Freya had of course seen this swordsmanship before, and even experienced it herself. But in her memory, Brando's flash strike sword technique was far less stunning than the one she was seeing now. The sharp blade appeared in front of her forehead without any warning, and it looked as if she had bumped into it herself instead of the other party stabbing at her. Freya was shocked and hurriedly raised her head to try to avoid the sword, but it was still a little too late, and the blade directly drew a line of blood on her forehead. The Valkyrie gritted her teeth, and the stinging pain on her forehead almost made her see black, but fortunately, it wasn't a fatal wound. She desperately flapped her wings of light and turned around in mid-air, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, scarlet blood gushed out of her arms, shoulders, and lower abdomen at the same time. Freya screamed, and she couldn't believe how she had been hit. It felt as if Lorena's sword had appeared in countless directions of attack at the same time. So this was the real flash strike sword technique. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 685. Freya's eyes widened as she fell from midair. She watched as the female knight swung her sword at her again, but she was too seriously injured to dodge. She couldn't help but close her eyes, her heart cold. But an exclamation replaced the tragic scene that should have happened, which everyone couldn't bear to watch. In front of everyone's eyes, an azure spear firmly blocked the long sword in Lorena's hand with a clang. The female knight immediately realized that the other party had companions as reinforcements and subconsciously wanted to withdraw her sword and retreat, but the next moment, she was surprised to find that she couldn't move. How could this be? Lorena was shocked. Ever since she learned the flash strike sword art, she had never encountered such a thing. She found that she wasn't unable to move because of some magic, but she felt that the space in front of her, which was originally under her control, suddenly became obscure, and the blade that moved freely in it seemed to have fallen into a layer of condensed ice. She raised her head in horror and looked at the girl with the ponytail standing in front of her. Scarlet didn't say a word and stared at her coldly with the azure spear in her hand. Another girl at the peak of gold. Although Lorena had long known of Brando's strength, she never dreamed that a mere Tonajol would hide so many geniuses, as if all the monsters of Erewhon were gathered here. And it was at this moment that a cold voice came. The flash strike sword art uses spatial movement to directly cause damage, so under the invincible fate, even the spatial movement effect is left with less than 10% of the effect. It's true that everything has its nemesis. Hearing this voice, Delphian, who was standing behind all the night, suddenly changed her expression. Count Tonajol. The woman seemed to be gnashing her teeth as she said the name. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the voice shouted first, the county. As soon as the voice fell, an invisible shackle fell from the sky and fell on every Cruz person present. Then, a somewhat cold voice reached the ears of these knights, don't worry. Spatial laws, freeze. Brando's figure had actually emerged from the crowd. He parted the crowd and caught Freya, who was falling from the air. He raised his head and stared coldly at the daughter of the Prime Minister of Cruz. Madam, I believe we've met once in the loop of trade winds. Did Veronica send you here to tell me that Cruz is ready to declare war on Erewhon? If that's the case, I'll accompany you at any time. Brando's words caused an uproar. The holy palace of Aladnar was shrouded in a cloud of mist all year round. The empty floor of the obsidian hall reflected a dim blue light, as dark as a mirror. In the darkness, the pillars of the dead, which were stacked with 120 white bones, supported the Gothic dome formed by layers of bones. Here, it was said that the breath of a living person would be instantly frozen into ice crystals that resembled glass shards. Therefore, the hall was always chilled to the bone, and that a hungry wail that passed through the pillars was like the ravings of a lunatic lingering above the vault. The residents of the Silent Bay believed that the hunger wail was the scream of the ghouls that crawled out from the abyss. The people of Wonde often believed that the breath of the dead would form wind, so it lingered in the air. But in fact, such a natural landscape had already existed here long before the founding of Madara. Note, the bay between the north of Erewhon and Saint Tossol today. In the faint whistling of the wind, the Black Knight in black robes passed through the pillars, the metal hook-shaped ornaments at the end of their cloaks clanking as they were dragged along. These dark courtiers passed by the huge broodmother of the spirit realm crouching on both sides of the pillars of the dead. Under the gaze of their 4 pairs of lantern-like eyes, they stood in 2 rows in the center of the hall without saying a word. They were as silent as one. Insursta the dragon stood at the end of the hall, side by side with Tarkus, watching the scene with interest. Unlike most of the old-fashioned, decaying undead that seemed to have burned out like their lives, Insursta had a wide range of knowledge. He knew the scenery of the ancient kingdom opposite the Black Bramandi Rose, the splendid culture of the Cruz people, and even most of the mortal literature in the area of Erewhon and Cruz often recorded that the Black Knight was an undead creature in armor. In fact, contrary to most of the rumors circulating, the Black Knight of Hull was a very special kind of undead even in Madara. Most of their territories were near the inland sea of the Dead Moon, and they maintained the cold and elegant habits of life. When the dead were alive, the oath was engraved on the armor, and the soul fire lingered around the obsession of the living, driven by the fire of revenge. This was the origin of the Black Knight. Their stubbornness was famous even in Madara. Although people often said that they were as stubborn as the rotten bones of Madara, the Black Knight was especially stubborn. The living knight adhered to dogma, but these dead knights were forever trapped by oaths and curses. Insursta the dragon thought that they could be called the Madara of Madara for the time being. He looked at the scene with a playful face, which was incompatible with the stern-faced Tarkus beside him. A buzzing voice sounded in the hall, in the name of the moon of eternal darkness and the black flower, the supreme king of the kingdom of darkness, the wielder of Loki's staff, please accept the allegiance and tribute of the lords from the east. The voice seemed to stretch the empty hall further, and it spread to the other end of the hall, but there was no response for a long time. Above the hall, the Supreme One on the throne waited for a moment before softly grunting. The Black Knight bowed their heads. Cheers for His Majesty's majesty. After even the territory of the Sea of the Dead Moon has surrendered, the unification of the Kingdom of Darkness after 1,000 years is almost at hand. Other than that woman Yalvit, who still has no idea what she's thinking, there's only the land of spiders left. Tarkus, the dead moon is rising. It's really exciting to be able to participate in this kind of history. Insursta the dragon looked at the Black Knight bowing their heads and couldn't help but whisper to his companion. Anticipation is not a feeling that the dead should have, Tarkus replied faintly, and even his expression rarely changed. As the noblest vampire of the Manlian family, he was allowed to wear a black noble robe with golden edges in this hall. Standing next to the Insursta dragon who had no status, he looked extremely comical. Madara has begun to act according to the will of the Mercury Staff. It's like a curse rather than a goal. The world of the living is nothing in the eyes of the dead. In my opinion, only time, truth, and dust have value. That's why the humans outside call us stubborn skeletons. But the show has just begun. Tarkus, the arrival of the Black Knight today is just an appetizer. Insursta the dragon didn't feel any embarrassment because of his low status. Instead, he was in high spirits. You see, His Majesty summoned the blood staff back. It must be because something good has happened. Tarkus didn't say a word. In fact, he already knew what had happened. A week ago, in the territory west of Madara near the kingdom of Erewhon, 2 dark nobles were attacked by humans. One of the vampires' castles was almost completely burned to ashes, leaving behind a large number of traces of purification. Almost no undead creatures could escape. In other words, at least one of the knights of the Holy Cathedral of Fire had sneaked into Madara's territory. For such an incident to happen at this time of the year, he smelled a strong scent of conspiracy. Although such things were not uncommon on the border between Erewhon and Madara, the humans responded to the call of the Holy Cathedral, and the undead plundered each other's territory. Between the two sides, there were often knights privately forming armies to invade each other's territory. However, since Erewhon's Oberd VI ascended to the throne, Madara switched from defense to offense and gradually took the initiative in the war. But today was different. The peace treaty between Erewhon and Madara had only been signed for a year, and it was said that the human kingdom was caught in a civil war. Obviously, they wouldn't start a war at this time. In that case, it was very suspicious as to who was trying to fish in troubled waters. The indifferent vampire narrowed his remaining eye. He raised his head and saw that the Dark Lord who had taught Erewhon a painful lesson in Karsuk was like what the Insursta dragon had said. The blood staff dressed in a blood-red robe, the king of necromancers, Jug, slowly walked into the center of the hall. Your Majesty, I have brought news that is not so delightful. Those lowly humans are now challenging Your Majesty in Madara's territory. The pain that the war a year ago brought to them seems to have faded from those stubborn human nobles. Today, I am here to ask for your permission to let me bring them new horror. The hoarse voice of the blood staff echoed under the vault of the holy palace of Eliudner, but Tarkus and the Insursta dragon narrowed their eyes slightly. Brando threw the letter in Delphian's hand lightly in front of her. He looked at this woman carefully. In fact, he had already met her once at the exchange of trade winds, but at that time, he had only seen her from afar. He did not look at her as closely as he did today. He had to admit that her beauty was enough to make anyone admire her. Among all the women he had seen, only Princess Griffin could compare to her. But compared to her vicious heart, Her Highness the Princess was as innocent as a child. Miss Delphian, although I don't know how I have offended you. But you don't have to take revenge on me at all costs. Lord Veronica asked you to pass this message to me. Speaking of which, it seems that you Cruz people do not intend to start a war with us Erewhon people. Instead, you want to ask me for a favor. He paused for a moment, and could not help but say sarcastically, if she knew that you are here to give me a condition, I'm afraid she would not be satisfied. The Prime Minister's daughter did not say a word. She stared at him coldly, but the hatred in her eyes was like that of a venomous snake. This made Brando frown. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not imagine how he had offended her to make her look like she hated him so much. But fortunately, he did not need this woman to speak. He took a look at the letter, and he already knew the contents of the letter. He raised his head, silently estimating which historical event this was. The Bloodstaff's self-directed drama had happened before in history. He had thought that because history had been completely changed, all of this would not happen again. He did not expect that the unlucky corpse wizard king would still send this trouble to him. But Brando squinted his eyes, and was not too worried in his heart. To him, this was a rare opportunity. It was rare to encounter a familiar historical event, and such a good thing might not happen again in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 686. At the end of the Sword's Year, there was indeed a second invasion by the Bloodstaff in history. The unruly corpse wizard king colluded with Count Ranner to create trouble in an attempt to create an excuse to invade Elsen. The deeper intention was to break away from the control of the Supreme Emperor of Madara, or at least weaken his prestige. So this was a good show directed by the Bloodstaff. It was just that some people had planned the opening of the show, but did not expect the final outcome. The Bloodstaff that once swept through the eastern region of Karsuk completely buried itself in this war. First, it was defeated by the allied forces of Eek, Yura, and Duke Viro. Then, in the process of retreating to the land of spiders, it was ambushed by the army of the Queen of Banshees, Yalvit, who claimed that she was unwilling to submit to the Mercury Staff, and then died. Not long after its death, the territory it originally ruled in the Blood Forest was divided. Insursta inherited the largest part of it. Then, the Queen of Banshees, Yalvit, also surrendered to the Supreme Emperor of Madara after a symbolic resistance. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if the corpse wizard king had dug a hole and buried himself in it. Before Insursta left Awin, he had secretly communicated with Count Ranner. But in the next moment, this lovely count went to the Bloodstaff to conspire with him. Perhaps only the Bloodstaff's empty, dark corroded mind of the corpse wizard would think that there was nothing fishy about this. The Queen of Banshees, Yalvit, was also a big suspect, but this was not something Brando was concerned about. What moved him was that he realized that this September conflict in history would bring him a huge opportunity. It might even allow him to completely solve the trouble in the southern region in one fell swoop. If his plan was successful, then Her Highness would have at least 1 to 2 years of development after unifying the southern region. Even before the Emperor of Madara was ready, if Erwin was prepared to deal with the war in advance, maybe the new Black Rose would seriously consider the route to the west. Brando was lost in thought for a moment. His finger tapped lightly on the envelope. Only he could see the opportunity in the letter. He clearly remembered this point in history. During the autumn moon of the Year of the Sword, the Bloodstaff would choose to head east from today's Buchi and enter Grenoirs from the Silman region. They would then meet up with Count Ranner at the border of the northern Tosancade forest. After that, Bloodstaff's army marched north to attack Kirkle, the capital of Grenoirs, in an attempt to open up a path to Viro from the west of Lake Valendon. However, the undead army was ambushed by the allied forces of Eek, Yura, and Duke Viro near Shallow Water Town. The Bloodstaff was killed by Yalvit in the process of retreating to the land of spiders. The Princess and Duke Arek's army also attacked the capital of Ranner's territory, Mageddon. The September conflict started in the month of harvest and lasted for more than a month until the middle of the month of autumn. After that, both Madara and Erwin refused to admit that it was a war. They reached a consensus in writing that it was a border conflict where the lords privately plundered and retaliated. Brando personally participated in the war as a player at that time. Not long after that, Count Ranner was expelled and fled to Madara. He joined Insursta's forces, but that was no longer something that Brando cared about. He raised his head and stared at the huge map of Erwin's southern border that was hung on one side of the wall of the castle hall in Abes. His gaze was always wandering on one of the lines. That line started from Silman in the south and reached Kirkle Castle in the north. In history, the Blood Staff had once attacked Kirkle, but this time, Brando obviously would not give the Lich so many benefits. The southern border was now in the princess's pocket, and Brando was not so generous as to give his things to others. The key was that this was the best opportunity to rope in Duke Grenoir's, and Duke Vero would definitely join in. Now, he could only hope that Old Man Erec would also join in the chaos. If their allied forces were completely destroyed, then the war in the southern border would in fact be over. Brando's gaze stopped at the Silman area where the war started, and he suddenly thought of some people. Those people should have gained a foothold by now. Then the plan was set. He curled his finger and lightly tapped on the table. This action made Amandina, who was at the side, tremble slightly. Amandina, who was familiar with him, knew very well that he had already decided on the next plan. As expected, Brando raised his head. He first glanced at Delphian, who was pressed down on the chair by Scarlet. This woman made him a little puzzled, but the fact that she ordered her subordinates to hurt Freya angered him even more. The Valkyrie had come to him with bandages on and told him not to be impulsive, but it was precisely because of this that Brando's heart became even colder. He pondered for a moment. A murderer should be prepared to be killed. This woman had sinister intentions. Although she did not succeed in the end, at least she had attempted to kill. Moreover, it was not her own conscience that made her stop. If Scarlet was not present at the time, Freya and even the Roman would not have been able to escape death. However, envoys were not killed in a war between two armies. Although this envoy had done some despicable things, Brando was not so petty as to argue with a woman. Besides, if he killed Delphian just like that, Freya would most likely feel guilty. He did not want to leave any grudges with the future Valkyrie because of this small matter. However, he could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. Moreover, Brando believed that sometimes death was a kind of relief. This venomous woman was glaring at him with a face full of resentment. She was the daughter of Prime Minister Cruz, and her status seemed to be very high. If she died, there would be a real war between Erwin and Cruz. Brando stared at her. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that her deep purple eyes were filled with hatred. "My lord?" Amandina seemed to have seen through his thoughts and asked in a low voice. "I don't want to see this woman for the time being. She was born with such a beautiful face, but her heart is disgustingly ugly. Take her to the water dungeon under Abi's castle. I believe Lady Veronica will give me a satisfactory answer." Brando replied coldly. "Water dungeon?" Amandina asked in disbelief. She could not help but look at Delphian with some sympathy. Compared to that, perhaps it would be better to be executed directly. The dungeons under Coldwood Castle were built during Grodin's time. The water dungeons at the bottom were covered with a layer of iron cages, and the water was waist deep. It was impossible for anyone to change the water in the dungeons. There were countless corpses of humans, rats, and other creatures in there. There were also some things that she could not bring herself to mention. She could not possibly ask the prisoners to give up on excreting, right? It was hard for her to imagine what would happen to the daughter of the Prime Minister after being locked up for a few days. A woman as beautiful as her was impossible not to love beauty. Besides, Brando wanted to wait for Veronica's reply. In other words, if Veronica did not give him a reply, it was estimated that Delphian would be locked up for the rest of her life. Amandina felt her hair stand on end just thinking about it. But she could not help but sigh when she looked at Delphian. This woman only had herself to blame. When she had ordered people to hurt Freya, the entire territory had almost been stirred up. "I understand." She nodded and replied softly. Then she was ready to order the soldiers to drag the daughter of the Prime Minister away. But it was at this moment that Lorena, who was restrained to a chair by the Shire's spell, saw this scene and could not help but plead, "My lord." Although she was the one who had actually hurt Freya, she and her fiancé were treated the best. The other Cruz knight were directly tied to the ground, while she and Philas were just confined to chairs by magic. From this point, the female knight could vaguely feel that the count in front of her did not seem to be such an unreasonable person. Besides, as a knight from the army, she knew very well what kind of place the dungeon was. Delphian, who was born in a noble family, would never stay in that kind of place for more than a day. But she did not expect that as soon as she opened her mouth, Brando interrupted her and said, "Lady Lorena, I know you are an upright and kind knight. You know very well what would have happened if I had not been able to stop that scene at the time. If Freya had died, or even if she had been seriously injured, would have immediately declared war on Cruz." He glanced at the female knight. In fact, he let Lorena and Filas sit in chairs not because he saw that they were innocent, but because Lorena and Filas were still somewhat famous in history. They were the few Cruz commanders that Brando appreciated more. The title of the upright Lorena was still circulating on the earth even after the Holy War, and he believed that she would not attack Freya for no reason. "Don't doubt my ability," he paused and continued, "Lady Lorena, I'm sure you're already well aware of my relationship with the Ash Sword Saint. If Erwin had become enemies with Cruz because of this, then what awaited the two kingdoms would have been a bloody end. Just because of this woman's selfishness, hundreds and thousands of people would have died because of it. Compared to my current indifference and ruthlessness, the Prime Minister's daughter in front of you is more like a cold-blooded executioner. Besides, when she ordered you and Mr. Filas to attack, I'm afraid she didn't consider your safety. You should be well aware of this. If you had attacked at that time, you would have been in enemy territory. If you had failed, it's not hard to imagine what kind of situation you would have faced. In fact, if you hadn't met me, I'm afraid you would have met with misfortune by now," Brando continued. Lorena was slightly stunned and could not help but fall silent. What a bandit's logic. Cruz's war with Erwin was just your own decision, my lord. But you can put it on my head and make me an executioner, my lord. Delphian was pressed into the chair and sneered. Brando looked at the woman with some pity and replied slowly, "Compared to a woman like you who has no normal human feelings, it is indeed difficult for you to understand the kinship and bonds between people. After all, these things are too complicated and profound for you. You have cold blood flowing in your veins, but I can declare war on Kurlutz for Freya's sake. That's the biggest difference between you and me." Delphian seemed to have been stabbed in the ribs. She could not help but bite her lower lip and stare at him viciously. "Miss Delphian, I can endorse Count Tonagel's words and ensure that he is not an alarmist." Princess Griffine, who was watching silently from the side, suddenly interjected at this time. She replied quietly, "Mr. Brando is right. This has nothing to do with reason or interest. The murderer must pay with his life. Erwin has the ability to protect its people." Brando turned his head. He looked at the princess with some gratitude. Although he knew that there was some element of buying people's hearts, at least she stood up and chose to stand with him in front of outsiders at this time. It meant that she would always be on his side in this matter. Not only Brando, but even Lorena and Filas could not help but look at the eldest princess of Erwin in surprise. Both of them looked surprised and subconsciously re-evaluated the count's position in the princess's heart. It was obvious that they were more intimate than the rumors outside said. Delphian stared coldly at Princess Griffine. She trembled slightly and replied in a venomous tone, "I understand. But you'd better kill me. Otherwise, I swear that as long as you don't kill me one day, I will definitely make a move on the people around you." "You won't have the chance, Miss Delphian," Brando replied coldly. "I know what you're thinking, but I have a lot more brains than you think." At this point, he was too lazy to deal with this venomous woman anymore, so he turned back to her and said, "Amandina, take her away. Everyone must be responsible for their own actions." Amandina nodded slightly, then led the accompanying soldiers to take the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Cruz Empire away. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 687. Delphian was unusually quiet as she was taken away, but she kept staring at him with eyes like a viper, which made Brando shudder a little. To be honest, if it weren't for his relationship with Veronica, he really would have put this woman to death. Anyway, a bad relationship with the Prime Minister of the Empire was inevitable, and he thought that Cruz's people might not really dare to declare war on Erewhon over a woman. Lorena watched Delphian being taken away, and the female knight wanted to say something but couldn't for a moment. As an emissary of the Empire, it would naturally be disgruntled to be dealt with in this way, but the problem was that she didn't seem to have any right to be disgruntled. She thought for a long time before saying weakly, "My lord, I hope you can carefully consider the way you get along with the Empire. Of course I understand, but it also depends on who it is. I naturally know the difference between friend and foe. I can only say that Lady Veronica chose the wrong person to complete the wrong mission this time." Brando replied. He gestured to the Shire, and Lorena and Philas, who were imprisoned in their chairs by magic, suddenly felt their bodies loosen. The female knight was still able to maintain her composure. But her fiancé couldn't help but let out a long sigh immediately, staring at Brando with a little fear. He had suffered a lot at the hands of the Prime Minister's daughter along the way because of his glib tongue, but he didn't expect such a terrifying woman to be locked up in the dark prison by this inhumane guy. He thought for a moment, and if it were him, he would certainly be reluctant to do so. Delphian's beauty was famous throughout the Empire. Thinking of this, Philas couldn't help but look at Brando with some fear again. In his eyes, he had already decided that the other party was probably one of those legendary barbarians in the wilderness. No, he should be called a chieftain. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was meaningless to such a boor, and in some knight novels, it was even mentioned that these barbarians seemed to prefer men. The young knight's thoughts diverged to this extent, and he couldn't help but take another look at the Shire, who had been controlling him and Lorena with magic, with a thoughtful look on his face. Of course, Brando didn't know that some strange thoughts were running through the mind of the famous idiot, and almost unbelievably lucky gigolo, in history in front of him. This title wasn't given to him, but the real title of Cruz's #1 lucky knight in history. First of all, he defeated many outstanding children from various noble families in Cruz, and married Lorena, Cruz's future's most talented beauty. Lorena's future achievements in Cruz could even stand shoulder to shoulder with Freya's in Erewhon, and because she had a higher starting point, her achievements far beyond that of Lorena's. If he remembered correctly, Lorena and Vahina later succeeded to the position of Azure Sky's Legion commander. This was enough to surprise people, but Philas's luck was more than that. Unlike all the other noble children who grew up in intrigue, this guy's process of inheriting the title could be said to be smooth sailing. As the only son of Prince Barano, there were no competitors, and even the lack of pressure from the collateral branches. Such a twisty road to the title could be said to be enough to make everyone around him green with envy. Later, our Mr. Knight participated in the Holy War at the call of His Majesty the Emperor, and then miraculously spent a considerable period of time in the front line of a hail of bullets without any war on the Eastern Front. After that, he inexplicably ushered in a series of incredible victories, and finally, his accumulated military achievements allowed him to ascend to the throne of the Imperial Legion commander. He was known as the Legion commander who was picked up. Later, as time passed, Mr. Philas had long been in power, and his story had long become the most legendary story among the bards. Now, the legendary couple in this legendary story was sitting in front of him. They, Lorena, was just a small knight captain under Veronica, and Philas was still an idle playboy. The journey of the two had not even begun, and he was more like a legendary figure in front of them. At least after the Battle of Ampere Seal, Brando's reputation in Cruz was not limited to just being a sword saint. Brando looked at the two people carefully. After a while, he picked up the envelope on the table again, glanced at it, and asked the female knight. "Lady Lorena, may I ask, when did the people of Cruz become aware of this?" Lorena looked at him, slightly startled, and realized what he was asking. She frowned and replied with a businesslike expression, 2 months ago, my lord." This question and answer was actually talking about the second matter mentioned in Veronica's letter to him. Compared to the first matter, which was neither painful nor itchy, the second matter was much trickier in Brando's opinion. Things had to start with the Battle of Ampere Seal. In that battle, Erewhon's people finally shattered the 3 doors of flame and sent the demons back to their hometown under the Sulphur River. Of course, Brando also experienced this part of the story himself. The demon army was defeated and fled in all directions, and then completely dispersed by the Silver Elves and the Highland Knight, as well as the craftsman mages who arrived later. But there was still a small number of them who survived and escaped into the wilderness of Erewhon. This small number caused a huge problem for the people of Cruz. Originally, the whole thing should have come to an end after Cruz's people were forced to completely retreat from the port of Ampere Seal for the sake of saving face. But perhaps no one would have thought that history would develop like this. About the month of the first lunar month, the monks from the Holy Cathedral of Fire found that the 3 doors of flame were missing to varying degrees after thoroughly cleaning up the battlefield. These missing doors of flame were quickly sent back to Cruz for the high-ranking priests to identify. Only half a month later, the news that the entire Holy Cathedral of Fire was shrouded in a nightmare was confirmed. The missing parts of the 3 doors of flame were almost enough to form a new portal. So it was obvious. In other words, there was at least one or more groups of demons, cave dwellers, cultists, or something similar from the underground of Georgandy Ridge with these fragments and were preparing to do something bad in Erewhon's territory. For the Holy Cathedral of Fire, this was simply a ridiculous joke. Or rather, it was a resounding slap to the face of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Even Brando couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded when he saw the news, let alone the others. Although it was an almost open secret that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was infiltrated by All for One, he didn't expect the other party to be so useless. It was no wonder that the power core of the Cruz Empire was leaning more and more towards the royal power day by day. In the face of such a useless enemy, it was difficult for Her Majesty the Silver Queen to not win. Brando thought silently for a moment, then shook the letter in his hand. Now he was almost certain that Veronica must be having trouble sleeping and eating at the moment. If possible, he was afraid that the army commander would rather not send this letter to him. The Cruz Empire had never been so humiliated in a century, and it was continuous humiliation. But the problem was that there was now a group of people who were wandering around with these fragments of the portal, and could find an energy core to rebuild the portal at any time. Veronica couldn't turn a blind eye to it. This was actually not a serious problem for Erewhon. After all, if they could get rid of 3 portals, they could naturally get rid of an incomplete temporary portal. But it was a big problem for the Holy Cathedral of Fire, no matter when or where the portal was built by these cultists. Even if it was built in a random pigsty in Erewhon's countryside, the Holy Cathedral of Fire would not be able to raise its head in front of the other major holy cathedrals for at least half a century. As for the Holy War, it might be better to just hang up the true sign and hand over the benefits in their hands. Besides, the problem of face was secondary. Such an incident would be the biggest blow to the reputation of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and would inevitably cause many people's faith to waver. Brando never thought that the largest number of farmers and craftsmen among the believers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire would have strong faith, and once faith collapsed, it was difficult to rebuild. But this was not the biggest disaster. For the people of Cruz, the worst possibility was that these cultists would bring the fragments of the portal back to the Cruz Empire. For the sake of Martha, just imagining that scene would probably give the higher-ups of the Holy Cathedral of Fire nightmares at night. Not to mention that the demons would study and replicate these fragments. Although this possibility was very small, once it was successful, the higher-ups of the Holy Cathedral of Fire would probably have to atone for their sins with death. If it were not such a serious situation, perhaps the arrogant green sword saint would not have hoped that he would prioritize protecting the Holy Cathedral of Fire. To be honest, as a person of Erewhon, Brando was happy to see Cruz lose face, but Veronica's words actually meant that she hoped that he would help out on account of their past friendship. If one were to say who had the most real power in the southern part of Erewhon, it would naturally be him and Her Royal Highness, who had the support of the Highland Knight, Duke Anthony, and the Southern Legion. That was why this letter was sent to him and Princess Griffine. Thinking of Veronica, Brando could not help but sigh. To be honest, the female commander of the Cruz Empire had left a good impression on him. Besides, there was also Vahina, and he knew that in private, the arrogant young lady actually regarded him as a friend. After you found out, the Azure Skies Legion immediately entered Erewhon? He thought for a moment and asked again. No, in fact, it was a big shot of the Holy Cathedral of Fire who asked Lady Veronica for help. I don't know exactly who it was. Because this matter is so important, not many people even within the Empire know about it. Lorena replied. Brando could not help but shake his head. You also know that it is important, but the person who was sent as an envoy seems to be a bit lacking in consideration. The female knight was slightly startled and immediately showed a look of hesitation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 688. What's the matter? Brando saw her expression. If you have something to say, you might as well say it, Miss Knight. I've heard of your reputation, so I won't equate you with someone else. Miss Delphian volunteered to go, and Lady Veronica didn't know about what happened between her and you. I only noticed it later by accident. I just didn't expect her to be so resolute. In fact, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken any chances with such an important matter. Lorena sighed and replied with a little self-blame. Brando was suddenly curious. How so? You know what's going on. He couldn't help but be curious. Anyone who was targeted by a crazy woman for no reason would feel creeped out. In fact, he still felt very uncomfortable when he thought of Delphian's resentful eyes. It felt as if he had done something unforgivable to her, but for Marcia's sake, there was nothing between him and her. Brando remembered clearly that he had only met her from afar when he was at the front line against the calamity of wolves in the Black Forest. Actually, it's like this. Lorena was also a little embarrassed when it came to this matter. She sorted out her thoughts and then told him about Delphian in detail. Although Viscount Elman died at the hands of Andesha, Miss Delphian has always thought that you deliberately left them behind. Plus, she has always been in love with Viscount Elman, which is well known in the Empire. The Viscount's death was a great blow to Miss Delphian. This is really an unexpected disaster, Lady Lorena. Brando smiled bitterly. After listening to this ridiculous story, he suddenly felt a little speechless. This was a disaster from the heavens. If he had known that he would offend such a paranoid lady, he would have carefully sent Viscount Elman out of the country. He would never have given Andesha a chance to take advantage of him. I'm sorry, my lord. Miss Delphian, she. Lorena seemed to want to further plead for the Prime Minister's daughter. But Brando interrupted her first. I understand what you mean, Ms. Lorena. But even so, she shouldn't have attacked innocent people. This isn't revenge, it's just venting her anger. He thought for a moment and added, I will consider your words, but not now. It's better to let that young lady calm down. You don't want her to ruin Lady Veronica's plan, do you? Lorena was startled, and then it occurred to her that this was indeed a possibility. According to Delphian's current mentality, as long as she could get revenge, she wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the Empire. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but sigh, I understand. Then let's continue. Brando replied, since not many people in the Empire know about your operation this time, then there shouldn't be many people from Azure Skies, right? May I know how many people you have? This. I'm sorry, this is confidential, Count. Lorena was a little embarrassed, but she still refused Brando's question. It's okay, I was just asking casually. Brando narrowed his eyes. In fact, he could already be sure that the Azure Skies that sneaked into Erewhon might only be a small elite group. As mentioned in the information he received, it might be an elite knight regiment under the Azure Skies. But there was no need to delve into this matter. He asked again, the letter says that the Holy Cathedral of Fire suspects that the fragments may be with Grand Duke Erech. Is this true? The female knight nodded and said, yes, since entering Erewhon, Lady Veronica has received information that matches this speculation. Maybe it was Grand Duke Erech who colluded with the cultists and demons to steal the fragments of the portal that day. I heard that Grand Duke Erech and Count Ranner have recently formed an alliance, which means that this batch of fragments may have been transported to Magedon. It's possible. Lorena frowned. But the news from the Holy Cathedral of Fire indicates that the fragments may not have stayed in Magedon, but moved north. Do you have a way to track the location of those fragments? Brando was stunned. He looked back at the female knight, thinking that these cruise people weren't here to make fun of him. If they had the ability to locate those fragments, why would they need him? But Lorena's answer immediately answered the question in his heart. No, it's just some trivial divination and prophecies, my lord. Brando then realized, then north, where north? He suddenly asked. This. The female knight was speechless. How could she know such a thing? But her naturally serious personality still made her reply, I'm sorry, I don't know either. But she didn't expect Brando to interrupt her and say, it's okay, maybe I know. He looked back and his eyes fell on the point marked with the name Magadan on the huge map. From here to the north, it was the vast misty forest, and further north into Lantanailan. His eyes moved up quickly, the Ansra forest, the Goldfinch Mountains, the mountains on the north shore of Lake Valendan. A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, as if bringing with it a fire seed called wisdom. He suddenly raised his head and realized what these demons, or cultists, or Grand Duke Erek wanted to do. To rebuild a portal, first of all, a lot of magic power must be needed. Preferably an energy core. The cruise people had fire gems. Then what about Grand Duke Erek? Brando's gaze finally stopped. There, on the map, was a line of fine text marked in rough font, Falling Needle Hills Avenue. Falling Needle Hills Avenue, stained frost forest maze, heart of the dragon. Your Highness. As soon as Brando walked out of the hall, he found Princess Griffin standing outside the porch. The half-elf girl stood by the stone window, looking out at the hills in the direction of the Gars River beach. After a moment of surprise, he immediately bowed his head and saluted. The princess turned around. She seemed to have been waiting for him here for a long time. After looking at him quietly, she asked slowly, Your Excellency, how should we deal with the relationship with the Kurlutzians next? Are we going to help them this time? This time we must help, Your Highness, Brando answered truthfully. Huh? Princess Griffin looked back with a little surprise. Why? I remember you don't like them very much. Actually, I already have some ideas. Falern followed Brando out of the hall and let Brando take the coat and cloak from her. Brando looked out of the window. The undulating ridge line was covered by a green forest, and above it were snow-like clouds and blue skyline. He looked at the flock of migratory birds flying away and said, Now is a good opportunity to persuade Grand Duke Viro to join our side. If we're lucky, he added, we might be able to get Grenoirs to join us. Griffin was not stupid. On the contrary, her wisdom was one of the best among the royal family members of Erwin's generation. Of course, she could understand Brando's meaning, but the girl looked at the cloak in Brando's hand and asked curiously, Your Highness, where are you going? In her memory, although the young man in front of her had become a count, he had never cared about his appearance. If he was not going out, he would rarely wear a coat, let alone a cloak or shawl. Therefore, she was keenly aware of this from Brando's subtle movements. Brando did not intend to hide it. He nodded and said, I suddenly have an idea. An idea? Yes, Brando replied, it seems that Lady Martha is still on our side this time. If all goes well, Princess Magadal will be able to wake up. Princess Griffin was stunned for a moment, then her silver eyes revealed a look of extreme joy. She did not even bother to maintain her composure as she blurted out, Really? When have I ever lied to you, Your Highness? Brando was also very happy, as if the problems that had been troubling him for the past few days were all solved in an instant. He had to admit that Duke Erek and Count Randner had given him a big gift this time. In fact, he had already discussed it with Bosley and Amandina. To wake Magadal up was easy, but also difficult. The nun princess was not human. Her injuries were in fact caused by the destruction of the mana source that drove and maintained her body functions. Alaz herself had also indirectly confirmed this. To restore the mana source, the easiest way was to replace it with a new one. There was only one person in the territory who had mastered this technique. Brando had not forgotten that Alaz had put the Titan's core into his body. However, finding a new mana core was a problem. But Duke Arek's current movements immediately gave him an answer. Because he had been busy participating in and planning Erwin's civil war, he had almost forgotten that he was once a player. The Falling Needle Hill's main path, the Stained Frost Forest Labyrinth Instance Dungeon, just so happened to have the most suitable mana source. The Heart of the Dragon. Duke Arek obviously went there for this thing, although Brando did not know how this guy knew about the existence of the Heart of the Dragon. But what he had to do now was obviously to find this treasure before the other party. Also, if those idiots really did build a portal there, he would not hesitate to destroy it. This way, not only would he be able to complete Veronica's mission, but he would also be able to clear up a lot of things here. For Brando, there was nothing more practical than this gift. Seeing the confident look on his face, Princess Griffin took a light breath and asked cautiously, "Are you going now?" "No," Brando shook his head. "Before that, I have to take care of something first." "What is it?" Brando grinned and replied, "Private matter. P.S. Today's third watch is 10,000. In addition, I strongly recommend the novel by the Roaring Lord Wind and Moon, Heaven's Drive. The book number is 024932550. The unscrupulous introduction is as follows. This book has all kinds of cute points that are enough to attract you. Original introduction. Who knows how many people's bones have to be stepped on to reach the peak of this world? Well, this is actually a story of a young man leading his sister and Lolita on the road of Magneto, leading the vast number of ability users to become rich and prosperous, and to a better future, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 690. Brando, where are we going? The metal parts on the two warhorses rattled as they moved through the forest one after the other. The female knight on the horse held the reins tightly with one hand and turned her head to look at the surrounding scenery worriedly. The still forest was like an oil painting, with refreshing greenery seeping out from the depths of the background. Sunlight passed through the canopy and scattered on the withered leaves like a curtain of light. The forest was silent, except for the rustling of the horse's hooves on the withered leaves and the sound of metal colliding, which made one's hair stand on end. Freya's face was a little pale. Although she had only suffered minor injuries at the hands of Lorena and was fine after Muriel's treatment. But the long journey on horseback after losing blood was still a little too much for her. Tired? Brando looked back at her and asked with concern. No, but it's getting dark. If we go any further, we won't be able to return to Schaflund. Freya said with a worried tone. She didn't know why Brando suddenly asked her to go to Schaflund and go deep into Mount Greyhar. A little further ahead was the Black Forest. It's okay, Brando smiled on horseback and didn't seem to care. When it gets dark, we can camp in the wild. With me here, what are you worried about? But Freya's face turned red. But we only have one tent. Brando liked the future Valkyrie like this, so he wasn't in a hurry to answer. When the latter glared at him fiercely, he laughed. Actually, I was lying to you. We'll be there soon. Freya breathed a sigh of relief and then realized that she had been teased. She took a deep breath and resisted the urge to punch the smirking face with difficulty. But she saw that the latter had already tightened the reins and let out a soft sigh, and the warhorse under him stopped. Brando looked around carefully, as if to confirm something. Then, he dismounted from the horse with a whoosh. With one hand on the hilt of his sword, he dragged his cloak and slowly walked forward. Seeing Brando like this, Freya had no choice but to put away her original angry expression and became curious. She saw him rustling the dead leaves as he walked to a tree. Of course, she did not recognize the scientific names of the trees on the labels in the thick literature of scholars. However, she knew that the giant trees with dark trunks were commonly known as ghost trees in Erewhon. Brando, what are you looking at? Brando raised his head and looked at the ebony tree. He was very familiar with these trees, as if he had seen them again after many years of separation. There was a faint sense of intimacy. He thought of something in silence, of all the past, some of which he could not remember clearly, but the memory still flashed through his mind like shards of glittering fragments, like seashells in a sea of sand. Then, he looked away and found the grayish-white boulder not far from where he remembered. The boulder was like a giant egg stuck in the ground at an angle. His eyes followed the uneven surface of the boulder, and he stopped every time he went up. After the third time, he saw the forked star-shaped crack. Then, he replied, "Nothing. We're here, Freya." "We're here?" Freya could not help but raise her head and look around. After half of the afternoon, the light in the forest grew dimmer and dimmer. She could only see an empty space made up of dark green treetops, twisted tree trunks, and intertwined roots. From this angle, the forest looked more like a semi-enclosed cave with intersecting tunnels leading in all directions. Unlike the other places in Tonajul, the black coniferous forests that were commonly seen in Grimoires and Ranner Mountains were rarely seen. Instead, it was covered with large patches of evergreen broad-leaved forests, as if there was a mysterious magic that nourished this ancient forest underground. What is this place? This should be the border of the Black Forest in this direction. Brando took a few steps forward and pushed aside a large patch of shrubs. He noticed that they were almost at the top of the mountain. Looking to the east, there were black ridges that went from south to north, like the backs of several dragons. He stretched out his hand and pointed in that direction and said, "To the east is the Eversong Forest. You should have heard of it, right? The mountains of Chablis?" Freya asked curiously. The mountains of Chablis were a famous landmark in the southern part of Erewhon. The beautiful scenery of the Eversong Forest had always been a tourist destination, so she had heard of it even when she was in Butchie. Yes, Brando nodded, but to be more precise, it should be the border between Tosancade Forest and the Eversong Forest. The Tusk Fortress is located in that direction, and it's the southern border of Erewhon. After saying that, he stared in that direction without saying a word. Surrounded by clouds and mist was a vast wilderness. The dark forest was scattered all over the place, and it was a rare sight for explorers. Any player who saw such a scene would be filled with ambition, just like a sailor trying to conquer the magnificent sea. But why did we come here? "Boo, Brando, what are you doing?" The Night Maiden was puzzled. She did not understand why Brando would bring her to such a desolate place. But when she saw Brando taking off his cloak and coat, she was startled. She subconsciously placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and stared at him nervously. Brando stopped and looked at the future goddess of war in confusion. "What are you thinking about?" Why are you taking off your clothes?" "Of course I'm going to climb down from here." "What are you thinking?" Brando replied snappily, "Am I not worthy of your trust? Come and help me get my clothes. Wait here for me, idiot." Freya's face turned as red as blood. She lowered her head as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. But when she heard Brando's request, the goddess of war dilly-dallied for a long time before she unbuckled all kinds of leather buckles and climbed down from the horse. If she dismounted at this speed in the academy, she would probably get a negative score in the riding test. Then she took the coat from Brando with trembling hands. Where are you going?" She held the coat in a daze and asked gingerly like a clumsy maid. "You'll know later," Brando replied. Then she looked up and saw him walking to the side. He pulled out a rope from the bag on the horse and tied it to the ghost tree from before. She saw him let go of the rope little by little and slowly walk to the edge of the cliff. Then he looked down and threw the other half of the rope down. "Brando, what's down there?" The goddess of war was slightly stunned and finally realized what Brando was going to do. Brando raised his head and looked at her from that direction. He put a finger to his lips and shook his head at the girl from the countryside of Butchie. Then he grabbed the rope with one hand and suddenly jumped down. "Be careful." Freya could not help but shout in a low voice. But the shout seemed to be dragged further and further away from his ears. The biting cold wind above the cliff made him squint his eyes, and when he finally managed to distinguish the scenery in front of him, he felt that the fog below the cliff was very close to him, just like the illusion of being close to the surface of the water when he jumped into the water. Then, with a whoosh, he felt himself falling into the clouds. Brando hurriedly grabbed some ropes. With his strength as a gold ranker, he naturally did not need to climb down the rope bit by bit. But the last time he came here was at least 10 years ago, and nearly 100 years had passed in the game. He was afraid that he remembered the wrong location, so he brought the rope for insurance. After all, before he really activated his elemental activation, he could not fly in the sky. Brando stared at the cliff. In just a few seconds, a platform protruding out of the bushes swept past his sight. His reaction was quick. He clenched his fist, and the rope in his hand immediately tightened with a bang. The strong reaction force pulled him back and forth in the air. There was a burnt smell on the rope, but he did not feel anything strange in his hand. The physical fitness of a gold ranker had long exceeded the range of what a normal person could imagine. He raised his head and looked up. The location of the platform was not much different from what he remembered. It was more than 10 meters away from him. But this distance was almost non-existent to him. Brando gently swung the rope close to the cliff, then grabbed the jagged rocks and climbed up lightly like a monkey. The platform covered with bushes was almost exactly the same as what he remembered. Brando looked around. The rock that protruded from the mountainside was about half the size of a basketball court. But in fact, it was much wider, but the dense trees and vines blocked most of his sight. He carefully walked in a direction according to his memory, then pulled away the thick entangled vines. With a crash, accompanied by the sound of soil rolling down, Brando did not use much strength to pull away the dead branches and rotten leaves. Sure enough, a cone-shaped stone slab was revealed below. This stone slab was about his height and 2 people wide. It was a bit like the stone statue of wisdom, one, that was commonly seen in forests everywhere, but it was not the image of Misokai, the weaver of magic and storm, but a black moon. The silent moon, Erewhon's 7th moon. This moonless moon could never be observed from the sky, but it really existed in history. Brando did not say a word. He cleaned up the vines on the platform one by one, and then revealed another 11 similar stone tablets below. On each stone tablet, there was a moon, which in turn represented the flowing fate and the source of magic in Erewhon's sky. This place was the Temple of Fate. Or rather, it was where the players called it the Class Change Center. Brando had once checked the information. These stone tablets were built by a race even older than the Myrnas. The purpose of their construction seemed to be to stabilize the original Martha's Law of Tiamat. In the whole of Wonde, such stone tablets existed in many places, but they were all built in extremely hidden places. For example, the one in Tonajul was built on the border of the Black Forest in Mount Greyhar and had been buried for countless years. However, when Brando went to these places in the game, these stone tablets had already been cleaned up by the players in front of him, so he did not have to waste so much time on them like today. He carefully looked at the thin veins on the ground in the center of the stone tablet array, then raised his head, and his gaze followed them to the center of the platform. These rune lines and veins with a metallic glow were very familiar to him. They were very similar to the energy transmission magic circles he saw under Valhalla, as if they were made by the same civilization. This doubt flashed through Brando's mind. Then he put away his thoughts and walked to the center of the platform. Although these stone tablets in Wonde contained all kinds of secrets, they only had one function in the game. That was to let the players receive their own elemental activation missions. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 691. In fact, after leaving Ampere Seal, the elemental activation quest had been put on Brando's agenda. Because since entering the elemental activation stage, all his experience bars had been locked into gray. Such a state in the Amber Sword meant that players had to unlock the elemental activation quest before they could further level up. But that was only one of the reasons. The real reason why he came here was because of the information he got from Lorena. The Stained Frost Forest Labyrinth was extremely famous in Erewhon in the past game, whether it was the labyrinth itself or the famous Winter Dragon in the labyrinth. This dungeon was one of the few legendary dungeons in Erewhon, and the so-called legendary dungeons themselves were dungeons that allowed guild-level teams of hundreds of people to enter. Before the release of the third version, there was only one such dungeon in each civilized area, one, outside of the Black Forest. It represented the highest honor of a team challenge in the earlier era in Brando's memory, so the difficulty of the dungeon was imaginable. Although Brando had long expected to meet the young dragon on the Falling Needle Hills Avenue, he didn't expect the opportunity to descend in front of him so soon. To be honest, if it weren't for the fear that a wreck would really get the heart of the dragon in front of him, he really didn't want to go to the Stained Frost Forest Labyrinth so early. The Stained Frost Forest Labyrinth itself was a black forest in a civilized land, and it was almost of the highest level, a place where the laws were tilted. Or rather, the Twilight Scar, an existence similar to the Saint's Legacy and the Fairy Village, which were diametrically opposed to the Order. As a player of Erewhon, Brando was naturally very familiar with this dungeon. The existence of the Stained Frost Forest started in the era of the Twilight Battle. After the fall of Babel Fortress, the Frostweaver Milos fled south with the Myrnas. After 7 days and 7 nights of pursuit, the alpha wolf Ekis caught up with the giant god at the border of the Winter Kingdom, and then an earth-shattering battle broke out. It was written in the Pale poem, Ekis bit Milo's neck, and the giant father was torn apart. Its huge body seemed to turn into a brilliant star, falling to the east, north, and south. The place where the giant star fell to the ground immediately ignited a raging flame, but the flame had no temperature, but a rising ice flame. Legend had it that a fragment of the giant god Milos fell to the south and landed in present-day Vero, forming the eternal frozen Black Forest. Even if it was located in the central area of Marcia's blessed land, it could not be assimilated for a long time. In fact, in the game, the Stained Frost Forest was almost the source of all the monsters and players' quests in Vero. Although Brando had a lot of friends in his previous life, he didn't join any large guilds before the fall of Erewhon. It was nothing more than a small group with a few seniors. A team like theirs naturally had no fate with a legendary dungeon like the Stained Frost Forest Labyrinth, but even so, they still experienced the perverted nature of this dungeon in the periphery. In his memory, it was when the dungeon was first opened. All the players of Erewhon went to experience it, and their team was no exception. However, just like most players, a party like theirs had bumped into a huge obstacle before they even entered the dungeon. That was the baby dragon. The door god with the bloodline of the Golden Folk. Because it liked the cold climate, it entrenched itself near the Stained Frost Forest and blocked all players who tried to enter the forest. To be honest, it was difficult for the average player to imagine the power of the Dragon Clan before that. And the game designer gave all players a chance to accumulate experience in this event. The so-called baby dragon. In fact, Brando also understood that Alaz was a ready-made example. Let the players of that era, or even most of the players who had not yet elemental activation, have to face a little female dragon, the consequences could be imagined. Brando didn't even want to recall the details of the battle because there were no details to speak of. To put it simply, we came, we saw, and we fell. And this was just the old man guarding the door. Because of this, Brando urgently needed to activate his elemental activation first. Although the legendary dungeon represented the peak of team dungeon difficulty in an era, it had its limitations after all. Once the elemental activation was completed, the difficulty of the dungeon would naturally decrease geometrically. After all, it was a dungeon before elemental activation, and the design idea also had its limitations. While thinking about these trivial things, Brando walked to the center of the stone tablet array. In theory, once a player in the game walked to the center of the stone array, the quest system would immediately activate. Just like when he was in the Eternal Song Forest and the Forbidden Orchard, he immediately received a system prompt. But what made Brando slightly startled was that he waited for a little while. Except for the whistling wind in the mountains, the surroundings were silent. What's going on? Brendel's heart began to panic. In theory, he had already touched the elemental wall. If he was an indigenous person, he should have already activated his elemental activation without even needing a quest. Because for the indigenous people, elemental activation was almost synonymous with elemental activation, and the rest was just the accumulation of attributes and experience. But to say that his attributes should have already been enough, or even exceeded it. And his experience had already been locked. This should be a sign of preparing to unlock the elemental activation quest in any way. But the problem was, he had never heard of a player who could not receive a quest in the stone array after meeting all the conditions. Moreover, there was no second way to obtain the elemental activation quest in the game. The cold wind in the mountains blew, and in just a moment, Brando's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Many possibilities flashed through his mind for a moment, the most terrifying of which was undoubtedly that as a transmigrator, he might not be able to activate his elemental activation at all. At the thought of this, even with Brando's current psychological quality, he could not help but turn a little pale. If he could not activate his elemental activation and continue to level up, his dream of saving this kingdom and setting history on a different path would be nothing more than a bubble. In this world, no matter the situation, strength was first and foremost. But he closed his eyes and took a gentle breath to calm himself down. Although this possibility could not be ruled out, it seemed unlikely. Because if a soul from another world was incompatible with the laws of this world, then he might not have been able to come into contact with any elemental power before. But he already had a part of the elemental power, didn't he? Brando stood there blankly for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly opened his character panel, but all the attributes on the character panel were the same. He frowned and flipped through the pages. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly. His gaze stopped on the character log. At the bottom of the log, there was a line of small green text, Authority unlocking conditions not met. Authority unlocking conditions not met? Brando saw this line of text and froze for a moment. What kind of hint was this? Authority unlocking conditions not met? He knew very well that all his conditions should have met the criteria for elemental activation. There was no way that the unlocking conditions were not met. What the hell is going on? Brando couldn't help but frown. Could this be the legendary bug? However, this question seemed a bit ridiculous. Not to mention that the chances of encountering a bug in the Amber Sword were almost lower than being struck by lightning. And even if he encountered a bug now, where would he go to find the game manager to solve the problem? Brando couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of this problem. He couldn't help but knock on his head and began to calculate the differences between himself and the average player. The biggest difference was nothing more than two. One was his own elite template, and the other was the Planeswalker system. But the elite template also existed in the game, and it didn't seem to have much to do with the elemental power and the laws themselves. He first ruled out this possibility, but the remaining Planeswalker system gave him a headache. To be honest, although the Planeswalker system had always been his biggest reliance, he had never figured out the thing itself. How did it come about? Did it also exist in the game? What was the principle of its operation? Brando only learned a few words of information from Tumen, the Stag Banshee, and Saint Tossol. Although part of this information explained the history and origin of the Planeswalker, to be honest, the three of them probably didn't know where the Planeswalker came from. Not to mention figuring out the principle of its existence. He thought for a while but couldn't figure it out. But when he thought of the name Saint Tossol, he finally remembered that there was another existence in his body that knew about the Planeswalker just like him. He hurriedly called out in his heart, Lord Saint Tossol. Woo 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 woo. A confused voice was heard. The voice seemed to hesitate for a moment, then suddenly became clear. Brando? Didn't I say I need to catch up on sleep at this time every day? There was a hint of sternness in the voice. Brando hurriedly coughed. The legendary Great Sage was not a good-tempered existence, especially when this elf had repeatedly warned him not to disturb her to catch up on sleep. According to her own words, lack of sleep was the #1 enemy of beauty. But with Martha above, the heroic spirit didn't seem to need to care about this. Of course, he wouldn't unwisely say this out loud. He could only smile and say, Lord Saint Tossol, I have encountered a little trouble. Little trouble? The Wind Empress voice was startled. She had accompanied Brando for a long time, and she rarely heard him talk about his troubles. She pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it about the planeswalker?" Brando was really shocked by this elf. "How did you know?" "Humph," the Wind Empress lightly snorted. "You are a freak. You have a lot of knowledge that even I don't know. It seems that the only thing that can confuse you is the inheritance of the planeswalker." She paused for a moment and continued, "Tell me, what trouble have you encountered?" Brando hurriedly explained his predicament. Of course, he skipped the part about the elemental activation task. After all, it was really difficult to explain. It was like trying to explain to the Shire what a cabbage that didn't exist in this world was. He changed to a more euphemistic way and told the Wind Empress that he had encountered a little trouble on the road to elemental activation. "You mean, you can't touch the elemental wall, maybe because you are a planeswalker?" The Wind Empress quickly listened to Brando's explanation, but immediately asked, "Why haven't I heard of the darkness dragon Odin having this problem?" "How would I know?" Brando spread his hands helplessly. "Wait." The elf seemed to have caught the center of gravity. "Do you have your own deck?" "This." Brando thought for a moment and replied seriously, "I think I have one." "Then you're really an idiot." Saint Tossol suddenly asked fiercely, "Brando, you woke me up for such a stupid thing? I thought you were a smart guy." "Wait," Brando reacted at this time. "Wind Empress, what do you mean?" "You mean, if I want to elemental activation, I have to have my own deck of cards?" "Nonsense." The Elf Empress used her unique charming voice and concisely ended the discussion with Brando. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 692. Elemental energy is a law. If you can't control your own power, how can you reach the realm of elemental energy? To put it simply, you have to be at least an official planeswalker to continue on this path. I was already curious. Brando, you've only been using other people's cards. At best, you're an apprentice. How can you reach the level of elemental energy? Saint Tossol looked at him doubtfully. A possibility flashed through Brando's mind. It might be because he had two souls in one body. As one half of Sophie had inherited the legacy of a planeswalker, and the other half of Brando had inherited the bloodline of the darkness dragon. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. His thick eyebrows couldn't help but raise. "Then, what should I do?" he asked, Lady Saint Tossol. "How would I know? I'm not a planeswalker." The elven lady shrugged and glared at Brando. "But you, as an apprentice of a planeswalker, why do you always act like a dabbler? Do all planeswalkers teach their apprentices like this? No wonder there are fewer and fewer inheritors of this legacy." Brando didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he first opened the elemental pool, Tumen only told him the origin of this legacy and the history of how the Matatanians used this ability. Now that he thought about it, time was tight at the time. The Elemental Emperor might have only taught him a rudimentary skill to deal with Turst's pursuit. After all, he had to be alive to have the possibility of learning future knowledge. Later, in Kelsey's tomb, the dear Demoness taught him advanced combat skills. Although she also talked about the importance of pursuing one's own power, she didn't go into too much detail. In the end, it seemed that the Wind Empress wasn't wrong. On the path of a planeswalker, he looked like a dabbler no matter how he looked at it. But Brando thought for a moment and said, "Well, actually I'm not completely clueless, yes. Tumen once told me, perfecting the rules of the world begins with the creation of your own basic deck. He said, actually, from the moment you come into contact with the first card of fate, you have already revealed your own deck. My deck is Tyrant of all classes." Brando said the term awkwardly. Fortunately, the Wind Empress did not notice it at all. She only looked at Brando with a deep gaze. "So your inheritance came from that guy," Brando nodded. "It seems that I have misinterpreted his meaning. I opened the path of a knight from the very beginning, but after that, I didn't continue on this path. Instead, I blindly enriched the world. Are you able to recognize that now? The Wind Empress raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that you should have noticed something after I used that shameless woman to talk to you, right? Brando was sweating profusely. Of course, he knew that the shameless woman Saint Tossel was talking about was the dear demoness Elaine. He coughed and said, more or less, so I have a rough idea of how to become an official planeswalker. What do you plan to do? Saint Tossel asked. Brando was silent for a moment. Although this was a decision he had made long ago during the Battle of Ampere Seal, when it really came down to it, he was still a little unwilling. After all, it was a very painful thing to give up the power that he had already obtained. But one path could lead to the highest peak, and the other path had already reached the peak. Brando knew what he should choose. I think, now I want to go back to the original path. I want to become an apprentice again, and then form my own law. I see. The Wind Empress had a slightly appreciative look in her eyes. It seems that you are still the Brando I know. You have not been blinded by power. She paused and asked, so, do you plan to do it now? Of course, Freya is still waiting for me up there. Brando replied, and then he waved his hand. At that moment, it was as if a world as deep as the universe had formed behind him. This scene was exactly the same as when Brando met Tumen that day, but his world was far less stable and vast than the Elemental Emperor's. It was as if it could envelop the entire world. Countless colorful lights flew out from this world. Silver Card, Unicorn Knight, Medisha. Highland Mage, the Shire. Holy Archangel. Sun Blade. Golden Battle Flag. One by one, the cards that belonged to him appeared in front of him. They were arranged in an orderly manner like stars. And further away, in Castle Abes, in the Gars River, in the forests of Port Gris and the Maxon area. The apprentices in the Mage Tower suddenly realized that the Shire on the podium had disappeared without a trace. The tree elves who were talking to their commander lost sight of the Silver Fairy Princess in the next moment. Mephistopheles realized that Andrique in front of him was turning into nothingness. As soon as he stood up, he disappeared with the vampire's daughter in front of everyone's eyes. And everywhere in Abes, the mercenaries of Lopez became transparent one by one. They looked at each other, and then seemed to melt under the sun. Echelonious spellweavers, glorious trumpeters, Fireclaw lizard men, the contractors who responded to Brando's summons gathered in front of Brando at the same time. Brando looked at them one by one. The Shire and Medisha, although they were on the cards, they were so lifelike that it was as if they could feel his gaze. And behind Brando, a small world formed by the Sacred Tree's secret grounds, the market of the Shire of Roe, the Ruggen Swamp, the Ember Volcano, and the Storm Nest were floating in the void. This small world seemed to represent all of Brando's power. Saint Tossel the Wind Empress looked at this scene silently. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This was the power of a planeswalker. Even though he was just an apprentice, he had already mastered the core rules of this world, having his own world. And going one step further, they would truly become the masters of the world. Sometimes, she didn't understand why there were planeswalkers in this world. They seemed to be outside of Martha's rules, but they didn't attract the attack of Martha's Tiamat law. Their identities and origins were an eternal mystery. What was the meaning of their existence? She squinted at all of this. But Brando had already made his final preparations. He waved his hand. The small world shattered with a bang. He frowned slightly. It was as if he could see his elemental pool collapsing into nothingness. The power of countless elements mixed together and converged into a point, as if it was the center of the universe. But in the darkest depths, energy, time, and space converged into a point, nurturing infinite power. All of the cards scattered in the air like trash. My lord, quickly stabilize your power. You can't control us anymore. Medisha's voice came from the air. My lord, stay calm. This was the Shire's words. I believe in you. Brando nodded. He stretched out his hands, and the deep space behind him seemed to be expanding infinitely, forming a universe that was being nurtured anew. He said calmly, "I rule that this law will be born from this." The glorious knight trekked through the wilderness of Labusa with a bugle flag in his hand. The wind and dust didn't stain his determined face. His will was as tough as a blade. This is the Knight of Fran, glorifying him and his followers with holy power. He should first have a territory, Brando said. The Shire's market fell into his hands like gold falling from the sky. It fell into the dark universe and immediately formed a prosperous land. Plants grew luxuriantly on the golden soil. First, meadows grew out of the soil, then trees grew branches, and in the blink of an eye, green trees grew into shade. Then the migrating travelers came, and humans cut down trees to build a city. In the blink of an eye, a small town full of traffic appeared in front of Brando and Saint Tossel. Then the gem plain formed a rich land in front of the town. The water gurgled, as if it could bring wealth from the distant sky. The nest of storms formed the background, and the distant mountains stretched. This scene seemed familiar, but it was particularly different for Brando. Presumably, with the power given to him by Tumen, he had finally arrived at the call of the power of the law. It wasn't a world created by the Planeswalker himself. It was Martha's approval. Brendel's heart trembled. What he said was Fran's knight. His favorite knight in the Amber Sword was different from other knights who were either good at defense or good at offense. Fran's knight had a balanced ability to attack, retreat, and defend. He also had divine abilities. He wasn't as fast as a warrior or as strong as a priest, but he perfectly embodied the profession of knight. Fran's knight shared glory with his followers. He first set the market of the Shire's Shire, the Gem Plain, and the Nest of Storms as the source of the knight's power, and then continued, he should have followers. Followers, this was the core ability of Fran's knight. Fran's knight gained the ability to summon at level 15, allowing him to summon a team of followers on the battlefield. Whenever the Fran's knight leveled up, these followers also leveled up. Fran's knight wasn't good at offense, but as a standard aura and command role, he was very good at teamwork. Brando looked up. A card was then drawn. The Mercenaries of Lopez. But this familiar card completely changed in Brando's eyes. First of all, it became a silver rare grade card, and its attributes were also greatly changed. Other than the familiar pattern, even the name had been completely changed. White City Vanguard Eversong I win 5, spell instant, pay 20 mana, knight. The Fran's knight issued a call and placed a team of 12 Mercenaries of Lopez into the field. Maintain, the Mercenaries of Lopez, white derivative equivalent to Fran's knight level -10, will be maintained until the next day's reset. Since the 172nd year of the First Era, the Mercenaries of Lopez have been known for their bravery and outstanding loyalty. Although this card was chosen by Brando himself, when he saw this card, he couldn't help but blurt out. He stared at the pattern on the card. The images of the Nightsong Tiger and Falern's sisters were very clear, but this card was obviously no longer the Mercenaries of Lopez. What's going on? Brando never dreamed that a card that originally belonged to the City-States Alliance would inexplicably be added to Eversong. Moreover, the cost was greatly reduced, but it became a summoning magic card. He was slightly startled, and at the same time, he suddenly heard Saint Tossel's voice in his heart. At that moment, Brando also felt the fluctuation of energy at the same time. Both of them raised their heads at the same time. A 7-colored light suddenly shook in front of Brando, and a light door opened from it. This scene was familiar. Brando was about to call out that name, but a man in a silver robe had already walked out from behind the door. I said, we will meet again. When you officially become a planeswalker. Brando. Tumen. Before Brando could even open his mouth, the Wind Empress had already called out. P.S. The 7th day. A champion who updates 10,000 times a day. Also, continue to ask for attention on Weibo. Asking for fans. Eternal Flame FF. This is my Weibo ID. I recommend Fathead Fish's book. The last time I called him dumb head fish, he was not satisfied. Okay, actually this guy's real name is Yong Tai 6 Britannia. No, it's Silver Ash Frost. Actually, it's almost the same, anyway, it's the same Chinibu. The title of the book is Heart Hunting King's Power. It complements the author's ID. Book number 2268766. His introduction was too poorly written, so I decided to help him write a new one. This book tells the story of a Marxist materialist and a group of capitalist mages fighting a battle of wits and courage. Okay, that's Kyuso. Those who like psionic war mages can read this book. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 693. Before Brando could stop her, Saint Tossel the Wind Empress had already left the ring on his hand. It was as if a shadow had materialized beside him. As soon as she landed on the ground, she stared at the young man with black hair and red eyes who walked out from behind the door of light. She called out his name with certainty. Tumen. Tumen paused. Saint Tossel? The young man in a silver robe's red eyes suddenly lit up. Heroic spirit? The moon legacy? You also chose this little guy. It seems that my taste is not bad. Saint Tossel's slender brows furrowed slightly. She stared at the figure in front of her suspiciously. Tumen, you're not dead? Tumen smiled and spread his hands. My student, 1,000 years have passed. When we meet again after 1,000 years, is this still the first thing you care about? Brando stood aside and watched this scene. Historically, Tumen was a follower of the Darkness Dragon and had a relationship with the Four Sages. But according to historical records, Saint Tossel was indeed his student. Before the War of the Holy Saints, Tumen had taught the secrets of magic to all intelligent creatures and left precious knowledge like the sacred pattern. Seriously speaking, Gretel, Saint Tossel, and Fanzon of the Four Sages had a teacher-student relationship with Tumen. But Saint Tossel did not recognize this teacher. She looked at him coldly. In my opinion, this is not boring at all. Tumen, we worked so hard 1,000 years ago to achieve everything. I don't want to start all over again. Tumen smiled indifferently. My student, for 1,000 years, Gretel built the Cruz Empire on the Great Plains. How is his holy cathedral of fire today? What is the difference between the Cruz people today and the Erewhon people of the past? You built the holy cathedral of the Wind Empress, but your subordinates turned around and betrayed you. Where are the once glorious Mist Elves today? Among all of you, I admire Fanzon the most. But how many people still adhere to his doctrine today? The glory of White City is long gone. Your descendants are now killing each other for superficial interests. Compared to that dark age, today's world is nothing. Everyone has a dark side in their hearts. Gretel and I didn't build these kingdoms to make them last forever. What you can foresee, we've foreseen as well. Gretel's face sank slightly. Everyone has a dark side to them. It's just that you've also discovered that there needs to be a centralized country on this land in order to solve some problems. Back then, when you split it into 4, it doesn't seem like a wise choice. Tumen did not show any anger in the face of the Wind Empress rebuke. He only replied softly. If you don't try, there won't be any results, Tumen. Tumen raised his eyebrows and asked, then what was the answer you got? Your soul is still lingering on a ring, lingering bitterly. Why? History has already moved forward. Why are you still standing where you are? Saint Tossel choked and fell silent. Is he the one you chose, Saint Tossel? But Tumen did not seem to intend to continue forcing her. Instead, he turned to look at Brando and asked. Isn't he also the one you chose? The Wind Empress replied snappily. Her angry look made Brando very curious. He had only seen this great sage's confident and strong side. He had never seen her act like a child. Not only that, Saint Tossel quickly recovered and snorted coldly, "Your old boss, the darkness dragon Odin, and Kelsey also took a fancy to him. This little guy is not simple. Gretel's scepter of fire seems to have decided to choose him as its master. Before the great era comes, heroes are born. This is not strange. Only after experiencing an era can one see the future clearly." Tumen replied. "You think too highly of him." The elf's expression was slightly sunken. "I don't have as many complicated thoughts as you. I just want to find a successor." Tumen glanced at her and smiled but did not say anything. However, he did not intend to expose her. Instead, he looked at the newly born, thin world of laws behind Brando. Around Brando, the cards of fate that belonged to him floated in the air and formed a circle. Ever since that knight class was established, the world behind him had stabilized. The cards of fate that were originally scattered around no longer showed any signs of escaping his control. "Brando, you reached this step faster than I thought. I thought you would need at least some time to understand the true meaning of power." Tumen could not help but praise after watching for a while. Hearing Tumen's words, Brando could not help but blush no matter how thick-skinned he was. If not for the dear Demoness telling him the true meaning of a planeswalker's power, he would probably still be addicted to power that did not belong to him. Saint Tossel clearly knew the inside story and could not help but snort softly. "You flatter me, Lord Tumen. I have only recently understood these principles." Brando sighed. In fact, he really understood the unreliability of power that did not belong to him in the Battle of Ampere Seal. The experience of being pulled into the ultimate realm in the battle with Williams and almost being completely overturned was still vivid in his mind. "It seems that you have encountered a lot of things." Tumen smiled gently, "But these are not bad things. Whether the results are good or bad, the value of experience is the same for anyone. Moreover, it seems that you did not suffer much in these incidents. This is really just a fluke," Brendel thought to himself sadly. However, these were not his main concerns now. He was most concerned about the issue of the Planeswalker class change. After all, this was related to whether he could activate his elemental powers. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Lord Tumen, are you here to reorganize my cards?" "More or less." Tumen nodded. "You should now understand that the blueprint of the deck I set for you that day was only based on the understanding of your own world. But after all, it is not your own law. If you want to become a true planeswalker, you must turn what I gave you into knowledge that truly belongs to you. Just like these cards." Brando looked at the White City Vanguard in the deck and said, "Exactly." Tumen praised. "Then what should I do next?" he asked again. "Don't you already have an idea in mind? You just have to follow your own ideas and do it. I am only here to tell you some of the laws that a true planeswalker must abide by when you become an official planeswalker." Tumen replied, "As an apprentice, because he uses the power of others, the laws are far looser on him, but he will never be able to reach the ultimate realm. And once you become an official planeswalker, you will soon understand the true meaning of this inheritance." "The true meaning of a planeswalker?" Brando looked up. Just like what Tumen had said, ever since the battle in Ampere Seal, he had thought about his own deck countless times, and now, he had a rough framework. Although it was not to the extent of being detailed to every aspect, it was no problem to create this deck. So Brando nodded and said aloud, "What belongs to a knight, belongs to a knight." As soon as his voice fell, a silver light flashed in mid-air, and the cards fell one after another. As soon as the sun blade fell, it immediately turned into a silver hymn. In the Amber Sword, hymn was a basic skill of the Fran Knight. This was a special buff skill. It allowed the Fran Knight to sing him on the battlefield to destroy the undead and monsters, and at the same time generate a shield to resist black magic damage on his allies. This brand new card in Brando's eyes looked like this: Him Evernight I Light 2, spell, pay XMP, Knight, lower level. The Fran Knight sings him, dealing X points of damage to non-white creatures, monsters, undead. At the same time, place X counters on each friendly creature, and remove 1 counter for each point of damage from black spells. Oh glorious holy temple, look at the pure white flames descending from the heavens, covering the army like a pair of wings. Then came the parallel charge, which became the group charge of the Fran Knight. Group charge Evernight IV Earth 2, spell, pay 1 glory. The Fran Knight allows his followers to gain the group ability. Maintain, the group charge will be maintained until the reset time of the next day. I saw it with my own eyes, the Sabri people charged with a scream, and an army of tens of thousands collapsed in front of them. Baron Vassran Kaden. Group ability, when creatures with the same ability within a certain range receive a 1% damage bonus. For every additional creature with this ability, the damage will increase by an additional amount. Next was the Golden Battle Flag, Silver Colt, and Holy Sword. They became Encourage, Cavalry Readiness, and Heaven's Armor respectively. Encourage Evernight V Light 5, spell, pay half MP, Knight. The Fran Knight encourages all allies to level up, current level +5. Maintain, Encourage will be maintained until the reset time of the next day. My glory is your glory, Cavalry Readiness Evernight V Earth 1, spell, pay X MP. The Fran Knight allows X followers to become cavalry. If they are already cavalry, they will receive the ability to fly. Maintain, Cavalry Readiness will be maintained until the reset time of the next day. Banners like the sea, spears piercing through the forest, the knight is ready to go. Heaven's Armor Evernight Vi Light 4, spell, pay X MP. The Fran Knight summons X number of holy swords from the sky to attack the enemy, dealing 5 points of damage. When the light of judgment plows through the battlefield, the undead army is reduced to ashes, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 694. Whitetown Vanguard, Holy Song, Group Charge, Encourage, Cavalry Readiness, and Heaven's Armor. 6 cards fell into Brando's hand and stacked together. Brando withdrew his hand, and all the cards turned into countless white mysterious runes and lines of law that merged into his chest. Seeing this, Tumen could not help but ask, isn't 6 cards too little for a single deck? Brando smiled confidently, then shook his head. Interesting, I think I understand what you're thinking. The Elemental Emperor from the era of the War of the Holy Saints pondered for a moment, then said, you want to put the abilities of every profession in the world into your deck, combining them into one, and use the cards of fate to simulate completely different power systems. Good idea. But there are many kinds of professions in Wond. Can you use cards to simulate all of them? Of course, Brando had already considered these questions, and he replied confidently, Wond has experienced thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history, and thousands of professions have evolved. Even different inheritances of different organizations can evolve into 2 completely different professions. For example, the Wind Elf Star Knight and Steel Scale are both inheritances of the Star Inheritance, but the skills they master are completely different. However, he changed the topic. The root of the problem is that the power system on the continent of Vaunt can only be divided into 12. Among them, the professions that pursue the limits of battle skills and explore their own potential are divided into 2. Warriors, mercenaries, swordsmen, and even the noble knight can be classified into one of them. Archers and assassins, who pursue lightness and agility, are on the other side of the scale. There are also wizards who explore the mysteries of the law, such as law wizards, flux mages, and charm warlocks. Then there are the rulers of the elements, elementalists. You must be familiar with this profession, Emperor. Next, there are warlocks, witches, necromancers, and followers of chaos who control chaos and dark magic. They are the best of the best. Then there are those who control the balance of nature. Druids and tree herders are mortal enemies, but they are born from this. Then there are Alice and Helene, the beloved of the twin goddesses, those who interpret fate, and astrologers are the representatives of this. Tumen's eyes lit up when he heard Brando's explanation of the professions. It was the first time in 1,000 years that he had heard someone divide the power system of the continent in this way. And the more he listened, the more he felt that Brando's words made sense. Not only the Elemental Emperor, but even Saint All could not help but listen to him. Legend had it that an era ago, before Ebabel Fortress had fallen, and the Grand Library was still well preserved with information from the era of the divine people, people had indeed divided the power of the world into several systems. But after the disaster, all knowledge, and these precious documents were lost their whereabouts. Tumen listened carefully to Brendel's explanation and increasingly felt that this might be the truth. He could not help but narrow his eyes. He did not understand why this young man in front of him could see the essence of power so clearly. Of course, the Elemental Emperor perhaps. What Brando was talking about was actually the introduction to the Amber Sword's power on the official website. If there was anyone who was not clear about this introduction, it would probably be those who had never played the game. Brando continued, however, in addition to the power of nature and the law, as well as the magic of chaos, the law of Tiamat also promises the power of holiness to the world. The secular Hilmer divine system holds the power of creation. The priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Wind worship this divine system, so they hold the power of healing. The arrogant Inca divine system controls the sword of destruction. Lightning and holy flames are their authority. The Knight of the Holy Cathedral believes in arbitration and judgment. After that is the power of the mind. The power of the mind is born in the spirit, language, and sound. Bards and psionic warlocks are rare, but they are not legends. In addition, the magical technology that extends from the power of magic has brought alchemists and mechanics. There is also a more special power system. Brando suddenly said. Before Tumen could speak, the Wind Empress could not help but let out a curious sound. But then she seemed to feel a little embarrassed and could not help but snort coldly. Brando had been with this elf lady for a long time. How could he not understand what she was thinking? He quickly explained, this power system is special, not that it is weak. It should be said that it has existed before, or it only exists in fantasy. What class? Saint Tossel finally could not help but say, damn you, Brando, don't keep me guessing. That's because you are too anxious, Lady Wind Empress. Brando was about to say this, but the former glared at him. He could only reply helplessly, actually, I don't know, I just heard about it. Heard about it? The Wind Empress stared at him suspiciously. Yes. Brando nodded, but he knew that it was not just hearsay. It was that he could not explain the existence of this class for the time being. The Interpreter of the Slate, a gift from the era of the gods. A class that players could never touch, in this era, how could he explain it? The elf lady seemed to trust Brando. She looked at him silently and finally nodded. In other words, the power system of the entire wound world is divided into these 12? In fact, it should be 11. Although swordsmen and archers look very different in the army, there is no difference in the nature of their power. Saint Tossel was very knowledgeable, and her words immediately made Tumen nod. Brando also nodded. You can say that. In short, although there are thousands of classes in the world of wound. But in the end, it is only formed by the intertwining of these 12 power systems. For example, the Rangers of the Ring of Sky and the Ring of Raptors are actually just warriors who master archers and the path of nature at the same time. But time is fair to everyone. Most people who take care of multiple power systems are often not as far as those who pursue one path. Of course, there are a few of them who are outstanding. Brendel explained, and if I want to perfect my deck, all I need to do is to pick a few classes that I need, and those that are representative of them will be enough. For example, the Knight of Farron, or the Silver Wizard of Buga. After listening, Tumen frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed, well said. Although there may be some omissions in the details, it is basically like that. Whether it is the gold or silver folk, or the black iron folk, in fact, they are just operating under these power systems. But even so, have you ever thought that there is another problem? He looked at Brando and became serious. Although your deck can include all the power systems and turn them into one, have you ever considered that because of the restrictions of the law of existence on switching decks, in fact, you can only use one or two of them at any time? And the power of a planeswalker is of a higher level than these power systems. Don't you think it is too wasteful to waste it on simulating these low-end power systems? Secondly, because most of your cards are spells, it is easy to be countered. And this is one of the biggest taboos that planeswalkers pursue. Tumen was worthy of being a long-established and experienced planeswalker. With just a little thought, he saw the fatal weakness of Brando's deck, at least in his opinion. Because for any planeswalker, their lifelong pursuit was a perfect cycle of cards. So the more restrained the deck was, the less significance it had in their eyes. The ultimate system was the first lesson that a planeswalker apprentice had to learn. But after hearing Tumen's words, Brando gently shook his head. No, Lord Tumen, I don't think so. Planeswalkers pursue the ultimate and perfection, but in thousands of years, has anyone succeeded? Tumen was stunned. He could not help but look up at the gloomy sky of the Greyhill Mountains. The history under the sky had been repeated for thousands of years. But history was like a cycle, and no one had ever broken through the final result. Had a planeswalker ever succeeded? Of course not, otherwise, why would they spend their lives searching? Brando smiled. I have experienced a battle before. He remembered the battle with Williams, and that last thrilling moment would forever be engraved in his heart. He replied, the experience of this battle made me understand that no matter how perfect the cycle is, it is impossible to face all situations. So, I think that perfection is only a relative state, he said with assurance. How to achieve a more perfect state in a battle compared to the enemy? Actually, we are all wrong, because the answer is very simple. We just need to become stronger than him. In order to achieve this goal, all power can be borrowed. As long as the advantage is focused on one moment, all tricks will vanish. Tumen looked at Brando. This elemental emperor from the era of the War of the Holy Saints took a deep breath. I know a few old friends who have the same idea as you. They pursue extreme violence. As long as the enemy is destroyed, everything is meaningless. But they failed. Do you know why? Because there is always a taller mountain, and there will always be someone stronger than him. The so-called concept of being the strongest is just an ideal. Brando blurted out without thinking. You know? Tumen was slightly startled and looked at the young man curiously. Yes. Brando smiled, but I am different from them. Because I also know that one person can never be stronger than a team. He enunciated each and every word clearly. A single person can never be stronger than a team. After a certain period of time, this sentence was repeatedly mentioned in his memory. That distinct and amiable face, with its hands on its waist and its long black hair draped over its shoulders, also spoke to them word by word. Always remember, one person can never be stronger than a team. This is a game of division of labor and cooperation. I do not welcome individual heroism. Especially you, Sophie. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but smile slightly. But in front of him, Tumen was already deeply frowning. He suddenly thought of something and raised his head in shock. Wait, that guy Kelsey. Are you thinking of doing this? Brando looked at the Elemental Emperor's expression and knew that he had completely understood. He nodded and replied, Yes, Emperor. In fact, before this trip, I had already decided. When I received Sir Kelsey's inheritance, the most precious inheritance I received was not his cards, but his knowledge. Tumen let out a long breath. Planeswalkers each had their own characteristics. But when it came to Kelsey's specialty, it was not his black and white, the endless paradise of adversity. It was the theory he created in the last moments of his life. Planeswalker creatures. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 695. The deer-bodied demoness Helene and the pendulum golem. In fact, their appearance had piqued Brando's curiosity. After the battle in the underground tomb, he finally found out that the summoned creatures of cards could also use cards. Helene had said that she and the pendulum golem had only used Kelsey's cards in a simulated environment. But at least this proved that the Great Planeswalker must have had similar ideas when he was alive. And this was indeed the case. Kelsey had left behind some records. In his later years, he had this idea, to establish a new law on the creature cards. If a planeswalker could summon all creatures, why couldn't a planeswalker summon other planeswalkers? This was undoubtedly a bold idea that bordered on genius. It was not an exaggeration to say that this idea was bold and imaginative. And the craziest thing was that Kelsey had succeeded. Or rather, he had succeeded in some sense. He first reassembled the deer-bodied Demonis and the pendulum golem, two of the strongest cards he had, and the ones he had the deepest feelings for. It could be said that Helene and the pendulum golem were his first experimental subjects. This experimental subject was not perfect, but it gave Kelsey a direction. But it was a pity that this great genius, or rather madman, could not complete his idea. Before he could create a perfect summoned creature, an unknown danger from the underground of Tonagel erupted. He and the Witch Empress chose to use their lives to seal the entire tomb. They also sealed his life's work within it. And this record was eventually passed to Brando by the deer-bodied Demonis. In fact, what Brando obtained was not the complete idea, because even Kelsey did not have the time to perfect it. What was left to him was only a record full of flaws. But this was enough. Just like Brando's idea, it did not need to be perfect, but as long as it could be used to its fullest potential. With the experience of his previous life, it was not impossible for him to create the strongest deck of cards that belonged only to him. You want to summon a planeswalker creature? Tumen looked at him and asked nervously. Brando nodded. Tumen immediately put on a serious expression and asked, but do you know that Kelsey's method is not perfect? After all, a planeswalker has a special authority. He is above all the power systems you mentioned. His method of summoning a planeswalker creature is actually a compromise. I know, Brando replied. Master Kelsey actually shared his authority as a planeswalker so that his summoned creatures would have the same power as his own. There are two problems. First, the sharing of the authority will reduce the limit of the planeswalker's card deck. Second, the summoned creatures will have the same authority as the planeswalker, so they can turn against the planeswalker at any time. Brendel was actually a person who was keen on seeking victory in the midst of danger. He was completely different from those who were cautious and meticulous in their actions. That was why Senpai paid the most attention to him when he was in the Amber Sword. It's the result of a person's idea, was keys. The most important thing is to know your enemy as well as yourself. Therefore, he didn't need Tumen to say anything. He had already investigated all the consequences. Apart from that, he continued, the authority of a planeswalker can't be shared infinitely. With Kelsey's, he can only share 4 additional authorities. With Mai's, I can only have 2 at most. So you understand that. Tumen fell silent. Brando's card deck's capacity was a problem that all planeswalkers had to face. Unlike apprentices who could use other people's card decks without any scruples, every card in a planeswalker's hand was the embodiment of his own law and the construction of the world. Therefore, he had to reserve a certain amount of power for each card to maintain. This relationship was generally proportional to the size of the elemental pool. It was usually 10-1, but there was no lack of smaller or larger pools. Tumen thought for a moment and said, Kelsey is almost at the peak of planeswalkers. His power can be said to be on par with mine. Above that would be Lord Odin's level. Since ancient times, there have only been 2 or 3 people at that level. That is to say, even if you consider going down this path, you can only have 4 or 5 planeswalker creatures at most. Also, you have to consider carefully. These planeswalker creatures themselves have a lot of drawbacks. I've thought about it, Lord Tumen. Although I still thank you for your reminder, Brando smiled, I think this is my best choice. Sigh. You. The Elemental Emperor couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't help but glance at the Saint Tassol who had been watching the show coldly and said, This is also your precious student. Aren't you going to persuade him? The Wind Empress spread her hands. This is your planeswalker's business. Besides, I believe in this little guy. Nothing he has done so far has been wrong. Can you believe this? This in itself is a miracle. Tumen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. Then he raised his head and asked, "You've thought it through? Then what do you plan to do?" "Leave it to me," Brando was confident. He had been thinking about this moment since he left the catacombs. After going through the Battle of Ampere Seal, he saw his own thoughts clearly. Moreover, he was hiding a secret that he couldn't tell anyone. He only hoped to verify his conjecture. If it was true, then his path as a planeswalker in the future would be unimaginable. "I want to first confirm the core card of the night deck. First, I need to reshape my elemental pool and card library." Tumen nodded. "Very good. Unknown laws are dangerous for anyone. It's a good thing to do things steadily. Then I'll watch from here. You can start." Brando nodded and then drew a card from the air. The pattern on the card was so familiar. Under the curtain of stars, a female knight holding a spear and her unicorn were walking through the forest together. This quiet scene seemed to tell a story from 1,000 years ago to the present day. The Medisha in the picture was the same as when they first met in the Eternal Song Forest. "Medisha, have you thought it through?" Brando asked. "This may not be a good thing for you. It may take away your eternal life." The girl's voice smiled slightly, as if it came from the void. "My lord, Medisha has already said that it is my honor to be able to follow my lord. Besides, my lord, have you forgotten that Medisha's eternal life is built on your cards?" Brando understood. He was slightly moved. Most planeswalkers would more or less consider the backlash of summoning creatures when they gave away their authority. But he was sure that Medisha would never do anything to harm him. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the card. According to the method recorded by Kelsey, he extended his law onto the card. Tumen and Saint Tossol who were present saw that at that moment, the dazzling silver line of law extended from Brando's body and then wrapped around the Unicorn Knight's card. The silver line of law was even more stable than Brando's spatial law. It vibrated slightly in the stone circle. For a moment, the entire spatial law seemed to resonate with it, as if bowing down to this supreme law. However, after a moment, a dark golden card slid out from the wrapping of the line of law and fell into Brando's hand. Fran Knight Eternal Song Eyelight 30, Creature, Fran Knight, Silver Elf, Level 1. When the Fran Knight enters the field, it has 60 MP ability, Planeswalker. Tap, restores 10 MP. Maintain, the Fran Knight is a permanent object on the field. Her loyalty is like the straightest sword. She would rather be broken than bent. Planeswalker ability. A summoned creature with the Planeswalker ability can use the cards of fate from its summoner's elemental pool like a real Planeswalker. It can gain experience and use equipment like normal. But once a summoned creature with the Planeswalker ability runs out of MP or life, it will be completely destroyed. Time seemed to flow quietly for a few seconds. Tumen, Brando, and Saint Tossol just looked at the dark golden card. After a long while, the Elemental Emperor from the era of the War of the Holy Saints could not help but sigh. "Although I don't support you doing this, I have to admit that Kelsey is really a genius. In the world of exploring the power of law, I am far inferior to him. This card has already rewritten the history of Planeswalkers." Tumen's eyes revealed an expression as if he was looking at a piece of art. He even looked a little obsessed. But after a while, Tumen could not help but shake his head. "But, this kind of law may not be the best for you, Brando. Do you understand? Because you may have to work 1,000 times harder than others. You and I have both forgotten one thing." He continued to add, "Although they are Planeswalker creatures, the land cards and elemental pools they use are still your own. If you have 4 Planeswalker creatures, then the ratio of land cards in your deck will probably drag down the combat power of your entire deck." The Elemental Emperor raised his head, as if wanting to comfort Brando, but he immediately found that the young man he had always admired was just standing there in a daze. "Brando?" It was not just Tumen. Even Saint Tassol at the side noticed the abnormality. They saw that a bright flame seemed to light up in Brando's eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Soon, the latter raised his head a little stiffly like a puppet. He glanced at Saint Tassol, then at Tumen, and then said dryly, "You guys better look at this thing." "What?" "My elemental pool." Brando faced Tumen and the Wind Empress and suddenly closed his eyes. His left hand and right hand overlapped, and the power of magic and elemental immediately began to gather in his magic triangle area. In just a moment, the Elemental Emperor's eyes widened. This is impossible. Won's history was long and complicated. In the long river of history, there were very few people who could be called Elemental Emperors. Tumen was one of the best. His talent as an elementalist was unprecedented. Later folklore said that when he opened his elemental pool, the astrologers at that time announced the birth of a future elemental emperor. This was because Tumen was probably the only one in Won who had just opened his elemental pool and the capacity of all elements reached 100 slots. However, even Tumen himself had never seen or heard of such a possibility. He had never even considered the possibility of such a thing happening. 2 elemental pools. Brando had 2 elemental pools. At that moment, Tumen and Saint Tassol almost thought that there was something wrong with their eyes. They made an action that was extremely unbefitting of their status at the same time, and subconsciously rubbed their eyes. However, they immediately noticed that the other party was doing the same thing and realized that there was a problem. This was actually true. There was actually someone who had 2 elemental pools at the same time. Tumen looked at Brando, and finally could not maintain his usual calm and composure. He could not help but grab Brando's shoulder. Of course, his subconscious action only allowed his hand to pass through Brando's body like a shadow. This elemental emperor from the era of the War of the Holy Saints grabbed empty air, and then remembered that he was just an image. But this did not calm his shock. He could not help but ask in astonishment, "Brando, what is going on?" Brando looked at the 2 people in front of him with some surprise. Of course, he knew what was going on. Finally, after a long wait. After officially crossing that invisible barrier and officially becoming a planeswalker, he, as the other half of Sophie's soul, finally had his own elemental pool. And it was far more than just this time. He found that his 2 souls had the same authority in the power system of planeswalkers. What did this mean? Brando almost laughed wildly in his heart. As expected, he had guessed correctly. He could separate 2 times more authority than a normal person. P.S. Today's 3 chapters involve a lot of settings. I spent a lot of time describing them to make the settings seem reasonable. That's why I dragged it out so late, equals. I feel that even writing 30,000 words a day is not so tiring. It's too mentally exhausting. I'm really tired. I hope everyone can support me more. In addition, this is the 9th day, I'll update 10,000 times a day. I'll update another day tomorrow. I've almost made up for the debt from last month, so I may start another chapter tomorrow. Everyone, please support me. Go to hell, the strong baboon, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 696. What did double the authority mean? It meant that at his peak, he could even summon 8 or more planeswalker creatures to fight for him. Each of these planeswalker creatures was like him. They could level up, equip powerful magic items, and even use cards of fate. Therefore, one could imagine, with the support of the double elemental pool, after each round of card grabs, how spectacular would it be if 9 planeswalkers at their peak attacked at the same time. In the face of such a huge advantage, the flaws in the eyes of ordinary planeswalkers, and the flaws that Tumen was worried about, were long gone. Thinking of this, Brando couldn't help but tremble a little as he closed his eyes. If it was said that he was a little hesitant before he officially chose this path, but at this moment, after truly confirming his thoughts, he finally understood that a planeswalker's path that belonged only to him had been engraved in the history of this world. This was the true path to perfection and the limit. It was unique and could not be replicated. In the eyes of others, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but in Brando's eyes, it was so fitting for him. Double elemental pool, double authority, and even this set of cards to him only needed to consider a large amount of equipment, experience, and the capacity of the elemental pool. As a veteran warrior who had been reborn, Brando happened to be the part that he was best at. Because Brando could be sure that in this world, except for the gods and the pale poem that recorded everything, there was probably no one who knew more secrets than him. Whether it was the past, the future, or the present. But all of this to Brando was not some kind of luck or coincidence, because no one knew him better than himself. Before he embarked on this path, even the moment when Brando received Kelsey's manuscript, he knew that this was the path that was most suitable for him. And now, every single detail confirmed his thoughts. After he closed his eyes for a moment, he opened them again. The mountains reflected in his eyes, and at that moment, the undulating mountain range gave him some kind of illusion, as if the whole world was under his feet. This was the power that belonged only to planeswalkers, using everything as a blade, and the world as a battlefield. Brando let out a long breath, as if to express this feeling from his heart. He slowly let go of his hands, and the power of the elements also collapsed in his palms. At that moment, Tumen and Saint Tassel looked at this scene with some regret. The two elemental emperors and the king of sages from the era of the War of the Holy Saints seemed to be in a trance, as if a miracle was disappearing from their vision and no longer. It was indeed a miracle. But compared to Tumen and Saint Tassel's judgment, the way Brando saw the miracle was more direct. The two elemental pools on his left and right were like two trembling light in the air, clearly showing him the complete data: frowny face fire, 2020, wind, 2020, earth, 2020, water, 2020, light, 4040, dark, 10, nature, fire, 6060, wind, 6060, 6060, 60, 6060, dark, 1N, nature, 6060. There were two elemental pools, one big and one small. The smaller one obviously belonged to Brando's soul. After all the elements were initialized, the natural elemental pool was still 0. This could only mean that Brando himself was not fated with the druid's power system. However, after being bestowed by Martha, his affinity with the light element was still far ahead, even more than double that of the other elements. And the other one was even more outrageous. As an initial elemental pool, the capacity of all attributes was as high as 60. The dark elemental pool was so high that it was impossible to look at it directly. Although this capacity was far less than that of the elemental emperor Tumen back then, it was still an unimaginable number compared to those who had a certain amount of elementalist talent, or those who were recommended to study at St. Tassel's Talim Elemental Academy or Alanda's Howling Hall. In fact, Brando himself could not believe that half of Sophie's soul would have such a strong elemental affinity. "Look at your deck," Tumen suddenly shouted. Brando actually realized the same problem. He opened the panel, and two sets of numbers immediately dazzled his eyes. 6, 10, 13, 20. Two elemental pools meant that there were two separate card pools. Although he had expected this, Brando still felt a little suffocated when he saw this scene. He silently looked at the panel, then looked up at Tumen. Although he did not speak, the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. 2 decks. Tumen sucked in a breath of cold air. He was about to lose his mind. Brando nodded. In the name of Martha, it seemed like a short while or a long time had passed. For a moment, the strange scene on the platform made it difficult for the three of them to realize the passage of time. The roaring mountain wind between the mountains seemed to be an annotation of this moment. After what seemed like a century, Saint Tassel seemed to have finally recovered from the previous shock. Brando. Odin really has good taste. What is going on? But before Brando could answer this question, Tumen interrupted them. The young man stared at Brando with his blood-red eyes and asked, "Brando, did you expect this?" Brando was slightly startled. He did not expect the Elemental Emperor to be so sharp as to notice this. He hesitated. This was one of his biggest secrets. If he could, he would rather keep it a secret. But in the next moment, he changed his mind and nodded slightly. Yes, but I don't know how to explain it, Lord Tumen. Then there's no need to explain, Tumen replied solemnly. He looked at Brando seriously and sighed. Perhaps one day you will become a legend among planeswalkers, Brando. Brendel sucked in a breath of air. The reason why he said this was to not lose the other party's trust. After all, his planeswalker legacy was inherited from this elemental emperor. Moreover, the other party's heroic soul might have already become one of the stars in the sky above Wonde. He did not have to worry about the other party seeing through anything. And Tumen did not disappoint him. The elemental emperor paused for a moment and continued to ask, so, you have now determined your path. How are you going to choose the cards in your hand? Brando knew that this was the main event. The card library's capacity was 4, 10, and 12, 20. The former represented the maximum limit of his card library. The latter represented the number of cards he could temporarily possess and did not need to add to his card library. After entering the domain of official planeswalkers, because of the clear boundaries of the laws, planeswalkers could no longer walk around with cards that belonged to others as they could when they were apprentices. After all, cards that came from different laws would inevitably conflict with the planeswalkers' own laws. Once this conflict exceeded a certain limit, there would be a serious backlash. The consequences of the backlash would be the destruction of the cards. In the worst case, the planeswalker would be implicated and even completely destroy the planeswalker's own laws. This kind of incident had happened before in history. The moment Brando officially advanced into a planeswalker, his mind seemed to automatically have memories of this knowledge. However, he had already considered these problems and replied without hesitation, I've already thought about it. But before that, I plan to instantiate the second authority. The second authority? Tumen raised his head and looked at Brando's cards and asked, this time, which one of the 12 power systems are you going to choose? This time, I plan to appoint people by favoritism. Brando smiled and raised his head. His gaze swept to another card in the air and asked, the Shire, are you ready? I'm ready to level up at any time, my lord. The Shire's voice was full of confidence in him as usual. I'm afraid you won't level up, but you'll have to go back to 0 first. From now on, you can't die and come back to life, live and die again. Have you thought about it? Brando became serious. Don't say it like dying and coming back to life. Living and dying seems to be a very happy thing, my lord. The Shire's voice could not help but complain, besides, to be able to leave the category of cards and be more like a normal person, this is already a great favor for this humble one. Then I understand. Brando nodded, this time is the opposite of the last time. I'll start with you as the core to instantiate this set of cards. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed it forward. I rule, this law will be born from this. The white holy tower flashed in the clouds, and the mage holding the long scroll walked on the holy ladder. The voice echoed on the platform. The holy tree mysteriously fell into his hand as if the clouds were gathering in the air. It fell between the clouds. Immediately, white spires rose. The spires shone brightly under the sun. Then, the white streets, corridors, and bridges seemed to materialize from the colorful light. Mages with long scrolls in their hands walked out of the spires, and in the blink of an eye, they used mysterious magic to create a glorious city. In the center of the city, a giant tree rose from the ground. The branches as white as ivory supported the emerald tree crown and shrouded the entire city. Under the city that floated above the clouds, the blue sea formed the background of the entire world. Brando then put in the ember volcano, and the shadow of the mountains suddenly emitted thick smoke at the end of the sky. The two land cards merged into this new world, and the chaotic world immediately stabilized. Only then did Brendel have the time to look at the blue world of the sea and the great plains next to it. Both worlds were suspended in the void, like two small sandboxes. Then he said, this is your world, the Shire. Thank you, my lord. The Shire's voice laughed. Brando pointed and replied, I named Medisha's world Faerun, which means the glory of the plains. And your world is called Bainka. This blue sea is the source of your power. It is the symbol of the silver mages, noble, mysterious, elegant, and ever-changing. Silver mages have stood at the peak of the law for thousands of years. Their power comes from the wisdom and the exploration of knowledge that they are proud of. He reached out his hand, and the Shire's card was already in his palm. Silver flames seemed to be burning on the card. After the flames burned, the dark gold color of the card was revealed. Silver-robed mage law waiter 30, creature, silver-robed mage human, level 1. When the silver-robed mage enters the field, he has 100 mana. Ability, Planeswalker. Tap, restores 20 mana. Maintain, the silver-robed mage is a permanent object on the field. The words flowing between the scrolls are the key to opening the door of power, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 697. Magic Refraction Law II Water 3, Spells, Pay X Mana, Wizard, target the target spell and make it choose X new targets. After this card is used, shuffle it into the deck. I am in charge of your magic, Obelisk Guard, ODU. Ether Dragon Law II Water 25, Creature, Elemental Creature Pseudo-Dragon, Level 35, Pay X Mana, Wizard, X must be an integer of 10, place X Ether Dragons into the field. Pay 3 water, move the Ether Dragons out of the battle. Each Ether Dragon has 3 counters, remove 1 counter every 10 minutes, and restore a point of mana for all allies. When all counters are removed, place the Ether Dragons back into the field. Maintain, the Ether Dragons will be maintained until the time of reset. Energy is always switching forms at every moment. Mirror Image Law IV Water 20, Spells, pay 10 XMP, Wizard, and choose X Blue, Water, or Cyan, Wind, creatures. If you do this, Mirror Image will duplicate the same number of creatures. Maintain, Mirror Image will last for an hour. You are me, I am you. Brendel looked up at the cards in the sky. Energy Loss, Wind Spirit Spiders, and Rune Summoner turned into Mana Refraction, Ether Dragon, and Mirror Image respectively and fell into his hands. Just like what had happened before, all the cards were automatically upgraded to silver level. Putting away these cards, Brando only had 3 empty slots in his deck, barely enough for him to build another deck. He looked at the cards floating in the air and had a plan in mind. A complete team, in addition to a knight and a wizard, naturally needed a healer. Although there was Maria in the territory, the fiancé of Carglass was too weak, and as for the other priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, he might not be able to trust them. Therefore, using the cards of fates to build a priest profession was, in fact, an urgent matter for Brando. He drew a card from the air. Originally, the most suitable Planeswalker card for a priest deck was undoubtedly the Pristine Archangel, but considering that it was a permanent calling card in the field, it was a bit too ostentatious to parade around with a winged birdman. After some thought, Brando chose the Radiant Trumpeter from Pure Heaven. He wasn't familiar with that set of cards. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Hippamra, Master Planeswalker." A gentle girl's voice replied. "All right, Hippamra, are you willing to give up your immortal body and become a Planeswalker?" Brando asked. The voice in the card paused for a moment before asking in delight, "Can I?" "As long as you're willing." "Of course I'm willing, Sir Planeswalker," Hippamra replied without hesitation. "Very well, accept my law." Brando gently took off the card and pointed at a land card. "I will use the name of Sacred Mountain Paragon to establish a holy kingdom. It will be the birthplace of faith, the source of the sacred flame." The mountains of Anjou then fell to the ground, and a grayish-white wilderness and plateau rose between Belinka and Farlan. Although it was uninhabited, the scenery above the sacred white plateau was magnificent, as if it was filled with a sacred aura. Then the radiant trumpeter card slipped from the silver cocoon of the threads of law and fell into his palm. Brando looked down and saw that the face of the radiant trumpeter card had indeed turned into a quaint dark gold, and the name had also changed to the Priestess Himelud. Priestess Himelud was a famous priest-like profession in Atlanta. It was the opposite of the aggressive scepter priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The priestesses who believed in the eldest daughter of the earth goddess Gaia and the tundra goddess Himelud were good at defense. They lived an ascetic life under the sacred mountain, so much so that they were called the shepherdesses of Himelud. And this card was described as follows: Priestess Himelud Belief IR 30, Creature, Priestess Himelud Human, Level 1. When Priestess Himelud entered the field, she had 100 mana. Ability, Planeswalker. Tap, recover 20 mana. Maintain, Priestess Himelud is on the field as a permanent. Persevere in your beliefs, never wavering like a rock, and you will be blessed by the spirit of the mountains, Braid's Silver Fire. Then Brando read, Spirit of the Mountains, bless your people. A card fell from the air, and on the card was Enroldo's holy ring. But the silver fire ignited from the card, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the Song of Blessing. The Song of Blessing was a signature skill that Priestess Himelud learned when she reached level 40 and met the conditions for her first profession change. Simply put, it was group invincibility. This skill essentially changed Priestess Himelud's weak position, and it was from this skill that Priestess Himelud became a legendary priestess. And now, the card in front of Brando was described as follows: Song of Blessing Belief II Light 10, Earth 10, Spell. Pay 25x mana and choose X targets to nullify the next attack on them. Maintain, the effect of the Song of Blessing lasts for 10 minutes. The ethereal hymn breaks the long sword, the mountains of Onru, Priestess Himelud, and the Song of Blessing fell into Brando's hands in turn, automatically stacking into a stack. Then white flames ignited, turning into countless mysterious runes that merged into Brando's body. Brando closed his eyes slightly, and the third deck of cards was also formed. And at this moment, he had chosen all 19 cards of fate in the two decks. But there were still a large number of cards floating in the air, and Brando had to choose 30 of them to keep, and the rest could only be left to dissipate into the void. Of course, it was impossible not to feel heartache about this kind of thing, but he had no choice. He turned his head, and both Tumen and Saint Tossel stared at him. Although the Wind Empress didn't seem to understand what all this meant, she could see that Brando was about to make a difficult choice. The two nodded at him in unison. Brando let out a soft sigh of relief. In fact, he already had a plan in mind. First of all, he naturally wouldn't give up on those cards that he had deep feelings for. Although it sounded a little strange, but just like Kelsey, the Deer Demoness, and the Pendulum Golem, that great planeswalker would definitely not give up on these two assistants that had been with him for many years. Even if they were just cards. Brando raised his head, and first chose the Fireclaw Lizardman Lord, Fireclaw Lizardman, Fireclaw Trumpeter, Bloodthrone Vampire Mephistopheles, Night Lord Andrique, and the always unlucky Fire Giant and Pristine Archangel. These cards had been with him for a certain period of time, and in comparison, he would rather waste a slot for them than choose the more powerful cards. Because although Brando pursued power, it didn't mean that he was going to be a cold and heartless person. Then there were the resource cards: Water of the Dark Realm, Forest of Death, Rich Gold Mine, Sea Wave Gem, Silver Swallowtail Flag, Tax Officer of Grey Harbor, Draws Wilderness, and Ruggin Swamp. Because he didn't have many resource cards to begin with, and now that he had to support the huge consumption of several planeswalkers, these cards naturally couldn't be easily given up. Finally, there were the powerful cards, such as the Grimoire of Life, Impasse Trojan Horse, 2 Accelerated Thinking, 2 Anxiety Disorder, and Lightning Storm. Then there were Daybreak, Echelon's Furnace of Adversity, Echelon's Spellweaver, 2 High Spirits, Radiant Martyr, and Graveyard Rebirth. Finally, he also used the card wealth that he had accumulated over the past few days to unlock the Platinum Angel that had been with him for a long time. Just like that, all 30 cards were chosen. After Brando put all these cards into his backup deck, he raised his head and watched the void around him gradually dissipate, as if a vortex was sucking in the cards that weren't chosen. To be honest, he felt that it was a pity, but it didn't help. Brando silently stared at the vortex for a moment, then with the magnanimity of a player, he threw the card book in his hand forward. The card book was instantly torn into countless pieces in the storm of energy, and then completely sucked into the center of the vortex with the scattered cards. It was as if in just a moment, it disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, even the vortex itself rapidly shrank into a black dot, and then disappeared. This is a step that young planeswalkers have to go through. You have to give up something to gain something. Tumen stood behind Brando, watching him finish all this, and comforted him, but congratulations on joining us and becoming a real planeswalker. Brando raised his head, and his heart also felt relieved. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Since leaving Bragg's underground auction, after experiencing so many things, he had finally come to this step today. From being ignorant of planeswalkers to officially becoming one of them today. Looking back, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Thank you, Lord Tumen. He stared at the distant mountains and replied softly. No need to thank me. Passing down the legacy of planeswalkers from generation to generation is a sacred duty. Including me, including you, we all have to fulfill this duty. Tumen replied seriously, although you have come to this step today, as your guide, I am very gratified. But in fact, until now, I am still very worried about you. You should understand that your deck still has a flaw. Even if you have dual elemental pools, you can't support the consumption of so many planeswalker creatures. Tumen reminded him seriously, I hope you can consider this problem carefully. Brando looked at the elemental emperor who guided him into the world of planeswalkers, and smiled slightly. I have already thought about it, Emperor. Have you thought about it? Brando nodded. Tumen was startled, but then fell silent. With his experience and knowledge, he naturally sensed that Brando was not lying. Since he said that he had the ability to solve this problem, it meant that he must have the confidence to do so. This elemental emperor from the era of the War of the Holy Saints thought for a moment and replied, well then, since you have met my requirements, then I have come this time to give you a gift. A gift? Brando was startled. But before he could react, Tumen had already stretched out a finger and flicked a ball of light into his forehead. He widened his eyes slightly, as if pages of continuous movie-like images appeared in his mind. Finally, these images froze on a page. It was an old page with undulating lines and various diagrams drawn on it. Brando observed for a moment before realizing that it was a map. He could not help but frown and ask, a map? Where is this map of? You will naturally understand in the future. Tumen smiled slightly and did not answer, but I can tell you that this is a treasure map. As for what the treasure is, you will have to explore it yourself. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 698. Without waiting for Brando to continue asking, she suddenly waved her hand and said, all right, I've done what I came here to do. Brando, I'm glad to see you officially join us as one of us. After this farewell, I'm afraid it will be difficult to see you again in the future. You can only rely on yourself for the future. Brando was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't know that the Elemental Emperor would eventually leave, but it was only when the Elemental Emperor said goodbye that he realized that he was facing a legend from thousands of years ago. Lord Tumen, hey, don't be shy. We're all men. Besides, with Saint Tossol teaching you, I believe you won't have too many problems. Tumen smiled slightly, although he's a little stubborn, he's one of my best students. Humph. The Wind Empress snorted heavily. But when she looked up at the translucent Tumen, she could not help but frown. Old man, I have a question too. Tumen turned his head and asked with a smile, ask away, my student. After the Battle of Osopeo, did you die? Saint Tossol hesitated for a moment before asking. There seemed to be a moment of silence on the platform. But Tumen finally spread out his hands. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to answer this question. Because you know the history after the Battle of Osopeo better than I do. When I left this image, the late king should still be in Elka. That was before we marched into the great swamp. Saint Tossel frowned and looked at him. Brando muttered to himself, but in his mind, he was recalling the history of the conversation between the two. In the War of the Holy Saints, the four sages did not have an army to resist the dark dragon from the beginning. In fact, before marching into the great swamp, the dark dragon did not care about these lowly people from other races. Before the Battle of Osopeo, this tyrant and dictator of history had been staying in Elka near the Eternal Glacier. Even the players did not understand this part of history. For example, there was no record of what he was planning in the Eternal Frozen Glacier. Brando could only guess that Kelsey's whereabouts might be related to this matter based on what the dear Demonis had said about Odin once inviting Kelsey to join him in fighting against the mysterious enemy. Soon after, the Battle of Osopel broke out, and the Resistance army invaded Demia. The victory of this battle became a turning point in history. Since then, the Resistance forces began to grow stronger. The Bugaz and the Dragons joined the war one after another. Not long after that, news of the Elemental Emperor Tumen's death spread. When he thought of this, he could not help but glance at Tumen. The Bugaz said they killed you, but some of the Silver Elves saw that you were only injured and fled, and not long after that you disappeared in the alfalfa fields. Saint Tossel continued, in the end, we weren't able to confirm whether or not you were really dead. However, to boost morale, Fanzon announced that you were dead. After listening to Saint Tossel's words, Tumen could not help but laugh. My student, does it really matter whether I'm dead or not? Besides, if you use the news of my death to boost morale, with my temper, I would never hide and not show up. You know very well what I would do, so don't you already have an answer? By the time the Elemental Emperor finished speaking, the lower half of his body had almost disappeared. He looked like a ghost floating in the air. The elven sister looked at him like this and could not help but clench her fists, replying silently, I just wanted to confirm. You have confirmed it, Tumen replied, his voice gradually fading. Remember to say hello to Alanta for me. She will definitely cut your greeting in half. Saint Tossel watched Tumen's figure completely disappear, and after a long while, such a vicious sentence popped out of her mouth. Then she turned her head and looked at Brando, who was staring at her with his mouth agape, and could not help but vent her anger. What are you looking at? Brando hurriedly shrugged his shoulders. The grudges and disputes of the era of the War of the Holy Saints really had nothing to do with him, but presumably, Tumen, as the teacher of Saint Tossel, Gretel, and Fanzon, must have had a hard time when these three sages fought with him. But when did the collapse of the Myrna people begin? Brando certainly knew of that era. The Myrna people at that time were as proud as the people of Cruz today. No, they were even more proud, because the territory of their empire was once so vast that it included the entire Wone today. Today's Cruz, Fanzon, Saint Tossel, and Alanta were only a small part of the empire in that era. But even such a powerful empire eventually collapsed in an instant. And today, the existence of the Myrna people could no longer be seen on the continent. Brando silently thought about these things, but he did not expect the Wind Empress to suddenly pat him and ask, speaking of which, what are you doing here? The elf lady looked around suspiciously. This place should be at the edge of the Black Forest. What are you doing in the wilderness alone? Is it just to see this old man, old man? She probably realized that the other party was dead, so her words seemed to be a little contradictory, so she changed her words halfway. Of course not. Brando shook his head. Only then did he remember his purpose of coming here. But this matter was not easy to explain, so he could only answer ambiguously, of course I'm here to look for treasure. I met Lord Tumen, you saw it, it was just an accident. Treasure hunt? Saint Tossel stared at him suspiciously. What treasure hunt? Let me see. As a former hero who had experienced the War of the Holy Saints, she instinctively smelled that Brando's words were not true. But unfortunately, although the Wind Empress was experienced and knowledgeable, she could not stump Brando. Brando took a few steps back, as if he was silently counting his steps. He counted a few steps, and then walked towards the mountain wall. Saint Tossel subconsciously thought that this guy was pretending to be mysterious. She narrowed her eyes, but she did not expect that in just a short moment, Brando pulled out something from the vines coiled around the mountain wall. What is this? The elf lady could not help but look at the thing in Brando's hand, and then she found that it was something like a slate. Brando just smiled mysteriously at the Wind Empress' question. Of course this is something good. He kept her in suspense and answered. But this time he was not lying, because in another history, this slate was indeed something that changed Erwin's history. And this was the real reason why he asked Freya to come along. In another history, this was the private property of the Valkyrie. And in this history, Brando naturally wanted to return it to its rightful owner. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the large room, there seemed to be only the dull sound of a taut clock. This sound echoed in the empty room as if it was infinitely magnified. The shadow of the sun passed through the shade of the trees and fell in the study, leaving layers of shadows on the carpet, like a strange picture. A pair of snow-white feet wearing wooden clogs stepped on the carpet, occasionally ruining the artistic conception of the whole painting. Although Yura could not see, she seemed to have a natural ability to feel everything around her. She quietly walked around the room, occasionally turning back to look at her husband with a mysterious smile on her face. Those who were familiar with her knew that this future lord's wife had a special ability called foresight. Outsiders did not know how terrifying this lady overlord's ability was. But ever since she lived in this castle for 2 months, no one dared to look down on her authority. The young man sitting behind the desk, or the future lord of this territory, the night madman in Brando's eyes, of course, was actually Eek. He held his chin with one hand and stared at his wife with a bored expression. In fact, ever since the Battle of Ampere Seal, the whole world seemed to have calmed down, and he began to feel out of place. The kind of life he was pursuing should be one where his blood boiled, and he would help the weak. But it was a pity that Erwin, or at least Erwin's southern border, was uncontrollably calming down with each passing day. The only news that was slightly exciting was that there was a war in the south that made Count Ranner nervous day by day. Unfortunately, as long as Count Ranner's brain was still functioning, he would probably not send an army into Anthony's territory. Moreover, after the Battle of Ampere Seal, Duke Anthony had strictly forbidden him from leaving. The young man could not help but sigh deeply and mumble, "My dear, you said that something would happen today, but we waited until now. It seems that your prophecy is wrong again." Yura was not annoyed by her husband's words. She turned to look at Eek and gave him a reassuring smile. Because she was wearing the traditional clothing of the nine-headed phoenix, her entire person was filled with a kind of elegant and intellectual beauty. Eek could not help but stare at her in a daze. He coughed lightly and asked, "By the way, are you feeling better?" "Much better. Thank you for your concern, my lord husband," Yura replied. "I'm much better." "My lord husband, please be patient. In the nine-headed phoenix, nourishing one's spirit is an important etiquette. But we've been waiting for hours." Just as Eek's voice trailed off, the door suddenly opened with a click. He was slightly startled and raised his head, only to see Makarov standing outside with an expressionless face. "Lord Makarov, why are you here?" He was surprised. Makarov interrupted him, "Don't ask so much, Eek. AB's received a letter, and one of them is for you." "Your Highness?" Yura asked. "Ha, it's Count Tonagel." Eek jumped up in excitement. "Great, I knew he wouldn't forget about me. Hurry up and give me the letter, Lord Makarov." "Oh, right, what's written in the letter?" He was still somewhat rational and stopped to ask about the contents of the letter. Makarov glanced at him and shook his head. This future Duke Anthony grew up in the wilderness. Even though he received some noble education, he was still a mercenary in his bones. His mind was filled with a messy night's thoughts. What gave him a headache was that he didn't understand how he managed to raise such an heir to the feudal lord. He pondered for a moment before replying calmly, "The letter says that we should go to Fort Valenda, Fort Valendon? Isn't that Duke Viro's hometown? Wait, why are the Count and the others going to Viro's province?" Ike asked in surprise. "Isn't Count Ranner still at war?" Makarov stared at him in silence. The young man seemed to have realized that he had said something wrong and coughed, that the news about Count Randner was. Yura was the one who told me. I definitely did not go out. My lord husband. Yura could not help but sigh heavily. He was a little too decisive in betraying his teammate. Author's note, your 10,000-strong baboons are here again. What happened to the votes? Recommendations. Collections. Subscriptions. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 700. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye after the princess's messenger returned from Lantern Island with the news. The month of scrolls was an important month for the Bugas of the Silver City State. The White Tower rang its bell in this month, announcing the arrival of the month of knowledge and wisdom. Mages would publicly test their students in Gata or Nechidai's white marble square, causing the entire Silver City State to be shrouded in a tense yet orderly atmosphere. But for the people of Erewhon far away in Tonajal, it was just a month that was getting hotter and hotter. The crops in the fields were beginning to lose their leaves, and the color of the AB's territory seemed to have changed into a pleasing green. Even though the astrologers and scholars in places like Bragg's and Ampere Seal were debating whether the month of July was related to people's logical ability in the system of Wond, its supporters and opponents had different opinions, but in reality, it had nothing to do with the production and life of the majority of the people in this kingdom. People were just sticking to the rules of their lives at this time of the year. The sun rose and set, day after day, that was all. The tension between the princess and Count Randner was becoming more and more obvious. The upcoming war was gradually brought up to the table and became the hottest topic after dinner. Although the count had remained silent on this matter, everyone knew that their lord was firmly on the side of Her Royal Highness. Everyone knew that the count was a young man, and the princess's beauty had long been known throughout the kingdom, even in Cruz's generation. Therefore, in private, some people in the south of Mentale and even the Frata region were secretly speculating about the relationship between Brando and Princess Griffine. Of course, the most popular rumors among the people were nothing more than the knight and the princess, or the count and his noble lover. In addition, the battle in Ampere Seal was like the plot of a knight's novel. Brando did not know how the news of him leading a group of retainers to Ampere Seal spread, but in short, most people would rather believe it to be true. As a result, the people around Her Royal Highness had been looking at him strangely for some time now. Griffine blushed slightly because the princess would occasionally mention these rumors, and reduced the number of times she met with him, which made Brando very depressed. Fortunately, the Roman did not seem to be jealous because of this. Instead, they listened to the bard's version of Brando's knight's deeds several times. Every time she heard the part where the count met the princess at night, she could not help but be especially curious. My lord, the growth of the World Tree Fortress is better than expected. A month after you left the territory, we built the Moon Tower. And with the Moon Tower's magic, the transmission energy of the vortex of light increased to 10, 20, 30, 50 times a month. By the month of summer. Monica's crisp voice interrupted Brando's thoughts. He froze for a moment and looked up at the canopy above his head. Valhalla's development was even better than he had imagined. The enormous tree shade was more than 10 times larger than the last time he had left. The palm-sized leaves stacked together to form a shade that was like a piece of jade. When the sunlight passed through them, the edges of the leaves would be dyed a warm bright yellow. Brando sat on the stairs in front of the town hall and listened to Monica's boring report. The report itself was actually concise and detailed, but the Lady of Light's painful way of counting was really difficult to correct. Fortunately, after his ears had been ravaged for a while, Brando gradually got used to this natural way of counting. He could not help but sigh at the powerful adaptability of humans. He raised his head and looked at the moon-white steeple above the canopy. The slender body of the steeple passed through the dense layers of shade and was covered with creepers. Under the shade, there were wooden lattice windows at intervals, making the entire steeple look unique and natural. There was a moon-shaped resonant crystal at the top of the tower. The crystal was glowing, proving that it was now working. This was Valhalla's moon tower, and it was located at the other end of the square. Brendel retracted his gaze, and the square between the town hall and the moon tower was no longer a mere 100 meters in diameter like when he first saw it, but more than 3 times larger. And compared to the last time he saw it, there was an additional fountain in the middle of the square. The fountain did not have any traces of artificial carving. Instead, it seemed to have grown out from the trunk below, surrounded by mushrooms. There was a statue of a young girl in the middle. Brando recognized that it should be the symbol of the goddess of spring. According to Monica, this statue should be a bonus building of Valhalla, but its function was very real. The whole fountain was like a weak magic halo that could replenish the magic power of all creatures and machines within 100 meters of it. The magic halo's function was very weak, but it had another function that Brando valued very much. That was, if one meditated near the fountain, the effect would be doubled. This was a great news for training wizards. It meant that if an apprentice practiced spells near the fountain, they would only need half the time to master a new spell. In fact, the Shire had already discovered this benefit. Brando saw many apprentices wearing monochromatic robes casting spells such as Magic Ball and a Fire Arrow in the square. Some of them even formed 2 groups to fight against each other. The scene in the center of the square was like a group of people setting off fireworks, which was very pleasing to the eye. But since last month, the Lord the Shire has already taken back the authority of the Moon Tower. So, the number of transitions of the light vortex has returned to its original level. Monica finally finished counting. She flapped her wings and floated in front of Brando. She continued, "My lord, according to your request, we have upgraded Valhalla to a 1st, 2nd, 3rd level territory. At the same time, we have also built the tree nest for defense. 1, 2, 3, 27 of them have already finished growing, and 1, 2, 3, 43 of them are still in the mature stage." She flew to the side and answered, "My lord, you can look over here." Brando moved the semi-transparent lord's interface in front of him away. The drowsy data on it gave him a headache. He looked up and saw that in the direction Monica was pointing at, there were some knob-like objects growing on the tree trunks that extended outwards from the square. There were also some aerial roots that were as thick as the trunk of an ancient tree coiled around these knob-like objects. Just as he looked in that direction, some light green words appeared on the roots coiled around the trunks. They were ancient tree root, parasitic plant, HP, 40, intelligence, willpower, wisdom, strength, 22, agility, 20, constitution, 25. These ancient tree roots were almost at the level of Iron Peak, but he did not know how strong they were in actual combat. Brando could not help but look to the other side. Not far away, Haruz was wearing a knight's training suit and fighting with a root, but his sword skills were a little too horrible to look at. The vines suddenly swept across the ground, and the shy and adorable little prince fell to the ground with a somersault. Brando looked at the boy holding his red forehead and climbing up with a face that looked like he was about to cry. He could not help but sigh helplessly. "As long as you defeat this root, you can rest, your highness." He interrupted Monica and shouted. I understand, teacher." The little prince looked grateful, and then he was unexpectedly whipped to the side of the square's parapet. Brando held his forehead, and for the first time, he wondered if he had misjudged her. He sighed and said, "Go on, Monica." According to Monica, each tree nest could nurture 10 of these roots, and when 70 tree nests were completed, there would be 700 to 800 of these roots in the periphery of Valhalla. That was equivalent to 700 to 800 elite soldiers of Erewhon's White Lion Legion, or the Black Blade Legion's Flintlock Regiment. And Brando knew that this was only a comparison of strength, not to mention that these roots under the command of the World Tree Fortress were many times more tacit than human soldiers in terms of tactical cooperation. "My lord, after the World Tree Fortress was upgraded to level 2, a new defensive building was added to the outer walls of the square and the second layer of the ring below, the Elven Arrow Tower. Because we did not receive authorization, you have to personally decide whether to build it," Monica replied. When she answered, there were light spirits flying around behind her at every moment, and each of these light spirits would greet the patriarch that Brando had personally appointed. In Brando's eyes, these light spirits flying around the world tree were like countless fireflies, embellishing the huge tree crown with a magical color. Elven Arrow Tower? Brando asked. This sounds like a city defense facility invented by the Silver Elves. There are 3 rooms on the top floor of the Elven Arrow Tower that can accommodate archers, and each room has 8 holes that can face in all directions. There are 2 types of magic formations in the room, frost and flame, which can easily enchant the archer's arrows. There is an ammunition room on the bottom 3 floors of the Arrow Tower, and a ballista room on the first floor that can accommodate 2 elven ballistas. Am I right? He looked up and asked. My lord, you're amazing. Monica couldn't help but widen her eyes and exclaim in a shrill voice. That's about right, but there's something wrong. The Elven Arrow Tower of the Silver Elves is actually derived from the Holy Spire of the Light Elves, and Valhalla's Arrow Tower is the same, and there are slight differences with the Silver Elves, but they are still in a parallel relationship. The Light Spirit Girl replied with some pride. Can I see the data first? Brando asked. Of course, my lord. Monica flew to the town hall and pulled out a long drawing from it. Brando glanced at the densely drawn drawing and couldn't help but shake his head. In fact, he didn't need this at all, because when Monica said of course, a light screen had already appeared in front of him. A 3-dimensional model of the Elven Arrow Tower appeared on the light screen, and all aspects of this thing were marked on it. First of all, there were 3 archer rooms that were almost the same as the Silver Elves' Arrow Tower, and the 8 holes and 2 magic formations were clearly visible. Below was the ammunition room, and the arrows and ballista ammunition could be sent to the rooms above through a transmission spell. However, the ballista room below was slightly different from the Silver Elves' Arrow Tower in Brando's memory. From the model, this Elven Arrow Tower could only accommodate 1 ballista, but in the marking of the room's personnel, there was an additional allocation of a magic apprentice. Enchanted ballista. Brando pretended to grab the drawing and immediately reacted. As expected of his lordship, Monica praised in surprise. What an ingenious design. Brando also praised. However, in his heart, it might not necessarily be that Valhalla's Elven Arrow Tower was better than the Silver Elves. The increase in lethality of an enchanted ballista compared to 2 normal ballista was actually limited, but the allocation of a magic apprentice for 1 ballista seemed a little more extravagant. He muttered to himself for a while, and then he understood a little why Valhalla's various settings seemed to exist for the purpose of cultivating a large number of wizards. Now it seemed that this territory was very likely to be the legendary territory of a true high-level wizard. This kind of territory was admittedly powerful, but the cost of cultivating it was obviously astonishing. The front defense of Valhalla's Elven Arrow Tower was basically the same as the Silver Elves, and the side defense was slightly weaker, but it had a certain degree of self-recovery ability. Overall, each had its own merits. However, compared to the ordinary human's arrow towers made of earth and stone, these high-level magic arrow towers were naturally not on the same level. Overall, Brando was still very satisfied. Once Valhalla had this kind of defensive facility, the entire territory's defense could be said to have increased by several times. Brando immediately decided and asked, this kind of arrow tower needs the support of a magic pool, right? Monica nodded, but there is no need to be so wasteful. The magic pool converted by the magic pool is enough to maintain the operation of these arrow towers. 1 crystal pool is enough to support 1, 2, 3, 40 elven arrow towers to maintain the operation. And according to the Lord's request before you left, the crystal pool has already been completed 3 months ago. Then how many arrow towers do you think we need? Monica? If we build them on the top floor's plaza, we currently only need 8 to cover the entire area. If we build them on the second floor, we need 20. If we were to build it on top of the root city, we would need at least 70 or more. Furthermore, if Sir Overlord chooses the last option, Sir Odin is currently building a wall there, so it will take a lot of time. The outer ring that Monica spoke of was actually the outer layer of the world tree's trunk. After the world tree had fully matured, it would form 3 regions. The central plaza with a diameter of 500 meters was the highest and most core area, and almost all the functional buildings surrounded this huge plaza. Below the plaza, about 30 meters down, was a 50-meter wide circular path. This circular path circled around the world tree. From top to bottom, there were a total of 2 levels. The lower level led to the upper level, while the upper level led to the hollow inner hall of the world tree on the side of the wall. Below the 2 rings was an open region formed by countless Valhalla's roots. This region was undulating, roughly 2,000 to 3,000 meters in diameter. There were many flat spaces formed above, and there were roots as wide as great roads connecting them. This was precisely Valhalla's lower city area. However, there was no wall in the lower city. Instead, a descendant of a rune dwarf suddenly had the idea of building a man-made fortress in this area. This was the first time Brando had heard of this idea. He could not help but stand up and ask, Odin plans to build another wall in the lower city? Wait, is he crazy? What if Valhalla expands further? Lord, after the core area of Valhalla reaches its current diameter, it will stabilize for a period of time. After all, the World Tree Fortress will not grow endlessly. Monica replied. What about the future? Brando still felt that it was a little unbelievable. The last time that guy said that he wanted to build an invincible city without a gate, he felt that he should have noticed the problem. He did not expect Odin to be even more lawless this time. However, Monica clearly had a different opinion from him. My lord, the World Tree Fortress is a magic territory. Perhaps you have not seen its magical aspects, but you don't have to worry. Even if it continues to expand in the future, it will not affect the old city at all. At most, you can just expand the lower city when the time comes. Really? Brando frowned at the mention of territory. Not to mention a territory of Valhalla's level, he had never even seen a popular magic territory of the players. In this aspect, he was still a complete newbie. Of course, if every time Valhalla expands, the entire territory will be overturned and rebuilt. How can such a World Tree Fortress be called the strongest fortress from the previous era? Monica replied proudly. The strongest fortress? Brando keenly grasped this adjective. Initially, he thought that the light spirit was just blowing her own trumpet, but to his surprise, she nodded solemnly and said, My lord, I'm sure you don't know the origin of this territory. Once you know why it was built, you'll understand that what Monica said is true. What is its origin? Brando narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Monica was slightly stunned, then suddenly changed her expression and replied in a mechanical tone, The Hall of Valhalla, the Palace of Gold, Asgard, the Utopia Avalon, and Otteras, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth fortresses were originally replicas of Babel Fortress. After the Battle of Dusk, they were used in succession, but as far as I know, the Palace of Gold, Asgard, and the Utopia Avalon have been completely destroyed, and only one copy of Valhalla is left. Otteras is missing. But as a replica of the final battlefield, although it is only a copy, the remaining Valhalla is already a symbol of the greatest masterpiece of that era's civilization. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.